not implemented. And with a second, I can speak to the intent of the amendment.
Mr. Clark, is there a second?
Second, Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Mr. Dwight?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I sort of indicated in my follow-up to Ms. Baker's question, I at least would appreciate at this point a listing of all the different changes that have been proposed, both to help with assessing what can and should be done in the short term, which is the primary intent of Ms. Kimball's motion, as well as assist us in understanding the kinds of changes that we might want to make for the longer term. So it also gives us a leg up on thinking about the longer term. I've seen bits and pieces of the recommended changes, but I'm not sure I've seen them all in one place. And then secondly, I think it's important for the council to know from NIMS which of those could and should be implemented in the short term, which of those the Alaska Fisheries Science Center economists believe are important and can be lifted readily in the short term using their current capabilities to change the questions without having to go through rulemaking. And equally importantly to know their rationale for which one they don't feel should be implemented, they believe should not be implemented or can't be implemented. And so I think this sentence provides the council with some additional specificity and information that will be valuable for the council, both in understanding how well the interim is being managed, as well as preparing ourselves for considering longer term change.
Thank you, Mr. Dwight. Are there any questions on the amendment? Okay. Are there any amendments to the amendment? Any comments on the amendment? Are we ready to vote then? Is there any objection to the amendment? Okay, no objection. The amendment passes. Back to the main motion. Any further amendments to offer? Okay, Mr. Dwight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems a little unclear as to whether this Ms. Kimball's motion will involve rulemaking in any other instance other than just the removal of the Gulf EDRs. But given that it does require rule change just to remove the Gulf EDR, I think it's appropriate at this point to offer the Deeming amendment, if I may.
Mr. Dwight, please do.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I would move to add the following language at the end of the motion. The council deems proposed regulations that clearly and directly flow from the provisions of this motion to be necessary and appropriate in accordance with Section 303C, and therefore the council authorizes the executive director and the chairman to review the draft proposed regulations when provided by NIMS to ensure that the proposed regulations to be submitted to the secretary under Section 303C are consistent with these instructions. With a second, I can speak to it.
Thank you, Mr. Dwight.
Second.
Is that Ms. Vanderhoven?
I think it was Nicole.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Dwight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When the council takes final action, it's important for the council to describe how it wishes to proceed with the review of any draft rules that result from the council's final action. And in this case, there's one potential rule that would result from that, and that is removal of the requirement for EDRs for the trawl fishery in the Gulf. And I've chosen I'm suggesting that the council adopt the deeming process that we typically employ in cases like this, where we do understand the effect of those rules quite well, and that is just asking that you and the executive director review those rules on our behalf and approve them if you think they're consistent with our understanding and our action. And if they're not, you always have the opportunity to bring them back to the council and request further review and consultation.
Thank you, Mr. Twice. Are there any questions or amendments or comments on the amendment? If not, is there any opposition? Okay, thank you, Mr. Twice. Are there any further amendments on the main motion? We can go to comments on the motion. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I really want to thank Ms. Kimball for the thought that she put into this motion. Like her, I struggled with this issue in terms of trying to find an appropriate path forward. I also didn't take the AP motion or the public testimony and written comments that we received lightly for this issue. I heard the concern loud and clear from EDR industry participants questioning the value of the data they provide, given the burden and costs that they incur to submit this data. And I think primarily for me, Ms. Kimball spoke to it, but my hesitancy to completely remove the Amendment 80 CRAB and Amendment 91 EDRs was largely based on the SSC's recommendation in terms of maintaining valuable time series. And I have to admit that although I've read the analysis document and listened carefully to the presentation, I am still unclear exactly what time series might be valuable, or from which EDRs really beyond the crew data that we collect. And so I support this motion in terms of the path forward that Ms. Kimball is suggesting in terms of what can be done in the short term. We'll look forward to the likely longer term discussion potentially in staff tasking. But another thing that I want to say about the motion, and I really appreciate the final paragraph in terms of instructions and tasking for staff to consider modifying the current EDRs. I think that's a really critical part of this motion, and at least in my mind, it's important or essential to make progress on that by the timeline indicated in this motion, or I think it would be appropriate for the council at that time, if that doesn't happen, to again consider removing the EDR, given the testimony that we've heard. And so just real briefly, I think Ms. Kimball covered all these points, but since it is final action, I just did want to point out that in my mind, Ms. Kimball's motion is particularly responsive to National Standard 2 in terms of promoting some usefulness and practical application of the economic data and making minor changes in removing the Gulf Trawl EDR. And it's also consistent with National Standard 5 to improve data handling efficiency. And these considerations are balanced, again, with what we've consistently heard from the SSC about the need for economic and social science data collection to further our requirements under National Standards 2 and 8. And so this motion is a balancing act, and I appreciate Ms. Kimball's work in that regard, and I will be supporting the motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Marks?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Kimball, for the motion. I think this is the right approach. It would have been easy to follow the path to eliminate that and start over. I think this keeps them a level of integrity. I think it's important that the approach to revise the data submissions that improve the value and overall utility of the information. I thought staff and the SSC for me laid out good, legitimate justification on why we need this information. So I think that's a good framework to look at, and what specific information is needed across all fisheries. Because I think to some of the other actions we're taking and how this type of information could inform those, if we have the right information. So really look to the NIP staff and Fish Science Center and the SSC to help really identify the information with the most value added that achieves the objectives for all our needs. So this is a good course of action, and I do support it, and thanks again.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to support the motion, but I'm a little reluctant. I would have been more supportive of the AP motion, because what I heard loudly and clearly as we went through this is that we are collecting data inconsistently. We're doing it in a burdensome way, and the data that we're collecting has little utility for management decisions. And from my personal point of view, I think that I would much rather only have a data collection program and additional regulations and paperwork and this type of a burden if there was a clear benefit to management from doing so. And so I think that what leads me to support this motion is Ms. Kimball's follow-up motion that we are going to see later in the meeting, talking about, I hope, actually doing some really deep thinking about how we use the data that we collect from industry, how to make sure we're not being duplicative or unnecessarily burdensome, and how we can collect data that is more useful and more consistent across all the sectors that we manage. And I think that's what's really needed here. I think that the public testimony we got on this issue and the AP's recommendation were compelling, but I'm willing to support this for now as we go back and potentially take a look at implementing the stakeholder recommendations that have already been made, and potentially a program that really hones in on the information that has utility to this council. So those are my thoughts on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the motion. Coming into this meeting and after listening to the AP, I also was fairly persuaded that the AP's recommendation was probably the best course at this point. But as I listened again to the staff presentation and sort of reflected on what I think one of the core purposes of the EDRs is, I ended up deciding that the approach that Ms. Kimball is offering to us is probably the better course at this point. But it's not an easy decision. I think EDRs are a reflection of the council's basic sort of value of the importance of transparency, and particularly when we award catch shares to individual harvesters and corporations, we have an increased expectation for transparency. But I'm quite convinced that while our intent to create them was very much driven by that, I don't think the current performance reflects that transparency at all. Programs are successful when they're used, understood, and supported. And this EDR program, as previous council members have just described in their remarks on this action, is falling short on those. I think it's incumbent on us, if we're going to continue to expect the kind of transparency we're hoping for in the EDRs, to really reformulate and recast the program. But I'm hesitant to just simply break it off while we do that. And again, I appreciate Ms. Kimball's approach here. Allows us to hopefully transition quickly from the current program that is clearly not meeting our objectives and has a low level of stakeholder support, if any, to a program that will actually meet our objectives of providing transparency. I appreciate that this council recognizes when we have programs that aren't meeting our objectives and is willing to take measures to adapt and change how we're doing business to try to actually achieve those objectives. And I look forward to the work on that and hope that we'll continue to get the kind of stakeholder input that will be absolutely necessary to recast this in a way that it is meeting the council's basic objectives.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any final comments on the motion? Looks like we are ready to vote. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Calling the roll on the motion to revise the EDR. Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Ms. Campbell.
Yes.
Mr. Down.
Yes.
Mr. Jensen.
Yes.
Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Marks.
Yes.
Mr. Meekum.
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Mr. Kaneen.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously, 11-0.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. And thank you, Ms. Kimball. Okay, any further action by the board or the council? Okay, if not, thank you again. We can move right into agenda item D1. I will invite Sarah Marinan to present this agenda item to us. Looks like she's dialing in now. And just to let the council know, I'm going to need to step away for a little bit this morning, and Mr. Twite will cover in my absence. With that, Ms. Marinan, whenever you are ready.
Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of council. This is Sarah Marinan, council staff. I'm here to give the staff report on D1, the capturing plan allocation review for area 2C and 3A. With me on the line is Kurt Iverson, National Fisheries Service, and I believe Mike Fye is here as well, available for questions. The review is posted to the e-agenda, and the council should note that there is also a substantial amount of public testimony, written public testimony attached to the agenda as well. So the presentation that I've prepared today follows pretty closely with the allocation review paper itself. I'm planning to give a little bit of background on the purpose and scope of allocation reviews, and this one in particular, and the program and goals. And then some background on the halibut assessment and management process, the allocation itself and the program. And then I'll cover some information we have in the document on sector profiles, covering the commercial halibut fishery and the charter halibut fishery, and also some information on the guided angler fish program. And then the last major section is covering a preliminary evaluation of program objectives and changing factors. And we can talk about next steps. So I covered more of the background on allocation reviews when we discussed the work plan for this review back in October. But as a brief reminder, the reason we're having allocation reviews is in response to a NOAA policy directive from 2016 to provide a mechanism to ensure fisheries allocations are periodically reviewed against their objectives and remain relevant to current conditions. There's 3 steps to the allocation review process. The first is that a trigger is met. So for non-limited access privilege program allocations, the council established a 10-year trigger based on public input or based on public input, either or. 10 years for this allocation, the catch-rearing plan was established in 2014, so that would be 2024. But based on an upcoming schedule of reviews, the council moved this one forward. So we're on to step 2, which is the allocation review. The policy directive says that at this stage, an in-depth analysis isn't required, but the FMP, or in this case, the program objectives, should be reviewed, and other factors which have changed should be considered. So the review should be sufficient to have that level of discussion. I think there's a lot of flexibility in how these documents are put together based on what the councils and stakeholders are interested in. And as I mentioned, we had that work plan in October, which the council approved. The scope presented relied on direction from the policy directive, goals of the catch-sharing plan, as well as other allocation reviews in the North Pacific. In particular, we looked to the BSAI Pacific Cod allocation review quite a bit for an example of format, and looked to previous SSC guidance. This allocation review specifically focuses on the catch-sharing plan for the commercial and unguided recreational sector in IPHC regulatory area 2C and 3A. The catch-sharing plan did 3 main things. It defines allocations for the commercial and charter sectors, which specifically include separate accountability for what was called wastage, what now we call discard mortality. It specifies a public process for setting charter halibut annual management measures, and it authorizes limited annual leases of commercial IFQ for use in the charter fishery as guided angler fish, Gaff. So the allocation review covers not just the allocation, but all 3 of these aspects. Part of the allocation review process is to evaluate whether the current allocation objectives are being met, whether the program objectives are still appropriate, or if they should be modified. The goals of the catch-sharing plan are listed in section 2 of the analysis. A problem statement from June of 2007 and a statement that the council made to identify its management objectives from December 2007 are included in that section. There was a long process to implementation of the catch-sharing plan, but the council continued to reaffirm these 2 statements as its objectives. So we pulled out these 4 goals from those statements. So number 1, create a management regime that provides separate accountability for each sector. Number 2, management tools and season lengths should be established during the year prior to the year in which they would take effect, and that the tools selected and season lengths should not change in season. Number 3, evaluate its success in achieving the sport charter sector allocation and specific needs for predictability, advance notice, and season length each year, and adjust its management tools as needed. And number 4, adjust management measures as needed to ensure that the sport charter sector is held at or below its allocation, recognizing that there may be annual overages or underages. These objectives seem to be more focused on a vision for the program rather than specifically on the allocation itself. There was a long process to implementation, as I mentioned. So there was a lot of discussion and rationale considered around both the program and the allocation. So we also included a summary of the council's stated rationale for the allocations at the time of final action in the document as well. But towards the end of this presentation, I'll come back to these goals and we'll talk through a preliminary assessment of whether it appears these have been achieved. Okay, halibut assessment and management. Section 4 of the analysis describes the Pacific halibut stock, its assessment and management. Dr. Stewart provided the council with a summary presentation of the most recent assessment yesterday, and I know the council is pretty familiar with the state of halibut through recent actions and recent IPHC meetings, so I'm going to keep this section pretty brief. There's more information in the document, but the broader context of how halibut is managed on a coast-wide level and by multiple regulatory bodies, including the IPHC, NIMS, and DOF, and with specific roles for the council and ADF&G, is really important in understanding the broader story of the catcher and plan allocation. It's a complex management system with many different divisions of user groups. The methods to assess the stock and manage the fishery have evolved over many decades. This figure is from Dr. Stewart's presentation from the recent IPHC meeting, and I believe he presented it to the council as well. It demonstrates trends in coastwide halibut spawning biomass based on the integrated results from the ensemble model. So you can see in this figure the pretty stark declining trend from the late 1990s to around 2010. And it also demonstrates in purple the projections for TCEY, the total constant exploitation yield, based on the reference level TCEY for 2022. And you'll remember that the reference level uses the IPHC's current interim spawning potential ratio, SPR, based harvest policy of F43%. So to reiterate some of the highlights from Dr. Stewart's presentation, the Setline survey observed the 2012 cohort as the largest population in the total catch of any age class for the first time. So there's some cautious optimism around that year class. And the current trend in population distribution appears to be shifting back towards biological region 3 after more than a decade of decline. There's a many-step process involved in going from halibut stock assessments to charter halibut management measures and the issuance of commercial IFQ. This that you can see on the screen is a diagram from Dr. Hicks from the most recent IPHC meeting, describing the IPHC portion of that process, including setting the permissible mortality established through the assessments with the F43 and the distribution of TCY across regulatory areas, and then the IPHC commissioner's decisions on mortality limits, which are now set at the TCY level. This diagram uses the IPHC's interim harvest strategy policy. And I know council members are pretty familiar with this process. So just some high points. I wanted to remind you that the IPHC's decisions can essentially depart from the reference levels in two ways. First, the commission can adopt a coastwide TCEY that represents a different fishing intensity level, so not F43%. And secondly, they can choose a different distribution of TCEY among regulatory areas. Those decisions are based on a multitude of factors, including advice from the advisory boards, biological, economic, and social considerations. And we have table 6 on page 26 in the paper demonstrates that for 2C and 3A, both the TCEY and FCEY, as adopted by the commission, have departed from the IPHC harvest policy in each of the years shown. We show from 2017 to 2021 for both areas. In 2C, there's been an increase each year relative to the harvest policy recommendations. And for 3A, there's been a mixture of increases and decreases throughout that time period. This diagram essentially picks up where the last diagram ends. The TCY is set by the IPHC. There's two components of the TCY, the fishery constant exploitation yield and the non-FCEY. The projected mortality associated with the non-FCEY is deducted first. So that would be including projected subsistence mortality, projected unguided recreational mortality, and projected O26 bycatch for that area. That finally brings us to the FCEY. For Area 2C and 3A, this is essentially, with a few caveats, the combined catch limit for the commercial and charter sectors. Based on direction from the catch train plan, Area 2C and 3A FCEY also includes projected discard mortality for both sectors. Something's making noise.
I apologize. Members of the public, please mute your phones. Like we're good to go, Ms. Marinan.
Okay. Sorry about that. So coming out of the combined catch sharing limits, you have the charter and the commercial allocation. For the commercial sector, the projected discard mortality is then deducted from the commercial allocation. And then from there, NIMS, restricted access management, sets the quota share IFQ ratio and issues halibut IFQ. For the charter sector, the allocation, including discard mortality, is converted into management measures like bag limits or size restrictions that are meant to remain in place throughout the entire season. Based on some of the feedback we received during the work plan stage, we also provided some additional context on halibut mortality from other areas and sectors. IPHC's SBR-based management approach is designed to conserve spawning biomass across different stock states, patterns in fishing selectivity and or allocations among different fisheries, and all of that is accounted for in the stock assessment process. But halibut is a fully allocated coastwide stock, so use in one sector can have implications for other users. Allocation decisions are made both at the IPHC level among regulatory areas, as well as by domestic managing parties through creation of LAP programs, for example, through creation and modification of PSC limits, or through adoption of catch sharing plans. So the bottom blue figure shows halibut mortality, and we break it out here just into four categories: commercial, recreational, subsistence, and bycatch for 2C. And you can see how those are defined in the figure. And you can also see in the top left-hand corner, there's a separate box that breaks out the mortality from the guided and unguided recreational fisheries. These sectors are managed differently in 2C and 3A. The unguided sector has remained under a 2 fish of any size limit, whereas the charter sector is now managed under the catch sharing plan. According to the final rule, the catch sharing plan focuses on charter halibut fisheries in 2C and 3A and not the unguided sport fisheries, primarily because of the growth exhibited in the charter sector. Well, the commercial and unguided sectors declined or remained relatively steady. The council's objective for the catch sharing plan was to address the ongoing conflicts between the commercial and charter fisheries due to this growth. In addition, when the catch sharing plan was analyzed, concerns were raised about the potential impact of an increase in unguided or bare bones rentals on halibut harvest. These types of operations are categorized as unguided, and therefore they're legally able to access unguided halibut daily bag limits of 2 fish of any size. This component of the fishery has continued to be of interest to the council, and in 2019, an analysis considered a registration requirement for unguided rental vessels used for halibut fishing with the potential to align management measures with the charter sector. And as you may recall, the council ultimately took no action given the lack of existing data on the unguided halibut rental vessel subsector and the difficulty in defining the types of operations that would qualify. In Area 3A, again, you can see the commercial sector, and it accounts for the largest proportion of mortality. In this figure, it also includes discard mortality, as well as mortality from the Fishery Independent Setline Survey and Research Mortality. And it's ranged from 79% of the area-wide mortality, decreasing to 58% of area-wide mortality in 2015. Since 2010, the 3A recreational sector represented an average of 25% of the area-wide mortality. However, as you can see in the top left-hand figure, the charter portion of the recreational mortality has declined in most years since 2007. Mortality in the unguided sector has remained less than the charter sector, although the relative levels of mortality have become very close in recent years. The impacts of non-directed commercial discard mortality for bycatch have been a source of testimony from both sectors managed under the catch sharing plan, as the mortality associated with bycatch may affect what's available for the commercial and charter sector. Due to fishery closures and market impacts, the bycatch mortality decreased to 3% of area-wide mortality in 2021. Throughout the rest of the time series, bycatch mortality ranged from 7% to 14% of area-wide mortality. This is primarily from trawl fisheries, with hook and line fisheries a distant second. There are Gulf of Alaska halibut prohibited species catch limits set for the trawl and hook and line sectors. In 2014, both sets of PSC limits were reduced under Amendment 95. And then you can see in the figure as well, subsistence harvest in 3A continues to make up a pretty small portion of the area-wide mortality. Okay, in this section, I just wanted to provide some information on what the allocations are and the charter management system that was created by the catch sharing plan. Table 7 and figure 15 in the paper show the allocation structure for 2C, commercial and charter fisheries. The proportion going to the charter sector is greater at lower levels of abundance and lower at higher levels of abundance. So you can see in the table and in the figure, it goes from 18.3% to 15.9%. The flat parts in the allocation were included to address this issue of vertical drop when the allocation percentages change. The concern was that there would otherwise be some scenarios where a higher combined catch limit would actually give the charter sector a lower amount of pounds. The objectives that I pulled out of the council problem and objective statement, as I mentioned, speak more to the management structure. So this section of the paper also includes a summary of the council's rationale for the allocations it chose. For Area 2C, the allocations that were established in 2008 when the council first attempted to take final action on the catch sharing plan, but they were adjusted for conversion from the statewide harvest survey as the primary data source to moving to logbooks. There was an adjustment factor included, which also included removing harvest attributed to captains and crew, which was no longer permitted under the catch sharing plan. Table 8 demonstrates a time series of the combined catch limits for 2C, which includes projected discard mortality for both sectors. For 2C, throughout this time period, the combined catch limit has been less than 5 million pounds, except for 2017. So, except for 2017, we've been at step 1 of the allocation. In 2017, with 5.25 million pounds, we were at step 2, or tier 2, which represents a set mortality limit of 915,000 pounds for the charter sector. Table 9 and figure 16 show the allocation structure for Area 3A. As you can see, there are 5 steps in this allocation structure. For Area 3A, the allocations were based on the 2008 allocations with a 3.5 percentage point increase to the charter sector's allocation at the 2 lower tiers of the allocation, so step 1 and step 3. The council member stated in its rationale that the preferred allocation for 3A closely approximated the charter sector harvest in years prior to the 2012 final action, adjusted for conversion to logbooks and the moratorium on harvest by skippers and crew. Well, this approach was more attuned to the historical harvest of this sector in this area. It wasn't intended to insulate the charter sector from more restrictive management measures with declines in the combined catch limit, which did occur in the very first year of the catch sharing plan with a fairly drastic decline in FCY. The council acknowledged it was recommending different allocation structures for Area 2C and 3A, citing distinct trends both in area-wide halibut abundance and in recent charter fishing efforts. In Table 10, you can see the history of the distribution of the combined catch limit, or 3A. The level of allocation has been more variable here, oscillating between mostly Step 1 and 2. In 2021, based on a combined catch limit of 11.14 million pounds, 3A reached Step 3 of the allocation. And this is where the charter sector has 17.5% and the commercial sector has 82.5%. And I will note, too, this is also where the allocation structure lands for 2022 as well. So again, the paper has some description of the council's rationale and a very short summary of some of the public testimony that was received from the commercial and charter sector during the allocation discussion at final action. The catch sharing plan created more than just an allocation structure and the opportunity for gaps. It also created a new management system for the charter sector. The previous guideline harvest level system was a benchmark, but it wasn't a hard cap, and there was no response mechanism when the GHL was exceeded. And it was exceeded numerous times, sometimes by substantial amounts in 2C. During this time, there was a delayed feedback loop of measures that were adopted in 2C by multiple regulatory agencies and during different times of the season. There's an example given in the paper that talks about an overage that happened in 2004, and it was a number of years before any type of changes in management measures occurred, and at that point, the fishery was at a different state. So particularly in these times of significant overages, the commercial sector felt this to be a continuous reallocation of harvest opportunity. And under the catch sharing plan, a new management system was adopted. The council involved in this management system, which is described in the paper, and I have it in diagram form here. I'm not going to walk through each step since the council participates each year. But the big difference versus the previous management system under the GHL is that the projected charter removals are now assessed every year by ADF&G under different combinations of management measures based on the possible mortality limits that could be set at the IPHC meeting. Ultimately, the management measures are established through IPHC regs after acceptance by Secretary of State and with the concurrence of Secretary of Commerce, NPFMC publishes the measures in the Federal Register for each area as part of the IPHC annual management measures. I have some GAF metrics to show demonstrating participation and characteristics in the GAF transfer later in the presentation, but here to simply describe what it is. The Guided Angler Fish Program was established as part of the catch sharing plan. It allows limited annual leasing of halibut IFQ to be converted into GAF, according to the table in the slide. A GAF can be used to retain a halibut that might otherwise not be able to be harvested due to charter halibut management measures, and this is up to 2 fish of any size. And there are transfer limits both for the GAF permit holders and the quota shareholders. In 2016, the council also approved a program that would allow long-term compensated reallocation of halibut quota share from a commercial quota shareholder to the charter halibut sector as a whole, the recreational quota entity. Under this program, any halibut quota share purchased by an RQE may augment the apportioned pounds of halibut for the charter catch limit for that area in that year. which can be used to relax annual charter management measures up to the allowance for the unguided sector. The rule became effective in 2018. In 2020, NIMS approved an application for the Catch Association to serve as the RQE. The RQE hasn't yet purchased halibut quota share, primarily because it hasn't yet established a long-term funding mechanism. Charter representatives have identified the charter halibut stamp as the preferred funding mechanism, but as you may recall from our discussions under the recent analysis for RQE funding mechanisms, for a federal requirement to create such a stamp requirement requires both congressional action and federal rulemaking. The council is tentatively scheduled to take up final action in April on a funding mechanism for the RQE. There's also a bill in Congress that's seeking to provide this authority. And just a note too, especially based on our discussions during the work plan stage, but if the council decides to move on to step 3 of an allocation review and identifies reallocation alternatives, that analysis will need to consider expected cumulative impacts of annual leasing through the Gaff program, the potential for compensated reallocation available through the RQE, and any additional reallocation under consideration cumulatively. That analysis would both take into account available opportunities and the status of these programs. Okay, the next part of the presentation covers the sector profiles. This section is similar to what was provided in the BSAI Pacific Cod allocation review. It was a suggestion from the SSC as a way to provide quick graphical information on the use of halibut within the sectors. We use broad categories of similar dashboards between the sectors, but I just wanted to reiterate that in most cases, the metrics used under each category are not equivalent. While these metrics all broadly measure things like types of participation, there's different assumptions built into the numbers, and individually they represent different types of information. So the point of these metrics is really to help understand within sector trends. They're also certainly not all encompassing of the ways in which individuals and communities benefit from and are impacted by access to halibut in these sectors. And we cited some of the recent and ongoing research which is being conducted on economic impacts and marginal values associated with halibut. And I expect if we do move to a step 3 where we're looking at a different allocation structure, some of this research will become part of that conversation as well. And as I mentioned, we also included metrics for the Gaff program since this was adopted under the catch sharing plan. And there's tables corresponding with all the dashboard metrics included in the appendix. In the interest of time, I wasn't planning to walk through each one of these figures. I primarily just want to talk about the allocation and use figures. We also had some public testimony on the value figures, so I'm happy to talk more about those if there's additional questions about them. Here are the dashboard metrics for the Area 2C commercial fishery. Under allocation and use, it's important to understand that the metrics change throughout the time series before and after implementation of the catch sharing plan. And this is the case for both the commercial and the charter allocation use figures. Before 2014, we're looking at IFQ TAC relative to IFQ landing. After 2014, since part of the catch sharing program was separate accountability for discard mortality, when I say allocation, I'm referring to both the IFQ TAC as well as projected discard mortality and comparing that to IFQ landing plus estimated discard mortality. And there's a caveat here that the discard mortality estimate also includes discard mortality from research, the set line survey, and for 2C, discard mortality from the Metlakatla fishery. I wasn't able to disentangle those sources at this time, but it's a pretty small amount. And so, for example, in 2014 here in 2C, when you see a slight overage, in the allocation that has to do with greater than projected discard mortality. Otherwise, for both areas, there's a fairly high level of precision in the harvest of the commercial allocation. This is one of the benefits of the IFQ program structure. Area 2C is consistently used between 94% and 100% of its allocation. Also important to note, for both areas, there's been substantial decline in the pounds available for harvest since the mid-2000s. In 2021, in the 2C IFQ TAC was about 1/3 of what it was in 2006. And this has greatly affected participation and value in the fishery, as you can see in other metrics. And then just briefly, I will note too, with the value metric, here for the commercial sector, we're looking at ex-vessel value and ex-vessel value per vessel. And I do want to highlight this is not the same value metric used in the charter dashboard figures. We are inherently representing different values here. And I think if we, given the different natures of the sectors, it's very unlikely we could provide equivalent metrics. And even attempting to provide comparable metrics, we would really need to be very deliberative in creating clear justification for each step and what's included and why it's comparable. We really don't go to that level here. As was highlighted in the SSC report, there are, SSC had some suggestions for ways which some of these metrics could be improved. And there's certainly other types of information that could be included, as I mentioned, to highlight other stories and trends within the fisheries. Here are the metrics for the 3A commercial fisheries. Again, pretty high level of efficiency in harvesting the allocation. Area 3A typically uses 99% of its allocation, but it's ranged from 95% to 103% when discard mortality was included. In 3A, the commercial mortality limits continued to decline until 2014, at which point they've been somewhat stabilized between 2015 and 2021 with an average of about 8 million pound allocation. Here are the Area 2C charter held metrics. To really understand the context of the allocation and use in the charter sector, it's helpful to have the history of management measures on hand. I have them on the next slide, and so I'm going to jump back and forth a little bit. Pre-catch train plan, in this time series, the charter sector was under the GHL management. Again, the GHL allocation doesn't account for discard mortality, whereas post-catch train plan projected and estimated discard mortality are now included. The charter yield from 2C exceeded the GHL each year between, it's not shown in this figure, but 2004, when the GHL began, through 2010. In 2008, the sector harvested 114.7% over the area GHL. As the GHL alone didn't appear to be constraining harvest, NIMS and the IPHC implemented a variety of additional management measures in an effort to keep the fishery within its GHL. In 2008, there was an attempt to switch to one fish limit, which was halted due to a lawsuit. In 2009, the 2C fishery officially switched to a one fish of any size limit. But even under a one fish limit, the GHL continued to be exceeded. In 2011, the IPHC implemented measures of one fish less than or equal to 37 inches with no harvesting by skippers or crew in 2C in response to the continuous overages in the sector. In that year, there was substantial decline in charter held effort with a total harvest of 32% of what it had been in the previous year and 56.3% under the GHL. So in 2012, the new process began, which was later adopted in the catch train plan, of projecting effort and comparing that to mortality limits in an effort to use the allocation more efficiently. And so you can see in that allocation and use figure, in 2012 and 2013, 2C was within its allocation in both of those years. And became increasingly more efficient at using that allocation. You can see under the history of management measures, throughout the catch sharing plan, 2C has been under a reverse flat limit, allowing either one fish under a certain size or essentially a trophy fish. Emergency action in 2020 relaxed the management measures because of the expected impact of the pandemic on tourism and angler effort, and Area 2C still came in 38.1% below its allocation. In 2021, there was an expectation that since we're still under a pandemic, angler effort would be down. So measures chosen were more relaxed to account for that expectation. In reality, harvest was near or greater than pre-pandemic levels in 2021. So removals exceeded the allocation by a preliminary estimate of 42.5%. In the appendix, we also include some of ADF&G's figures on harvest effort, HPUE, and mean weight by sub-area, which I think can be very illuminating because some of the sub-areas in both 2C and 3A have their own distinct trends, which can tell a slightly different story. These are the 3A charter metrics. 3A has been on average 10.5% over its allocation during catch sharing plan management, excluding 2020 and 2021, and over its allocation in most years of the catch sharing plan. From 2006 to 2013, 3A removals were an average of 13.3% under its allocation. However, the 3A charter sector had operated under a 3.65 million pound allocation up until 2011. By the first year of the catch sharing plan, the allocation was less than half of that amount at 1.78 million pounds. So you can see in the history of management measures, prior to the catch sharing plan, they were under 2 fish of any size up into 2013. And that means the area has had increasingly restrictive management measures, except for an additional Tuesday open in 2019 and less restrictive measures under the COVID-19 pandemic. The suite of additional management measures in 3A over a short period of years increases the challenges of predicting harvest and average weight, particularly when tied to likely changes in angler behavior. And again, I'm happy to discuss any of these other dashboard metrics here if there's any questions. Otherwise, I can move on to the Gaff metrics. I previously described what Gaff is. Here we demonstrate some characteristics of use and transfer. These metrics are all from the annual NPFMC Gaff report. So just some points to highlight here. The Gaff metrics demonstrate limited use. However, some operations have incorporated Gaff into their business, more so in 2C than 3A. And this can be seen based on participation in terms of Gaff transferred and harvested, and in particular with the number of Gaff permit holders. So, for instance, these figures demonstrate that between 2014 and 2021, the maximum pounds transferred in 2C in 1 year was about 97,000, which represents 1,600 fish, and represents 2.7% of the Area 2C IFQ TAC in that year. Throughout this time series, 2C charter anglers have harvested about between 27,000 net pounds and 77,000 net pounds of IFQ as Gaff. Gaff permit holders are a subset of charter halibut permit holders, so you can compare the two numbers. In 2C, a maximum of 10% of the charter halibut permit holders participated in 1 year. And this is in contrast to 3A, where use has been much less, and it's primarily made up of self-transfers. Between 2014 and 2021, the maximum pounds transferred in 3A as Gaff in 1 year was about 13,000 pounds, which is 338 fish. which represents 2.2% of the Area 3A ISQ TAC in that year. Overall, 3A anglers have harvested between 2,000 net pounds and 11,000 net pounds of ISQ as gaff. And that represents, there's been a maximum of 3% of the charter halibut permit holders participating in this program in 3A. The lack of participation in 3A is despite lower gaff prices in 3A relative to 2C. For both areas, the weighted average price per pound has consistently been between $4 and about $5.75 per pound. But given the higher conversion rates for 2C, this tends to make gaff overall more expensive in 2C. So comparing $360 a fish in 2C to $210 a fish in 3A on average. But some of the different use in the different areas might be explained by the different products that's being purchased with the use of gaff in each area because of the management measures that they're exempting themselves from. Because the different suite of management measures that apply in 2C versus 3A. Another aspect that we discussed briefly in the document is among some of the reasons that we expect participation to be so low, it might have to do with negative perception of the program among the charter sector, which existed even prior to implementation. There were many concerns expressed from the charter sector representatives during the implementation of the catch sharing plan about the program and how it would operate. We also have a short section in the paper that highlights some of the ideas and feedback that NIMS received over the course of the program so far. And if it was a high priority for stakeholders in the council to make the program more appealing and useful, there could be some things that could be considered. For example, reducing transfer limits, creating more of an opportunity for charter operators to buy quota share and self-transferring, reducing reporting requirements, things like that. Okay, the final primary section of the presentation, we're going to cover the catch sharing plan objectives that were stated at the beginning. So number one, create a management regime that provides separate accountability for each sector. The catch sharing plan incorporates the charter sector into the combined catch limit, and it incorporates projected discard mortality for each sector separately under its own allocation. So it does appear to the analysts that this objective has been met. The second objective was management tools and season length should be established in the year prior to the year in which they would take effect, and that the tools selected and season length should not change in season. Unchanging season length and not having in-season management changes for the charter sector was identified as a priority during the development of the catch sharing plan. The management cycle ensures measures are established prior to the charter season, although using the IPHC process where meetings typically occur in January means that technically they're not established in the year before the season. The season lengths and management measures haven't changed in season with the exception of emergency action due to the pandemic. So in assessing this objective, it appears the program has generally addressed the objective of no in-season management changes in the system except for the first year of the pandemic. And it sets the measures prior to the season, but not in the preceding year.
Ms. Perriman, before you move on, I want to remind members of the public to, if they wish to sign up to testify, to please do so prior to the end of this presentation. And with that, back to you. Thanks, Ms. Perriman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So objective number 3 is to evaluate its success in achieving the sport charter sector allocation and specific needs for predictability, advance notice, and season lengths each year, and adjust management tools as needed. We're going to talk about achieving the sport charter sector allocation in the next objective. So focusing here on predictability, advance notice, and season length. The catch-sharing plan management has established a more predictable process for changes. When you look at the GHL prior to the catch-sharing plan, 2C had management changes in season from multiple regulatory agencies. The system had a delayed feedback loop of action relative to overages, and it was inefficient in that there were substantial overages and underages, particularly in 2C. However, management measures now change every year, and those measures are not known until the IPHC meeting. And under the GHL, 3A consistently operated under a two-fish of any size limit, and under the catch-sharing plan, the measures have changed every year. In 2C, measures had changed occasionally under the GHL, and again, they change every year. Restrictions could be substantially different from the previous year, depending on the TCY set at the IPHC and the projected removals. And I think a good example of that is the suite of measures recommended by the Charter Halibut Management Committee for 2C this year. Measures could have been substantially different depending on where the TCY had landed. I do think this objective is a bit more subjective. I spoke with some of the charter stakeholders on the issues of predictability, advance notice, and season length, and some things they highlighted were a few different levels of instability. First, for uncertainty in the upcoming year. Although the measures are established before the season, if a client wants to book at the time the year before, when they're actually fishing, the measures aren't known, so it's not known, especially in 3A, for instance, if there's going to be a day of the week closure, but the measures in general aren't known. So there's uncertainty for the upcoming year, but there's also uncertainty in long-term operational planning. If the measures are going to be quite a bit more restrictive and restrictive for a longer time, an operation might change their business strategy to market towards different types of anglers. There's some anglers that are very interested in filling their freezer, and there's some that may be more willing to go out on a trip and catch a smaller halibut. And there could be different strategies in marketing towards those types of anglers. And when the management measures change each year, that makes it difficult to know whether to invest in that type of different marketing. So that's another type of uncertainty that occurs within the operation. And then also in terms of management process, it's a pretty compressed time frame between when the Charter Halibut Management Committee meets and when the IPHC meeting happens. So it's a compressed process that doesn't afford much opportunity for evaluating management options. So again, I think this objective is more subjective. Whether it's been addressed, impacts of the catch-sharing plan may be perceived by charter representatives as less stable. Objective 4 is to ensure the charter sector is held at or below its allocation, recognizing there may be annual underages or overages. And we discussed this a bit when we looked at the dashboard metrics. 2Cs remained at or near its allocation in most years, with the exception of 2021. On average, excluding the pandemic years, it's been 4.5% under its allocation. Prior to the catch-sharing plan, 2Cs had a pattern of exceeding the GHL, sometimes by substantial amounts. However, predictions may become more difficult in 2C with the adoption of measures that differ from the preceding year and depend more on angler behavior. And that could, in particular, occur if the TCY is much lower or much different than it's been in previous years. In 3A, there's been overages every year except 2020. On average, excluding pandemic years, 10.5% over. Predicting removals in 3A has proved to be more difficult due to the uncertainty in angler response. And you can see in table 18 and 19, it demonstrates predictions relative to estimated removals. Measures often incite a behavioral component, and thus the biggest challenge for accuracy is the uncertainty in angler behavior. It's not expected that these overages will harm the long-term sustainability of the stock, but they could have short-term impacts on availability for other sectors. The council's objectives state that the catch-sharing plan was expected to produce both overages and underages over time, but it didn't dictate what level was considered too high or too low. So again, I think the program's success or lack of in this area is pretty subjective. Overages have occurred under the catch-sharing plan, and predictions have not been more consistent. They haven't been consistently more accurate over time. There isn't a direct consequence for an overage or underage, but the catch-sharing plan provides a response mechanism, as any increase in projected removals for the charter sector would affect the charter allocation in the following year. The council and the IPHC could use this management system to be more conservative, either by choosing measures that are easier to predict or potentially including a buffer when evaluating expected removals relative to mortality limits in a given year, if that was warranted. So it's subjective whether the overages and underages that have occurred are too much, as the council didn't define a specific level that was acceptable. The allocation review is also meant to highlight factors that have changed since the allocations were set. There have been many. This list is certainly not comprehensive, but we just highlight a few in the paper, including aspects of the IPHC management and assessment process, some recent council actions. The council has approved RQE. There was a charter halibut permit renewal action, which was implemented. On the commercial side, changes to medical transfers and beneficiary designations. There's also been a lot of discussion papers that have examined different changes in both sectors. For instance, looking at latent capacity of charter halibut permits, looking at the rental boat sector, ISQ access opportunities, discussion papers on the commercial side. There's been additional literature that's published within this time period. And we also have increased experience and knowledge on how the program has operated. And there's been significant external and global changes that have had implications for both sectors. So in terms of next steps, the council should consider whether to accept the review or recommend additional changes, and then also to determine whether to further consider allocation decisions, any other broader programmatic changes within the council's authority. And if the council chose to move forward on either of those, it would trigger an additional analytical step that could be initiated as a discussion paper or as an analysis, depending on how clear alternatives are. And Mr. Chairman, that is the end of the presentation. I just wanted to acknowledge contributions and the review that I received from very helpful people, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Marion. Are there any questions? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Ms. Marion, for an excellent and informative report. My question for you goes back a few slides, and it was a statement that you made regarding the overages in 3A, and you said that the overages could have impacts on other sectors in the short term. And it took me a while to ask the question because I was trying to think of how the overages like we've seen in the catch sharing plan in Area 3A might impact other sectors. I had not given that any consideration in the past. Just wondering how that would work.
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, that's a good question. And I think the response is complicated because it also depends on decisions made at the IPHC. The IPHC's management process is designed to conserve spawning biomass across different stock states. So long-term overages would be built into the system and accounted for in the stock assessment, but it would mean that there would be less available potentially for use in other sectors. In the short term, it sort of depends on whether there's overages in other sectors as well. I think the IPHC is particularly looking at coastwide mortality. And I think there was a slide from Dr. Stewart that showed removals in coastwide mortality relative to the projected mortality and the limit overall. So I think that's a part of the equation, is if, for instance, another sector came in under their projected removal, then in terms of what's available, it might be kind of a wash, but it might still end up within the conversations of IPHC commissioners. If you see a significant overage, for instance, in one sector, then in the next year, that might be something discussed at the IPHC. If a number of sectors are over, it could really impact the stock and what's available for other sectors as well. So I think I think it could happen in sort of two different ways, both in terms of a practical sense of what's available on the grounds for fish, but also in a sense of the negotiation process at the IPHC and, seeing overages in one sector might be something the IPHC commissioners would take into account when considering TCEY.
Thank you, Ms. Marinan. And I guess reflecting on it further, if the overages pushed Alaska over their allocation, then it would create a real problem with the IPHC. So I understand and appreciate that. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Mesereau. Further questions, Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Marinan. I have a couple of questions about the dashboard metrics, and I really appreciate you bringing these forward from the Bering Sea Aleutian Island Pacific Cod Allocation Review. And can you just remind me on the value dashboard for the charter sector in both areas, what is the source of that information?
Sure, through the chair. Let me go back to the figures. So for the value figures for the charter sector, there's kind of a lot to explain here. We don't have, there's no easy way to calculate gross revenue for the charter sector. We don't have an annual census data collection for price or revenue information. So as you can see in the document, there's a lot of description and caveat around how we created this and what's included. Essentially, what we have here links the number of angler days, and you can see that metric in the bottom middle figure with a price. And the prices that we used are represented in table 17, page 66. We first categorized halibut trips according to trip length, so how many hours were recorded in the logbook. And that's also depicted in the diversification figure in the bottom left-hand corner. So we categorized them according to half day, three-quarter day, full day, overnight, or multi-day. And table 17 also shows how we're defining those, which, big caveat there is I'm sure that operations define those types of trips differently. And then we adopted a price associated with different categories of trips. And that price information came from the 2017 Alaska Saltwater Sport Fishing Charter Business Survey that was administered by Alaska Fisheries Science Center. We used population level estimates of average reported price from halibut trips, multi-species trips, and two-species trips to the extent that these estimates could be produced for each category. So angler days in our pricing structure was used to identify an estimated gross revenue. And so, as you can see in the document, there's a lot of description there on the kinds of things we expect aren't included in this value. For instance, sometimes I think operations, if anglers are taking out a private boat with just people they know, they might pay a premium for that trip. So that value is not represented here. There's no values represented with lodging or food or beverages or anything like that. And it's really just a metric that, and you can see that it kind of closely tracks the angler days. So it really just is a metric looking at angler days and tying that with the price. And then we also did it by gross revenue per vessel. Does that make sense, Ms. Baker?
Thank you. It does. That's really helpful. Thank you for walking through that. And then I have a follow-up question, Mr. Chair. You mentioned in your presentation that although the dashboard metrics for the commercial and charter sectors may have similar titles, in most all, if not all cases, they're not directly comparable. And that's a common caveat we hear from staff, of course, when doing these types of allocation reviews, particularly between a commercial and recreational sector. And you mentioned as well that the SSC provided some suggestions for these dashboard metrics that potentially could be rolled into this review or for future reviews. My question is, were any of those suggestions related to ways to potentially make the comparison of key commercial and charter fishery metrics more comparable? You spoke to the difficulty, particularly of comparing revenue or value. Did the SSC provide recommendations on that, or were they more strictly associated with the particular metrics you have here in this review document?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Baker. So one of the suggestions they had was maybe use different titles for the metrics, which I think is a great idea, because looking at value and value, you might think that they are equivalent. So maybe just using a title that describes what it is meant to be. But we didn't walk through how to make them comparable. I heard Dr. Dressel mention, if we're going to do a next step of this where we're looking at a different allocation, perhaps going back to the SSC and getting some guidance on how to make them more comparable would be a good discussion to have. But they didn't feel like at this stage of what the review is, we needed to go that far. And they agreed, I think, they agreed with me that equivalent would be near impossible, just given how different these sectors are and the different types of values that they're producing. But if you're trying to do something that's comparable, you really need to go through and think deliberately through these decisions. One thing that was brought up in public testimony is including first wholesale price, because some charters include the value of processing in their trip price. And I think that's true. I think there's also charters that don't include processing in their trip price. And there's another business on shore, and anglers can bring their fish to that business and get it cut and packaged and processed, and that's a whole separate transaction. So we really need to think through each of those things and figure out, if we have an idea of how many of the charter operations do have processing included in that price and what that represents, and whether we're creating something that's comparable or as comparable as it can be. There's a lot of decisions that would need to be made to attempt to do that, and understanding that we're not going to do it perfectly because of how different the fisheries are. But I think just the general advice about using different titles for the figures to highlight that they're not meant to be the same thing, is a good first step here. And if we're doing another stage, we definitely need to put more thought into that.
Great. Thank you for that explanation, Ms. Marinan. Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Mesereau?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Marinan. After this discussion, I was looking at the 2C charter halibut dashboard metrics, and my question for you is about participation and value. And I started thinking about that during your conversation and remembering that it was difficult to quantify the costs associated in the ABM action with deck sorting and how much loss there was to still achieve a good amount of value out of the fishery. And what I'm wondering is, do you have the information, should you be asked to look more closely at it, to take a look at participation and value and to determine if maintaining stable participation with declining value to the trips, declining bag limits, are you able to look in the economic data and see if the 2C charter fleet has been spending significantly more money to try to attract clients, which then would actually lower the value of their trips or lower the profit of their trips? I don't know if you had to, is that information available, or is that just we don't have enough economic data to be able to see if the way that participation has been stable in 2C, if it's a result of greatly increased advertising and marketing expenses, or if it's a function of anglers willing to just go fishing regardless of what the bag limit is.
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, participation is something I think we have more information on. And these participation metrics are similar metrics that you've probably seen before from ADF&G. Value is a very difficult one because of the lack of information. As I mentioned, we use the Alaska Fisheries Science Center survey. Those surveys have been done sporadically over time. The most recent was 2017, and they're voluntary surveys, so not annual census surveys. We don't have participation from everyone, and even the prices that we have used here, one of the big caveats is we use the same price throughout the time series, and I don't know how accurate that is. I don't know if they've changed quite a bit through time. So I think the answer to your question is it would be very difficult for me to say participation has changed in this way because of this factor specifically, not having more value, more price and revenue information from the charter sector, and understanding how diverse the sector is, and having a really difficult time with attributing it to one factor and specifically based on the data that we have, especially because I think people do what they can to try to maintain value in their operations, and so they'll look to what other options they can use, whether it's shifting to a different species or supplementing their income with a non-fishing trip or whatever it is. It's really difficult for me to understand that based on information we have, which is pretty limited. But we can look at trends in participation. It's the value that's, I think, a lot more challenging in the charter sector.
Thank you, Ms. Marinan. That's helpful.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Marinan. My question is on when I'm looking at your presentation, and it's easier for me, I think, just to get these off your presentation rather than the page numbers from the document. But in your presentation on the TCY projections that you give us on your page number 7, and when I look at that, and I'm trying to look at that and compare that to on your projected the ramp on allocations on 2C on page 13 and 3A on page 15. When I'm looking at that, the question I'm thinking about is can we look at that and make an assumption that these allocations are potentially going to increase in the absence of any council action, that these allocations in 2C and 3A could increase based on what we're looking at on the TCEY projections? I hope I articulated that question well enough for you to answer it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Through the chair, Mr. Down. Yeah, I think that's difficult because it again, both depends on what's happening with the stock as well as decisions made at the IPHC. I think council members know the interim agreements for example, for specific TCEY allocations for 2A and 2B, this is the final year for those agreements. And so additional things will be negotiated at the IPHC. And, you know, I guess all I can point to is that there's some optimism with that 2012 year class. So that's potentially a good thing for the entire coastwide stock. And then the trend in how that seems to be shifting back to biological region 3. So that could be good for 3A. But, you know, then you've got IPHC decisions on top of that, which are uncertain at this time. And so it's unclear. And I think I wouldn't be able to say with any level of certainty whether we would be expecting an increase in that combined catch limit benefiting both sectors in 2C in the near future. I mean, 3A, hopefully with an increase in halibut moving into biological 3, but I think it's difficult for me to say with certainty.
Yeah, that's very good. Thank you for that. Thank you for the answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Marinan, one of the things we're supposed to be doing with this review is evaluating the objectives for the program that we set out. And I'm in that section of the document in section 7, and I guess I'm looking at objectives 1 and 2 as the analysis largely saying that we've met those objectives, but being a little bit more subjective when we get to number 3. And I do see that as an issue, that potentially we've created a process that is more predictable in some ways, but less predictable in others for the charter sector. And I don't know that there's resolution to that, and I don't really see that in the document, given the fact that the timing of when the data comes in, the fact that the council needs to make management measures before they know what the allocations are what the biomass is from the IPHC and the TCEY. And I didn't know if there was some place in the document I'm missing any potential remedy or resolution to that type of an objective, where we really are creating an unpredictable environment in some respects for businesses that are trying to market a trip to clients prior to knowing what it is they have to market. And I think the analysis does a good job laying out those issues for us, but I didn't know if there were any potential remedies to that you've seen, or through the Charter Management Committee, or anything that we should be highlighting through the review, given that objective says that we're not really meeting that.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that's a good point. And no, I don't think the paper really highlights solutions to that issue necessarily. Things that I've heard in the past, and this ties into the AP motion, I think, is the possibility of changing the timeline of when management measures are set, trying to do it earlier or have them in place for longer. I highlight at the end of that objective in the paper that one of the challenges here too, in kind of balancing this objective for predictability and advance notice, is that another objective of the council's was to create a capturing plan that requires both the charter and the commercial sector to share in the burden of conservation at low levels of abundance. And so inherently establishing management measures that are unchanging and more stable are going to be at odds to some level with that objective. So I don't know if there's opportunity for some kind of balancing of those two things, and maybe something that looks like the AP's suggestion of thinking about management measures that don't change as often or set earlier. I think those are suggestions we've heard in the past too in charter management meetings, but you're right that I don't think the paper really offers solutions to that, more just points out that that's kind of tension here. And I think it depends on how the council wants to balance those types of objectives.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Any further questions for Ms. Marinan? Okay, great. Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you.
Council. All right, Council, that will bring us to public comment. We can take a morning break, but first wanted to just, let's see how many we have signed up to testify. The sign-up period is now closed. It looks like we have 76 members of the public signed up to testify. And we'll start off after the break with James Kearns, Judy Brackle, and then Mark Carell. And just a reminder for the public that individuals and companies have 3 minutes. Organizations have 6 minutes, and we'll be running a timer on the Adobe Connect platform. I will also be timing from here in the event that there are any lags with the timer system. I'd also encourage you to run your own timer as well. And again, we'll come back and start up with public comment in 10 minutes. So 10:05 Alaska time. Have 3 minutes. Organizations have 6 minutes, and we'll be running a timer on the Adobe Connect platform. I will also be timing from here.
to here in Cordova. And so to provide you some numbers, my quota cost me $328,450, which is more than the cost of my boat. And I had to finance that, which will add at least another $150,000 in interest to this price tag over the next 15 years, making the total cost of my quota about $500,000 when it's all paid off. And interest rates are about to go up. And with the few pounds I was able to get with that in 2020, when we were in step 1 of the allocation plan, my gross income from halibut fishing was $33,000. After paying for bait, fuel, fees, and crew, that did not cover my $30,000 loan payment, which I had to subsidize that year with money out of a failed salmon season. Last year, the quota and the prices were a little better, and we were in step 3 of the allocation plan. But still, after paying for my expenses and making that loan payment, I barely took any money home from longlining. And that's how it's going to be until I'm 50 years old. Until I have my loans paid off, I'm shouldering a lot of risk with an investment like this and working hard every year for almost no profit. From speaking to many of our members, I can assure you that my personal example is not unique. All young fishermen who are trying to get into longlining are saddled with enormous debt and either making a living in another fishery or leasing other people's quota for peanuts. And now you're asking us to consider giving up 3% of our catch to the charter fleet for free? I'd love to see the numbers for a charter operation, but I'd be willing to bet that a $500,000 investment into a beautiful charter boat and a charter halibut permit will gross a lot more than $33,000 a year. And I bet you wouldn't be just making your payments until you're 50 years old. Members of the council, this is why it is so genuinely distressing to our industry that we are even talking about the possibility of more uncompensated reallocations of quota in favor of the charter fleet. I have had to work extremely hard for every pound of halibut that I own. And if I want to catch more fish next year, I will have to pay $50 a pound for it and won't have the option of coming to this council and getting 3% of someone else's fish. The catch sharing plan already provides 2 mechanisms for the charter fleet to obtain more fish at fair market value, and those mechanisms need to be used. Since the CSP went into effect, many of our members, including myself, bought quota thinking that the allocation battle was over and that they finally could trust this process here. Members of the council, we ask that you respect the commercial fishermen who are trying to pay off hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of debt in order to make a very modest living catching halibut. The catch sharing plan has met all of the stated objectives. Please don't reopen this can of worms. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corral. Are there any questions? I don't see any questions, Mr. Corral. Thank you for your testimony this morning. Let's circle back around to Judy Brackle. Ms. Brackle, are you with us?
Hello?
Hi.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Okay. May I start?
Please do.
Okay, I have to mute the online thing first. Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. Our organization, Alaska Halibut Forever, has come before the council many times to advocate that healthy halibut stocks should be maintained not just on the macro level, but also in inshore waters important to Alaska communities. Halibut stocks in inshore waters are important to overall halibut production. Unfortunately, management of halibut in Alaska strictly on the basis of broad regions like 2C and 3A is not helpful here, especially now that inside waters are increasingly under pressure by several fishery sectors. Recent actions and lack of actions by the council have resulted in ever more fishing pressure in these waters. Inside waters get gradually taken off the chart in terms of halibut habitat. Fishing effort by both charters and self-guided sport fishing concentrates most heavily on inside waters, and that is in contrast with commercial longlining effort, which concentrates heavier effort offshore. Maps comparing fishing area concentrations by the two fleets were produced by National Marine Fisheries staff. The addendum to C3 RQE public review draft December 2016. The recreational quota entity decision promises to move more halibut catch from the commercial longline fleet to the charter fleet, thus bringing more effort inshore. In addition, the fact that a new, nearly unregulated fishery business, self-guided sport fishing, has been allowed to grow steadily and put more pressure on inshore halibut. These are fishing businesses operating without charter halibut permits, without charter bag limits, without an allocation, and without reporting requirements. And their clients fish very much where residents of local communities fish for their household food. This new self-guided fishery is particularly significant in Area 2C, where our organization is located. We've been talking to the council about this problem for a good 10 years. This shift in effort to inshore also has social equity effects. We know halibut is managed as a national fishery, but it would still seem unjust to take fish away that local communities have long depended on in favor of fish for clients that, at least in Area 2C, are almost entirely from distant parts of the United States. Local depletions are not at all adequately tracked in IPHC data, and it may help that they've added more fishing stations, research fishery stations recently, but I don't know about that. In our area, we see that places that were formerly halibut refuges, because they were difficult to fish even by the commercial fleet because of strong currents and other factors, are now successfully fished by charters, mainly using special anchoring techniques. Fishing these refuges will speed local depletions. You have heard of the phenomenon of serial depletions. These do not show up in catch data because they are masked by the ability of the fleet to adapt until suddenly catch plummets. Double dippers. The self-guided sport fishery already constitutes a reallocation away from basically all the other sectors. As unguided sport fishing with no allowable total catch limit, it comes off the top before the catch sharing plan allocations. It is also a competitor to some charter operations, but other charter operators decided to run both, to run charter boats and self-guided boats, typically providing the self-guided clients with nearly all the services of their guided clients. And in this way, some charter operators have already effected a halibut reallocation for themselves. You can find examples of such on the internet, and we can provide examples. An effort by us and with help of the Halibut Commission to count self-guided businesses show that in 2017 in Area 2C, 173 boats were offered by 43 businesses, and of these, 18 businesses also held charter halibut permits. And is anyone keeping track of this, and is it relevant to the question of shifting more of the halibut allocation to charters? In closing, I would say that the commercial halibut fishery has a long history of recognizing resource limitation. The charter fleet, rather, instead seems to see halibut as a growth industry. So how does the council see it? So I thank you. Goodbye. Any questions, of course?
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? All right. Thank you for your time this morning.
Okay.
Next up is Ian Ivanoff, then Marsh Skeel, then Bob Alberson.
Good morning, this is Ian. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. I guess I will get started here. My name is Ian Ivanoff, and I'm a lifelong commercial fisherman from Kodiak, Alaska. My first longline experience was on my dad's boat when I was 10. and I've longlined halibut for 23 years. I implore the council to reject any action which includes uncompensated reallocation of halibut quota. I began purchasing halibut quota in Area 3A in 2005. Every IFQ purchase I've made has been funded with down payments using a combination of my fishing crew shares and bank loans. I have significant debt on my quota, and most of my quota is encumbered by my bank. Investing in IFQ has not been a slam dunk. Lowered catch limits, added fees, swings in dock prices have been financial challenges. There have been years where my IFQ loan payments exceeded my fishing income. Those years were not pleasant, but the stability of the underlying structure of the IFQ system kept my investment viable and has allowed me to continue to be a small owner in the fishery. As a matter of fairness, it's unreasonable for the council to construct a system which establishes IFQ as valuable personal property only to make rules which would take away that property. By way of example, would council members find it acceptable to lose ownership of their homes to address a housing shortage? And if the response is for IFQ holders to diversify into other fisheries, how is the council proposing to support diversification? And if we are reallocating quota, maybe the council can reallocate crab or trawl quota to halibut fishermen. The council should be mindful of any action which discourages young fishermen from becoming owners in the fishery. I can attest that there have been years where I would have been in an untenable situation with IFQ payments if my quota was taken without compensation, and that accounts for the fact that I purchased at a lower cost than today's prices. Any recent entrant will be significantly strained if the council moves forward with the reallocation. The proposed action will lead to more ownership by wealthy individuals at the expense of new entrants. Uncompensated reallocation will be an added financial risk for any new entrant. Lenders will ask for higher down payments and higher interest rates in the face of an unpredictable regulatory structure. Added costs will be barriers of entry which can only be overcome by wealthy individuals with enough capital to address the new financial challenges. The proposed action will lead to a fishery further dominated by gentlemen IFQ owners using halibut as a side income or tax benefits. Finally, I believe the action will undermine the council's goal of rationalizing more fisheries. Uncompensated reallocation will leave a perception that fairness and respect for rules are not part of the management of rationalized fisheries. If you decide to make the rules transitory, I foresee the council will lose some support for future rationalization. Commercial fishermen, halibut fishermen have endured enough financial hardship. Please do not move forward. Thank you for the time. No problem.
All right. Thank you so much for your testimony. Let's see if there's any questions for you. Okay, I don't see any questions. Thanks again for your testimony and your written testimony. Next up is Marsh Skeel.
Hello. My name is Marsh Skeel. I participated in the halibut fishery since the late 90s as a crew and my family's 2C halibut operation. This is, I feel like the challenges of allocation, the battles in the early 2000s are really hard, and especially in our area 2C, it's now in the time of low abundance. It's difficult to, as many others have testified, to finance and to make buying quota a workable operation unless you somehow have money from other fisheries or another source to even enter into the fishery. And that's been, I would have liked to have bought halibut quota a long time ago, but I couldn't afford it. So, and I also run so that's one thing, one way that I'm involved in the fishery. But the other side is I run a processor in Sitka, Alaska, and there's a huge demand for halibut from Alaska, and we do our best to try to deliver value to our fleet members of creating a premium market for this halibut. And it's really important for the viability of processors to have access to halibut, especially with up and down salmon seasons. It's really important to have like the consistency of halibut coming over our docks, and to get to our members, and then it really keeps people hooked to have halibut. So I would recommend to not reallocate any more quota from the commercial sector to the charter sector. I think the catch share plan works. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Skill. Any questions? All right, thanks again. Next up will be Robert Elverson, then Forrest Braden, then Bill Connor.
So, Mr. Chairman, can you pick me up this morning?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Bob Alverson, and I'm representing Fishing Vessel Owners Association. I also put two attachments, one from Dock Street Brokers that verifies the cost of halibut quota, and a table that was prepared by Kathy Hansen that shows the percentage and values of cost to the commercial fishery between 1% and 5% in both 2C and 3A. The council approved the halibut catch share plan in 2012, and the catch share plan was implemented in 2014. The catch share plan ended 20 years of open-ended reallocation from the commercial sector to the charter sector and included a mechanism for compensated reallocation, what was known as the Gaff program. The council then approved the second compensated reallocation mechanism known as the RQE. The association trusted the council's commitment to the catch share plan as it was a means to an end of the uncompensated allocation mode. The council set in motion a process whereby future allocations would be settled through the marketplace. And at this time, that system looks like it can work and will work with the actions taking place in the Senate, the House of Representatives, passing the RQE. But now comes forward a new ask of a reallocation at the low end of the quota of 1% to 5%. And these costs could be anywhere from $12 to almost $40 million of reallocation between 2C and 3A out of the allocations that people have purchased in 3A commercial and 2C commercial. When the council originally passed the catch share plan, on page 40 when they sent it to the Secretary of Commerce, they stated one of the council's primary objectives in adopting the catch share plan is to create a management program that requires both the commercial and the guided charter sector to share in the burden of conservation at low levels of halibut abundance, which is in contrast to the catch share plan that matches the GHL. So if the council is now going to reallocate at the low end of the quota, that goes against the objective of the previous council's catch share plan. And from my perspective, why would, now that the RQEs are coming in place, why would there be any incentive for the commercial people to activate those RQEs if they've already been held harmless at the lower end of the quota? It just seems that the council is looking at a way to go back on its word from a 2014 action and 2012 action. If you're a young person trying to get into the commercial fleet and buying in at $45 to $55 a pound in 3A, or even higher possibly in 2C, you really have to ask about what is the integrity of the council on this issue. May they come back and say, well, the trawlers need more bycatch, so we're going to take it out of your quota? Are you going to say, well, there was something unique in the charter boat fleet industry, and we need a reallocation? All of these erode the trust in the council process. The catch share plan, in our opinion, works and is set up to work now that Congress has gotten the RQE through. I didn't entirely understand Brian and the AP's motion when he talked about compensating the 2.29 that he was after on the low end. But I do appreciate his offer and his action at the advisory panel. I'm concerned that if there isn't a trigger at the end of this thing and it phased back to status quo, meaning the allocation as of today, there'll be no incentive for the charter boat industry to activate those RQEs. Mr. Chair, that's our comments for this morning. Thank you for taking them.
Thank you, Mr. Alverson. Appreciate the testimony. Are there any questions? Okay. Thanks again. Next up is Forrest Braden.
Can I get a sound check, please?
Loud and clear. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Thank you, Chair Kane and members of the council for the chance to testify today. I'm Forrest Braden for the record, testifying for Southeast Alaska Guides Organization, and we work on behalf of roughly 250 guided sport fishing businesses in 2C that run about 550 charter vessels, and those are pre-pandemic figures. According to tables in the analysis, both the number of 2C businesses and vessels are down over the last decade and a half, and angler days are about the same as they were before the recession hit in 2008. So no net growth in the charter effort for as far back as at least as the analysis takes us. We don't have any major concerns with the program elements of the CSP. The charter fleet might benefit from knowing further in advance what regulations will be for the coming season. So the council could consider a year lag in regulation. But what's most important to us is to have a closer look at how CSP allocations are providing for guided angler opportunity across abundance levels. We've heard from testifiers that initial allocations are working, asserting that they're fair and equitable and that we got it right from the beginning. So maybe that's true. But we believe that the council has a responsibility to look at allocative effects on both sectors in this first-time allocation review. And speaking from a Southeast perspective, it's hard to imagine that the council envisioned guided anglers faced with the kind of restrictions they've seen here in 2C or should see in the foreseeable future and regard them as tenable. The June 2013 CSP analysis that was prepared for the October 2013 final action says a higher percentage of allocation at lower abundance levels is intended to keep charter businesses from being severely restricted at times of low halibut abundance. So 2 years prior to the final CSP action, the council witnessed the effects of a 37-inch max size limit placed on Southeast guided anglers. The council had good information on how Harvest responds to such regulation, with the sector coming in near 50% under allocation. But maybe there was a lack of sense of how we couldn't fulfill angler interest. Maybe that didn't get translated. But the following year, regulation popped back up to 45 inches, which is a much more attractive limit for fishermen. And then you had a stretch again in 2018 and 2019 when 2C charter allocations resulted again in a one fish daily bag limit with maximum size of 38 inches. And the regulation produced an average size fish of 31 inches, which is an inch below legal commercial limit, or 9 net pounds for the region in both years. And Harvest came in at 10% and 12% under. Again, we heard feedback about frustrated anglers and difficulty rebooking as we spoke to our constituency around Southeast Alaska. So our concern is that chronic regulation at these levels will make Southeast Alaska obsolete as a halibut destination for guided anglers. There are more attractive options elsewhere, and a good example is just across the border in Canada, where recreational fishermen can keep 2 halibut under 35 inches or 1 up to 52 inches per day. Without a sizable bump this year above the reference TCUIs in 2C, the charter regulation would have been a bag limit of 1 fish not larger than 37 inches, all Mondays closed starting June 27th, and on top of that, a 3 fish annual limit. And we do feel that these harvest measures qualify as severely restrictive. So I hope you're probably getting the sense, there's a certain point where regulations translate to a product that has no value anymore. And for the sake of communities and national benefit, we feel like we should analyze what might be done to maintain some base level of opportunity for guided anglers in low abundance. Alaska holds the bulk of recreational opportunity for America's recreational fishermen, and half the guided halibut effort in Alaska, at least right now, is in 2C. So the analysis shows that in 2019, 18.3% of the combined 2C catch limit, and these are revenue projections or numbers produced $30 million in gross revenue from the charter industry, while the balance of 81.7% of the combined catch limit produced $10 million fewer dollars from the commercial fishery. And those are from tables 31 and 24. So $30 million is a lot of benefit from a small fraction of the resource, and it pumps millions into the coastal communities in the region. And the charter industry is an important contributor, and keeping it healthy is responsible management. So we feel that further analysis of CSP allocations and the related dynamics could help answer these following questions. What happens to the value of the product in each fishery when there is more or less of it? How do the economic footprints compare of each fishery on local communities? What are changes in net benefits with small percentage shifts between sectors? Are there differential effects of restrictive regulations on charter businesses between ports? Has the Gaff program been an equitable remedy for subsidizing charter allocation? Does the RQE have any chance of solving short-term allocation shortfalls for the charter industry? The NIMS Fisheries Allocation Procedural Directive cited in the analysis provides solid guidelines for reviewing allocation decisions, many of which capture the essence of these questions. And I'd like to read a short paragraph from that directive. It says, allocation of fishery resources is a complex issue facing fishery managers because of the history of the tradition of access to fishery resources, perceptions of equity that arise with allocation decisions, and differences in the economic and social values competing user groups place on those resources. Fisheries management is not static and should be adaptable as environmental, ecological, social, and economic influences change. Allocation decisions need to be considered in the context of adaptive management. So, unquote, we recognize that declining stocks place burdens on all sectors and that most fisheries require heavy investments to capitalize boats, equipment, and gear. Our ask is simply that the Council move forward with a review of the current CSP allocations that meet the differing needs of each industry to shed light on how catch sharing might keep both sectors relevant.
Mr. Braden.
Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Braden, for your testimony this morning. All right. Any questions? Mr. Meekum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Braden, I have a question. You alluded to the issue in part of this proposed analysis to look at, you said equity, I think, about the Gaff program. You mentioned the RQE program. But what I'm taking from what you stated was, I guess, some concern about how useful the RQE program might actually be to address some of these issues of predictability and so on. So what is your I know the previous testifier said that's making its way through Congress. Well, it still has a way to go. But in the event that it did, do you see that as actually being beneficial to achieving the kinds of objectives that you're talking about, or is it unclear to you, or maybe you don't see those benefits? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Meekum. So I'm going to take those two issues separately. I think you mentioned both the Gaff program and the RQE program, and I was around for the inception of the RQE concept, and worked together with staff to push that forward in the beginning, and we're in full support of that mechanism. I don't think we originally conceived of it as being a solution to low allocation issues. It was more envisioning trying to get the charter sector maybe back up to, some regulation that more resembled the earlier regulations that we were able to fish on. So no opposition to that. It's a timing issue. I think that the analysis could shed light on the fact that logistically and mechanically, it cannot be a short-term solution to any low allocation issues that we have. And pertaining to the RQE, the Gaff program, that's a tough one. I think people have been forced to use it just to try to meet customers, but in a sense, there's no harvest privilege there. You're beholden to another sector. It's voluntary program, and there's just no stability, no price stability, no pinning down how that can become a stable part of your business model.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further questions.
Ms. Meekum. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Braden, for your testimony. You were pretty clear that you're recommending that the council move forward with, sounds like, analyzing adjustments to the CSP allocations. But so my question is more process. Is your rationale for making that request more that the CSP is not meeting the objectives identified by the council, or is it that there has been changed circumstances or new information since implementation of the CSP that has prompted this review, or possibly both?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Baker, through the chair. I know that this is programmatic review combined with a possible allocation review. It seems to us, reasonable to take a look at whether allocations are satisfying the differing needs of the industry, and differing needs comes into the analysis, that phrase. I know that originally when the CSP was put together and looked at, we had three different tiers. We had a 0 to 5 million pounds, and then we have kind of a stair step, and we have higher allocations, but it went all the way up, I think, to 14 million pounds. And I don't know that the council considered, based on the information I've seen of what the CSP default numbers would be, like with a fish of any size. I don't think the council considered what this kind of low allocation, what kind of effect it would have on the industry. And we are suggesting that the council goes forward to examine the sensitivity to the different sectors on low abundance, because I think we've got a 7 or 8 year history now. And it would be prudent to kind of see what are the trigger points? What's the tipping point for each industry? How sensitive are they to the different factors, including environmental and stock abundance? And we just think it's appropriate to move it forward, and maybe we'll find that we're where we need to be, but we want to encourage the council to take a look at that.
Thank you, Mr. Braden. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Braden, for your testimony. I guess I'm just looking for a little bit of clarity. I understand from all the written testimony and your testimony as well that we have two paths here. One is the recreational quota entity, which has been passed by the council, and we're awaiting this funding mechanism that's in Congress now. And I guess I'm asking you why, if we look at moving forward some more complete look at allocations, and we're looking at taking final action on the RQE funding mechanism on the April meeting, and should this all make its way through the political process and we end up with a fee collection system that's in place or nearly in place, and an RQE that's passed final action and made it through the Congress, so that we're really faced with a decision of whether we want to let the IPHC continue to settle these inequities like they have been by transferring fish to different areas and making it viable. If we want to just wait and let that continue to happen for a couple of extra years in anticipation that the RQE is going to catch up and solve this thing, if that all were to happen, what's the difference? If it's a matter of waiting a couple of years for the RQE to accumulate a similar amount of quota, or doing it this way, if we're faced with that decision down the road, why wouldn't we just choose the RQE and discontinue this based on the amount of public testimony that doesn't like this and is okay with the RQE doing its job?
Yeah, Mr. Mesereau, through the chair, thank you for the question. I think we ought to be realistic. You could paint a best case scenario of what the RQE is capable of in the near future, and I think you would find that it probably would not solve any low allocation problems. And so I guess that brings the question to, how do we solve low? Do we have them? Are there tipping points in the charter industry? What effect will they have in the short term? And I think part of this conversation needs to center around where we're headed in the near future, and that's part of fisheries management. And we have reference levels that the IPHC survey modeling pops out. There's a big expectation from U.S. stakeholders that we get there. And part of our fear is that these subsidies that have come to 2C that are propping up both Longline and Charter are going to disappear, and that we'll have the kind of management harvest measures that I described in my testimony. And so if you're asking us to, if you're telling us to, kind of hold our breath maybe, and, have a 37-inch regulation with Mondays closed most of the season and a 3-fish ante limit, those are extremely harsh measures. And I think you're going to find that that's going to take a toll on the industry. And so I would say, if we were in a different abundance level or something like that, if situations were different, maybe we could look at a different mechanism. But we don't believe that the RQE is going to solve any short-term problems. And we think it's appropriate for the council to look at whether, if there was no RQE and it didn't exist, that, are things appropriate where they're at?
Thank you, Mr. Braden, and perhaps a closer look at these issues might help illuminate that as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Mesereau, Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Forrest. I wanted to follow up, and I think your answer to Mr. Mesereau clarified things for me a little bit, because you're asking for an analysis of whether the allocation in 2C is appropriate and letting folks, thrive under this new system. And we frankly have an analysis of that. If you look at the metrics that our staff has provided, we can see increasing participation, increasing value, increasing angler days, increasing number of trips, good use of gas. I mean, we can look at how the charter sector is performing under this plan, and we can look at it and use these metrics and see that, frankly, it looks like it's working. And so my question is, what do you think we're going to get out of an additional analysis that we don't already have in these metrics of the health of the industry? Or is it more like what you said in your answer to Mr. Mesereau, that you're speculating that there could be future scenarios that are not viable, and you're interested in kind of preemptively reallocating to address future things that the IPHC might do? So that wasn't a very clear question, but I'm hoping you can help me.
No, Ms. Campbell, thank you, through the chair. I think that's a fair question. I think you can look at the metrics that have been evaluated, and you can apply interpretations to them. I can look at angler effort, and you can say it's increasing, and I can say it peaked in 2006 to 2008, and after a recession, we're finally back up at level where we were before that. I can look at, you can say that the industry's thriving through economics, which hopefully is not a negative thing. But then I could say that we've experienced regulation like we are likely looking at in the near future, or even are at now. And we know the effects. Internally, we have experienced the effects. They haven't been quantified. They haven't been looked at. And I think that those are things that can be explored. I think you can paint a picture using the metrics that have been, provided in this analysis, which, by admission are surface and paint several different pictures. And we'd like to dig a little bit more to find out, how are these metrics actually experienced by the industry? And we just feel like there's a lot more depth to explore there than has been explored.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate the additional clarity. No more questions.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Mr. Meekum, second question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I know I said earlier that was my final question, so I'll try not to violate that rule in the future. Sorry. But Mr. Braden, I can't help but ask this question. You talk about a tipping point, and of course, the tipping point for one group is a tipping point, different tipping point for someone else. But how do you define that? I don't want to put words in your mouth or assume I know what you're talking about when you say those words.
Through the chair, Mr. Meekum, I appreciate the question. I have a unique vantage point. I'll put on the table that I'm both a charter operator and a quota shareholder in 2C. I have 2 blocks of D-class quota. They're fairly good size for D-class. And so I have a pretty good perspective on the effects of current abundance on both sides of the equation. And I am far less concerned about what's happening in my commercial business activities than I am faced with some of the regulation that I've experienced in the recent past, and I suspect is going to be honest as we move towards reference numbers. And to me, I experience, decreases and increase. I have experienced increases and decreases in my IFQs from year to year, and price variations from, last year was a really good year, even though the poundage might have been down some. But I see that, those interannual variations, you kind of take in stride on the commercial fishing side of things. But when you come down to harvest measures in Area 2C and you're trying to attract clients, there's a point where you don't have a product anymore. And that's what I'm talking about, a tipping point. You have people that look elsewhere, or you just lose their interest because, frankly, the nostalgia of going to Alaska, and catching a big halibut or a big salmon or what have you. I mean, a lot of that is the pull, and you get these regulations that are so onerous, it just loses all value to the potential client or your clientele base that you spent years and years building up. So that's what I'm referencing, a tipping point, a trigger. I think that it's different in each sector, and I think it's worth evaluating.
Thank you, Mr. Meekum. Right, Mr. Braden, I don't see any additional questions. Thank you for your testimony this morning.
Yeah, thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Bill Connor, then Casey Knight, then Jeff Wedekind. I'm going to need help with that. Mr. Connor.
Can you pick me up there?
We do. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman and council members. My name is Bill Connor. I have fished halibut since 1975, and my livelihood and family and retirement depend on it. I have purchased 2C halibut quota twice, once in 2007 and again in 2015, trusting the council's commitment to the CSP as the end of the uncompensated allocation. So some of this IFQ purchase I'm still paying on. I realize more than most, since being dependent on the halibut resource since 1975, that the low abundant effects are hard on all being the consumer, the deckhand, the IFQ purchaser, and the charter industry. Since we have been in the low abundant state for several years, making my IFQ payment has been complicated, and 2C is still projected to remain at low levels into the future, which will make payments difficult without giving any quota away. This pandemic has also caused additional complications on payments and retirement contributions. Yesterday, I looked at one permit brokerage site that has halibut charter permits for sale. In Area 2C, there are none listed for sale. There are 9 offers to purchase and 14 for lease from $6,000 to $8,500 a year. There were 12 that were recently sold for from $89,000 to $108,000. To me, this seems like a very lucrative industry if there's no permits to purchase and the prices that they're sold at are as high as $108,000. So does the charter industry really need more handouts? I would suggest if the council decides to take ISQ from the commercial sector without compensation, that a fair trade would be to reduce a charter's 4-pack license to a 3-pack, a 6-pack license to a 4-pack, and an 8-pack to a 6-pack. And any license above an 8-pack, reduce theirs by 20%. Then put it into a pool those licenses, for the commercial IFQ holder only, so they can purchase a charter license and have the ability to have an alternate fishery to diversify into. The funds derived from the charter licenses could then be distributed to the IFQ holder as a percentage to help compensate those that do not wish to buy the charter license. In closing, I would appreciate the council to seriously consider honoring the CSP with no uncompensated reallocation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Let's see if there's any questions. I believe that's a latent hand raised from Mr. Meekum. Let me know if not. Okay. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony this morning.
You're welcome.
Next up is Casey Knight.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Council. Let me get my little speech. My name is Casey Knight, and I'm a 36-year-old 2C commercial halibut fisherman with a young family. Thanks for letting me say something in defense of my business and my family's livelihood. About a month ago, I bought 2 large blocks of 2C halibut quota. I now have 25 years of payments to pay down the $398,000 just in principal on my loan. I make my first scheduled payment next month. I don't have much to say about objectives and national standards because I think that discussion about that just kind of misses the point on this reallocation issue. I'm strongly against, I can hear somebody. I'm strongly against any proposal to reallocate the halibut resource from commercial to charter that does not fully and immediately compensate commercial fishermen along the lines of the Gaff or RQE programs. The council needs to recognize any uncompensated. Can anybody hear that?
Yeah,
talking
Mr.
over me?
I apologize. Members of the public, maybe somebody from Petersburg, please mute your phones if you're not speaking. All right, Mr. Knight, let's keep going. I apologize for that.
Okay, thank you. The council needs to recognize any uncompensated reallocation for what it would be. Theft. If you reallocated the halibut resource without full and immediate compensation, you would be stealing money from me out of my pocket and giving it to someone else. I won't bore you with the math, but between $3,000 and $4,000 would be taken directly out of my pocket annually under a 5% uncompensated reallocation, assuming a stable biomass and dock price. This is based only on my freshly purchased quota and actually doesn't take into account the IFQ charters that I do each year. If you want to take those into account, add at least another $2,000 directly out of my pocket. If instead you want to look at this reallocation idea as a one-time transfer of my wealth to the charter fleet, this would be the same as stealing at least $30,000 worth of my assets. Make no mistake, this would not be a case of stealing from the rich to feed the poor, as the charter fleet might have you believe. I have inherited nothing. I have paid the full market value for everything I own, and I have leveraged my own assets to do this. I have real skin in the game. I have worked, sweated, and sacrificed my body in order to purchase the right to harvest a certain portion of the halibut resource. This is a kind of property right that is supposed to be under the protection of the U.S. government. By what right is the charter sector trying to take away my hard-earned assets? Anything short of full and immediate compensation for reallocating the halibut resource has absolutely no place in the management of a fully utilized resource like halibut. It would be theft, and it must be recognized as such. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Knight, for your testimony, and again, apologies for the interruption there. Let's see if there are any questions. Okay. Don't see any. Thanks again.
Okay, thank you. We'll go back on mute.
Okay. All right, next up is Jeff Wedekind, Tara Mason, and then Victoria Curran. Mr. Not catching you, may need to press *6 on your phone if you're muted on the system. Okay, perhaps staff can work to try to get Mr. Wedekind connected. We'll move on to Tara Mason. I remind members of the public that the webcams are only for council members. Tara Mason, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Tara Mason, and I'm representing my family of commercial fishermen, Charlie, Devin, and Derek. Devin and Derek are our sons. In the beginning of IFQs, my husband was a crew member. He caught some halibut out of his skiff, but he was only allocated a few hundred pounds from those trips, but nothing compared to what the boat owner received. So in order for us to continue halibut fishing, we invested heavily into the IFQ program. We have been through the slight increases, but mostly decreases of the IFQs in 2C and 3A. On table 20 on the allocation review, the highest in 2005 was 10.93 million pounds, and now in 2021, it was 3.6. We've had to adapt to the decreases. We've had to add other fisheries to help pay for our IFQs due to that. My understanding of the CSP's objective was to have both sectors share the burden of conservation. Unfortunately, we are on these times of low abundance, but reallocating from the commercial sector is not in line with following the objective of both user groups being responsible for the conservation. The low abundance hurts us too. Right now, taking from our group the amount of money that would equate to for the other sector isn't fair for the charter sector. We have children that we are trying to raise into this industry, and because of our hard work and purchase of those IFQs and all the other fisheries that we've had to participate in to keep those IFQs, it seems very unfair to take from us to give to someone else when we have children that we are raising in this industry. It's very difficult for the group of people coming up in the future to get into IFQs and catch halibut. There's a lot to it, a lot of expense that goes to it, and we still do it. It would be very unfair to take away from my children and their future of halibut fishing. Do you have any questions?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mason. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Wedekind, Jeff Wedekind, are you connected? Okay. Victoria Curran.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Okay, sorry. I think I muted myself. Thank you, Chairman and Council. My husband owns and operates a longliner in Sitka, making his living solely through commercial fishing for 45 years. I have crewed on his vessel, and my daughter's partner is also crew, is supporting their young family of 4. The staff was thorough in their review analysis. Table 3 in the executive summary makes clear that the program is meeting its objectives. Under Council policy, the 10-year review is not due until 2024. RQE is moving through Congress. The halibut stocks are at low levels, and CCLs will be low in 2C for some time. I do not understand why you would move forward with consideration of uncompensated reallocation under these scenarios, and what you would expect to see in further analysis not already included in this document at this time. In fact, the authors conclude that, quote, any consideration of reallocation would need to consider the potential cumulative impacts of the compensated reallocation that is possible under RQE program, along with the impacts of any new reallocation of halibut harvesting opportunity, unquote. You would be putting the cart before the horse by triggering further analysis without giving RQE time to be implemented and function. We all remember the tough compromises made during the decades it took to pass the plan, and the giving came from the commercial sector. At final action, the charter sector allocation was based on 125% of their harvest, including their exceedance of GHL. In his rationale, Ed Dersham said, and I quote, this was to allow for future growth. There's often talk about the charter business model, but longliners have business models too, and young people have bought quota at great depth based on this commitment. This also impacts longtime fishermen. In my husband's written comments, he details the losses he has incurred through the purchase of halibut IFQ in 2C and 3A over these same decades, including that already given uncompensated to the charter fleet. Well, longliners depend on pounds to earn a living, and the consumer depends on the commercial fleet to provide halibut for the nation. Charter operators market opportunity. The ATP testimony from a longtime 3A charter operator supports this. As he said, he routinely switches within a trip to other species when halibut is limited. The Gaff provision allows clients to purchase additional halibut if that is the opportunity they desire. The analysis shows the plan is working. One of the main objectives of the plan was to have the charter sector share in conservation burden. Considering reallocation now when stocks are low and CCCs are still at low levels is insensitive to commitments, process, and equity. With the 12-year class grows, 3A will get increased in allocation under this current plan. As the AP discussed, RQE is the primary vehicle by which the charter sector can achieve the allocations they want, a provision they requested and supported by this council. Give it a chance to work and further their incentive to get it funded by not simply giving them more fish. Uncompensated reallocation takes any pressure off the charter fleet to get compensated reallocation established, and I oppose moving this forward. We've heard the tipping point argument every single time we've been at the table on this conversation, and yet the analysis shows the charter industry is doing well. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Curran, for your testimony. Any questions? Okay, don't see any. Thanks again. Next up is Ryan Nichols, then Lucas Fordall. Mr. Nichols, we're not hearing you. Maybe a *6.
Yep, I think I got it. You hear me?
There you go. Good morning.
Morning. Hello, Ryan Nichols is my name, and we are here once again discussing the same issues that at the age of 34 seems to be the same recurring issue I can remember for most of my life. As you know, in 1996, a council such as yourself made the rule that if someone wanted to become a halibut fisherman, they didn't have any history in the fishery, and they had to buy into the fishery using an individual quota-based system. No way around it. Whether you agree with it or not, those are the rules, and if someone like me wanted to play, then that's how you did it. Since that time, as the charters have developed, the council has consistently chosen to undermine this program and reallocate fish elsewhere. For me, along with many others, I made a choice. Save my money and buy into the halibut fishery. I was 16 when I bought my first piece of quota and have continued to do so. I live in Southeast year-round, drive an old truck, and I don't own a home. These are choices I made so that I could buy quota and build my business. The last piece of quota I bought was just last year. The reason I did this is that because I want to be a halibut fisherman, and to do so, I have to play by the rules written by the body you all represent today and by the quota. I find myself wondering, why is the commercial fishery being told that they have to buy the right to fish, and the very same people who make these rules turn around and give the fish away to someone else for free? I don't agree with this. I've worked hard to be able to afford to enter into the halibut fishery. Why would you take it away and not require some kind of compensation? In any other business I know of, when you buy something and it's unwillingly taken from you for nothing, it's called stealing. I also wonder why we're even still having this discussion. The charter fleet themselves said they wanted the RQE and to end the uncompensated reallocation of commercial quota to the charter fleet. Yet here we are again hearing the same ask from the charter sector, which is we want more fish, we want it for free, and we want it now. In my experience, nothing is free. On top of that, when the charter sector does go over the GHL, they aren't even penalized. I get that it's a pretty sweet deal for them, but at what point are you as a council going to say no or steer us in a different direction? I thought you were doing this with the RQE, but now I'm really wondering if you'll ever say no to uncompensated reallocation. Because if you do this today, you're setting a precedent that even after passing RQE at this table, which is about to pass through Congress, and after saying you don't want to do this anymore, you're going to keep doing it. My other point to the council is this: I've heard that the charter fleet is demonstrating a need for more halibut due to them going over the GHL. If that's how you define a need, then I can easily demonstrate a need to catch well over the Gulf wide cap of halibut. The only difference is if I go over on my quota by more than 10%, I will get a fine and be held accountable. What it looks like to me is you're advocating to reallocate fish reallocate to what some would call a less sustainable sector, since they had never been managed in a way that would hold them accountable. If history tells us anything, then I have a pretty good idea where you will all land on this. But what I don't understand is why you would start this food fight all over again right now, especially in 2C where people aren't in agreement and there isn't a consensus. So I'll end by asking this: if not now, when? At what point will you no longer consider uncompensated reallocation? Does that point exist? The charter sector says that it isn't until they have an RQE, but they're about to get that. I would ask the council not to take reallocate quota at this time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Nichols, for your testimony this morning. Are there any questions? Okay. All right. Thanks again.
Yes, thank you.
I believe we have Jeff Wedekind connected by phone now.
Yeah, this is Jeff Wedekind. Can you guys hear me now?
We can. Thanks for your persistence.
Oh, cool. Yeah, it was rough, but we got it. My name's Jeff. I'm a sport fishing lodge in Ketchikan. We accommodate 30 anglers, own 10 vessels, and just like commercial fishermen, we have a lot of loans, a lot of employees, a lot of costs, and we spend a ton of money in our community. When we built our lodge in 2005, we could keep 2 halibut any size. In 2011, we watched the 1 halibut under 37 inches, and we did lose clients that year. I'm not sure what the size limit is that people stop coming to fish halibut, but from my experience, it's in that range. It's hard enough to release a 50-pound fish and convince anglers it's for conservation because they just don't understand allocation. But if we have to release 25-pound fish in search of 10-pounders, that's a tough explanation. It turns into a lost client. The future of Area 2C without IPHCs shuffling extra fish into our area looks like 1 fish under 37 with weekly closures and annual limits. We've never experienced that before, and I think at that point, people are going to go to Canada, or they're going to go to 3A, or you're going to see leakage into the unguided fishing sector. And at that point, is Southeast even going to be a viable place where people can go halibut fishing? I don't think they're going to come for that. Do we really want to gamble that away along with our businesses and our livelihoods? The CSP is a good management tool, but one of the unspoken objectives that should be considered is maintaining a viable charter halibut fishery, because without that, the rest of the objectives are meaningless. When allocations were made, we took our best guess at what percentage the charter fleet would need based on projected future quotas. But what if our initial guess was wrong? And at low abundance, it appears to be wrong. I don't think we can sustain a fishery at those low levels. At this time, we're asking for further review. And I think one of the questions we need to answer is, do we want to have a viable charter fishery in Southeast Alaska? And what's the bottom line to make that happen? We've successfully fished within our charter quota since the CSP. We've been mostly under, but that's not the problem. That's not the question. The question is, do we have enough allocation to prosecute a viable fishery in the future? Gaff has been successful for a few of the high-end lodges that have the trophy hunters and the meat hunters, but that's a different clientele. Those are people with deep pockets, and it's the kind of people that we've always we're told we shouldn't try to target. Yes.
Mr. Whittakind, I apologize. Your time is up. Looks like we have questions. So, Mr. Meekum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Whittakind. Couple of things. So I had asked this question earlier to someone else with respect to the tipping points, that was identified, and you kind of talked about it too. So, I mean, is it your opinion that if there was the will of the council to look at an option when they start to look at the social viability of the charter fishery issue, that it's around this one fish bag limit, another 37? Is that your belief based on your experience in the industry?
That it is, and that in 2011, that's when I started losing clients at that threshold. They didn't come back, and there were people that had been coming for a few years, and we were having to throw back. You know, like I said, when you have to throw back a 27-pound fish in search of a 10 or a 12-pounder, that's tough. That's really tough, and that, in my experience, that is where we started losing people. We also lost. We also had the 38-inch fish for a year or two, and that was pretty rough as well. And I've heard some talk that our numbers are up and things are looking great, but I think a lot of that had to do with Canada being closed down basically for a couple of years. We had a lot of people coming to our lodge in the last few years that normally went to Canada, and it was because of COVID and because they've been shut down for a couple of years.
And if I could, Mr. Chair, just one other thing on this viability question. So, the analysis tries to get at this issue of viability in terms of participation and the values and so on and so forth. Granted, there's a lot of confounding variables contained within that analysis. But I'm thinking about the substitutability factor. That's my terminology of what it means to be a charter business. It isn't just a halibut. Right? It's a rockfish, it's a halibut, it's a chum salmon or coho or what have you. So when you look at the value on a revenue basis on for permits, it seems fairly stable. So what is it about the halibut and this tipping point and how that fits into your operation that makes, if you don't have that, it makes it unviable? I'm not quite understanding that picture. If you could weigh in on that.
Yeah, thank you. And through the chair, halibut is a huge component of why people come and fish with us. And recently, for the last 3 years, we haven't even been able to keep a rockfish. They just moved our king salmon release site out of our area and put it on the west coast where the commercial trawlers could have a better shot at it. Chum salmon, we haven't had a chum salmon return in 4 years, and that was after they dismantled the coho hatcheries and turned them into chum salmon hatcheries, so we haven't had the cohos either. So every year there's fewer and fewer fish to catch, especially in our area around Ketchikan. And it's getting tougher and tougher. And halibut is a huge component of our attraction. But when the halibut gets so small and it's not just the halibut being so small, it's having to throw so many other decent halibut back, and people just have a really hard time understanding that. It makes our job really tough, and it's not very much fun either to watch grown men cry when you're throwing back a 30-40 pound halibut only to end up with an 8-pounder. So I think halibut is a really huge component, and we wouldn't lose everybody. We would still attract some salmon fishermen. We're having to go further and further now to find those salmon, but we can still attract some. But halibut is a huge component, and it would be, I guess it's not as much about the individual. It's about do we want to sacrifice QC? I mean, it's one of only 2 areas where people can actually go hire a charter fisherman in Alaska. And that's a huge loss if we get down to that tipping point where people don't come to, or a lot of people don't come to Alaska anymore, or at least southeast to fish halibut.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Whittaker.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was just wondering if you could say a little more about why, if your clients are crying, you don't use the Gaff program to provide some relief on the size of fish that could be harvested.
I've looked into it. Those aren't really our clients that we get. We're going to have to charge them an extra $400 for that fish. That's not something I can absorb internally and just pass that on to them. That's something they would have to pay for. And when you give them that option, at least with our clients, for a $400 fish, that's not the kind of people we attract. There are people that do successfully use Gaff, and those are the high end lodges where you do get the people with a lot of money. Those aren't the people we attract. Our people that we attract, they stay in their own house, they cook their own food, it's families, and they're not gonna, in my opinion, they're not gonna fork out an extra $400 for a halibut. They just really don't have that kind of disposable income.
Okay, thank you for that. And then my second question is, I'm really not clear. This is kind of the same question that I asked Mr. Braden. But do you not have a viable business now, or are you concerned that you won't at some point in the future?
I think most lodges have a viable business now, and that is because, like I said, Canada's been shut down for a couple of years. We've got a huge influx of people that typically go fishing in Canada, but I think we're going to see a lot of those people go back to Canada, especially if we're at a lower limit on our halibut size. And like I said, the IPHC has due to socioeconomic reasons, has shifted some paper halibut into our area, which has brought that lower limit up to 40 inches. But without them, can we count on them doing that? And if all of a sudden there's this push for them to stop doing that, now we're looking at a 37-inch fish. We're looking at day of the week closures. And we're booking our people a year in advance, so it's hard to deal with day of the week closures. And that's going to really turn people off. Those people that have that day happen in their 3-day fishing window, they don't get to go catch halibut. It's going to be another tough thing to explain.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. All right. I don't see any additional questions. I think that's an old hand raised, Mr. Meekum. Okay. All right. Well, thanks again for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Next up is Lucas Skordal, then Paul Clampett, and then Garrett Lambert.
Yeah, you picked me up?
We do. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Lucas Skordal, and I am 38 years old. I've been longlining in Alaska my whole life. The last time I testified to this council was approximately 10 years ago, and it was on this very same issue. Personally, for me, a few things have changed since then that relate to this. One, I have purchased more halibut quota, and it was largely due to the council's decision on the CSP. The bank still holds a lien on all my quota, and I still owe hundreds of thousands. Also, another thing that changed is I have a wife and 2 children at home who I support financially. You probably don't remember me or my testimony, but I talked a lot about how I was willing to take cuts in my quota due to low abundance. I talked about how I understood the importance of those cuts in order to preserve the resource for my future and future generations, like my children, if they choose to be fishermen. I ended my testimony with a question. Have you ever heard the charter folks say anything like that, or do they just want more fish? I've heard some talk about an option to move quota from the commercial sector to the charter sector in a time of low abundance. And then on the flip side of that, in a time of high abundance, to move quota from the charter sector to the commercial. Well, here's the thing about that. In a time of high abundance, business is booming for both sides. So much so that the charter sector doesn't think that they can even catch their entire allocation, at which time they're willing to give the extra to the commercial fleet. Which, yeah, okay, that makes sense. The extra may as well go to the sector that can actually catch it. These are good problems to have. But a time of high abundance is really not what's important here. The issue is we are in a time of low abundance, and business is not booming. And that goes for both sides, and that's why we're here today. So I guess my point is, in a time of low abundance, it's a burden that must be carried by all sectors. To take from me and to give to them, it's just wrong, especially now when the stocks are down. Uncompensated reallocation.
I apologize, Mr. Squirt. Your time is up. I'd like to see if there are any questions from council members. I don't see any questions. Thanks for coming back this morning and testifying with us after a 10-year hiatus. Okay, we are ready to move to Paul Clampett.
Thank you, Chair Keenan. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Paul Clampett. I own the fishing vessel Augustine with my sons, Ben and Jacob, and I'm president of the Sable Fish and Halibut Pot Association, which represents sable fish and halibut pot fishermen in the North Pacific. Our members and my family do not support the reallocation of any more halibut from the commercial sector to the commercial sport charter sector. We recently went through a long negotiation, eventually coming up to an agreement that resulted in the RQE. Even under the RQE, the commercial sector was put under a competitive disadvantage against the commercial sports sector. We'll have to compete against a group that will have tax-free money available to purchase halibut quota. This will add another competitor to the halibut quota, driving up the price and locking out new entrants to the fishery. Both my sons have recently purchased halibut quota, believing that the RQE would satisfy the commercial charter sector insatiable demand for more halibut quota. Well, apparently they were mistaken, because here we are, moments before the RQE is to be implemented, and the commercial charter sector is already clamoring for more. What's upsetting is not that the commercial charter sector is asking for more, but that the council is seriously considering their demands. The council has expressed concern about the problem of new entrants being able to enter the fishery, but then approves actions to make it even more difficult for new entrants. Redistributing halibut quota from the commercial sector to the commercial sports sector makes it more difficult for new entrants. When our members purchase halibut quota, the calculation on whether or not to borrow the money is based on their belief that the halibut quota will be stable or go up. They are paying down their loans, hopefully gaining equity. The loan payment doesn't offer any wiggle room for profit. The profit is the hope in a stable and bright future. A 3% loss in quota is the difference between breaking even or going in the hole. The SSC report suggests that commercial fishers have an easier time moving into other fisheries than commercial sport charter operators. We do not understand where this assumption comes from because it's just false. In order for us to move into other fisheries, it first requires purchasing quota or licenses because every fishery has been rationalized. Also, we would have to buy new gear and equipment and often convert the vessel or buy new vessels because there are vessel size limits in other fisheries. Commercial charter operators are using fishing poles and hooks. They can harvest a variety of species besides halibut. Lingcod, rockfish, salmon are the first to come to mind. It must be remembered that both the commercial halibut fishers and the commercial sports fishers are performing a service for the American public that owns the resource. But not every citizen can afford to hire a commercial charter operator to help them catch a fish. But most citizens can enjoy a commercially caught halibut purchased in a grocery store or a restaurant. I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Clampett. Are there any questions? I don't see any. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Next up is Garrett Lambert, then Mark Guillory, then Jim Martin. Mr. Lambert, are you with us?
Is that working?
Yes, it is.
Reallocation stuff. Very good. Very much appreciated for your time today, Mr. Keenan, and to the council. Just want to say my name is Garrett Lambert. I represent the Alaska Charter Association. I personally operate long-range, overnight, as well as full-day charter fishing vessels. I wanted to thank everyone for all the time and energy that was put into this CSP process, as well as the work done by Sarah. It was very extensive and greatly appreciated. I wanted to keep my comments relatively short and somewhat focused on the main question of whether there's a need to initiate a review. For myself, as well as everyone that I represent in both Area 3A and 2C, we feel that there is that need to initiate a review of the catch share program. In regards to the charter side, I'm speaking on the stability and the predictability of our fishery. Over the years, it's become increasingly more difficult to know what we're going to see year to year, and to know what our fishery is going to look like under changing regulations and restrictions. The CSP is not a broken program. There's a lot of parts to the CSP with good intentions. It was a program that was put into place, knocking on 10 years ago now, under different metrics that are now not necessarily being used at the IPHC level. We've veered away from blue line. Our stock abundance is changed, and honestly, the CSP I don't think was formulated with the thought that we would be seeing the stock abundance where it's at, and knowing that it would keep functioning. We're implementing socioeconomic distributions throughout regulatory areas. I really don't want to go down into the word of reallocation and where that's been beaten in, but that was an argument from the commercial and the charter sector alike, over the past 3 IPHCs to keep the charter sector from collapsing in Area 2C, and again in 2018 for Area 3A. Both sides were very sympathetic towards what was happening there. However, 80% of that shift also, supplemented, the members that had spoken before me, and I can't help but hope that helped them in some way. I also wanted to touch on, before I go back to the stability, was the RQE. I know it was brought up in conversation. As someone that's somewhat involved in listening in on things of the RQE, we need this to work. we want the RQE to work. It's a long-term implementation that we hope will bring that stability, that will help along with the CSP, that will help with our stability. But it's a long-term program. It's something that egg hasn't even hatched yet. I hope it goes through. We all hope that moves forward. We hope it moved forward, 2 years ago, but we need this RQE to work. However, just quick number breakdown. If every participant in 3A, say, put in $10 for every person that came fishing, at the end of that season, we would go to Alaska Boats and Permits, and we would be able to find 2,000 to 4,000 pounds of fish. But say there's an unlimited amount of IFQ available, we would maximize at 17,700 pounds. So over 10 years, that would give us a little over 1.3% of a bump, and which would be amazing. But it's a long-term goal that again, that egg has not hatched. Things that we're looking at in the short term for what would be considered party boat, which make up 25% of Area 3A. A lot of the operators I spoke to said that their business model since the CSP has not been horrible, but they've lost a quarter of their revenue that they used to, which is basically caused the shoulder seasons to go away for those boats, and they park until June 1st to June 8th, and then they'll run until the third week of August, and typically that's where your vessels will shut down, where it used to be in April to October fishery. We're just seeing our shoulder seasons getting kind of chipped away at, and it takes those amount of days that an operator could make a viable business, and it's shortening it up considerably. There's other things I could go into, but I can leave those for questions. But that's really what I wanted to speak about. The commercial sector is also very important to us, and I want to make sure this is not about us versus them. This is about the catch share plan and how it was initially put into action and adopted, and realizing that there is a pragmatic approach looking at how it's performed over the 10-year period, and whether if that needs to be changed a little bit, a lot, or not at all. So really appreciate your time, and that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lambert. Mr. Meekum has a question.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question on this sort of the trigger aspect of revisiting the CSP, and since you represent, your testimony provided, people in both areas, when trying to keep this to the sort of the policy aspects of it and what the CSP says with respect to meeting the objectives around not exceeding quotas, season predictability, predictability of measures, the opportunity to catch fish, and sharing the burden of conservation. When I look at the analysis with respect to 2C, I don't see a lot of compelling evidence or reasons or triggers that would say that we should revisit the CSP relative to that area. I do see some evidence in the Area 3 that there are some triggers that we might want to examine. So maybe you can just tell me, what is the compelling argument that we should look at all areas as part of this analysis, if we're to do it, as opposed to trying to kind of keep to the basic aspects of what the CSP stated relative to the objectives and what the data provides, just from their perspective.
Absolutely, Mr. Meekum. I really appreciate that question. My personal history into 2C is going to be somewhat limited, and I know there will be others behind me that have kind of lived and breathed that, and been a part of the changes for them. What 2C is shown, and through the metrics, a in the triggers is a relative drop in overall charter participation with an increase in recreational participation, pointing to people not seeing that charter as valuable of a commodity, and reverting to their own personal fishing. So your resident participation would decrease, while you may be able to target a different demographic and still make a charter sector work. You're losing the people that initially looked to explore Alaska and Southeast. If you were to overlook your options, it is, in a personal opinion, the least marketable. When you have Canada, you have both sectors to the east and to the west are still under a 2 fish bag limit. It drops the value on what you're trying to market. We've pushed at the IPHC level to follow science, follow the reference TCY as much as possible, but I personally don't know if I could answer that under the same circumstances if I've been looking at a possible 37-inch halibut with multiple closure days, and I have to look someone in the eye when they ask me why can I catch 2 fish over here, and for the same value. It's a slow death for Area 2C's charter sector, and those fish aren't going to be left in the water. They're just, people are going to find other ways to catch them, if that makes sense.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Meekum.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lambert, for your testimony. I just wanted to see if I understood correctly. When you mentioned your take on the RQE, is it that the RQE, you do anticipate that would resolve these issues, it just won't be timely enough, or that the RQE will not resolve these issues at low abundance? And if you need to differentiate that between areas, I'd appreciate that too. Thanks.
Absolutely, and great question. That is likely going to be the $1 million question of this entire piece: is how can we predict something that has not happened yet, and how can we push to see that we are exploring all avenues that can possibly help facilitate the charter sector. Because in a perfect world, we want the RQE to be successful. However, if it goes down the path of how Gaff worked out, I'm more afraid of the success of how that was adopted. Gaff was thought to be a fairly good fix for the charter sector, and it ended up not modeling in any viable way for most operations. Not all, but for most. So the RQE it's been met with quite a bit of support, as you know, through the charter sector. It's something that we're faced with under these low abundance, and we need it to work. And there are aspects outside of our hands that's slowing the process. Where we got together and spoke about the success of the RQE and how we're going to implement through user groups, develop an app off your phone, get with NIMS, and make sure that NIMS is able to work out any details or enforcement in regards to CHP members. There's a lot of moving parts that are being worked out on it. But the problem is that it's not in our hands. If we had that, if I had that ability to see the future on it, I would love to tell you that this is the fix, because that's what it's meant to be. But the success of that and the timing of that that's not something that would be a smart gambling option to say that this will be pushed through this week. This will be implemented and will show a steady increase, because we don't know whether that's going to happen or not. And I'm afraid I couldn't put my name that it's going to happen, but I can tell you that we need it to. and I hope it does. And anything in my power to help move that along, I will. But I cannot speak on something that hasn't happened. So yeah, great question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mesereau. Not hearing you, Mr. Mesereau. Looks like a star 6. Not hearing you. Let's go to Ms. Campbell and then. Oh, there you go, Mr. Miller.
Yeah, I'm sorry, double muted. I got confused. Sorry about that, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Garrett, for your testimony and your answers to the questions. I guess I hear loud and clear that there are two paths to try to resolve this problem. One of them being the RQE, which the council has passed, and we have a funding mechanism that's sitting in Congress, and at some point hopefully will become the law of the land so that we can implement that. And my question for you, Garrett, is this: that I think that the council has gone on the record saying that having an RQE is a more desirable way to settle these sorts of issues, and I think we've heard loud and clear from the commercial sector that given the choice between the two options, that RQE is clearly a better way to solve these issues. I don't think there's any question that that's a more desirable way to move forward. So my question for you is this: if we get to a point where we have an RQE funding mechanism that's passed through Congress, been signed by the president, and we know that in the future it's highly likely that the RQE becomes a functioning entity, would you feel like it would be appropriate, once the council has that information, to favor that over this alternative as a path forward? Should we be able to take a look at this, have these run concurrent, and then when the RQE passes, we have that information in front of us, we go ahead and select the alternative that we've gone on the record for many years of suggesting is a better path forward? Do you think that would be acceptable, even if it meant a slightly extended timeline of a year or two?
That's a great question, Mr. Mesereau, and thank you for that. So I think it's very important to say that they are two separate, these are two separate things in the relation that the RQE is built for my children. It's built to supplement down the road supporting the charter industry during, and I hate to say it, any lower abundance, but at, under an F43 and the work done at the MSAB, we don't know where the fishery is going to bounce, whether it's a little up or a little down. This review is what's speaking about right now. And right now, if we didn't, and this is not doomsday to say, but if we didn't have COVID, Area 3A would have less operations, because there are business models that would fall apart under 26-inch halibut and 2 closure days a week. That's why this is so incredibly important, included with the RQE. That being said, this is, you won't hear a member of the charter fleet that's greedy to the point that, we work in this small box, and when we jump out of that box is where our business models do a very sharp drop compared to less abundance, meaning a higher dock price, to help in some form facilitate a drop in quota. So if I were looking at anything within the next 5 to several years, that I don't know if much of that fishery is going to be what it looks like right now without the implementation of a review into that very question, to be honest.
Thank you.
Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to try to not ask this question of every testifier, but I guess in your case, when you were responding to Mr. Meekum's question, you used the phrase, I'm talking about the 2C charter sector, you used the phrase slow death. And I guess I'm looking at the analysis and I'm seeing we've got more unique anglers, more value, more trips, more days, more vessels in this sector than when the CFP was passed. And so I just am going to need clarity about how you're describing the conditions in 2C as a slow death for the charter sector.
That's a very good point. So when you do look at those metrics, it does look like 2C is making this slow trickle upward. And you know, when you look at the participation of that sector, it's very hard to look at those numbers and then turn around and say, well, how are you doing bad? It's because the exhaust on the entire fishery has been turned around from 2C. They've been forced to implement measures that, you know, and this is not speaking to all users, but just in those that I've spoken to, the recreational sector has taken a good chunk of that overflow. Those unique anglers that are showing up may have been a very short-term increase due to cruise ship attendance, which obviously has seen quite a downward trend due to the pandemic. And I don't know if we're going to see that come back within any time period, but that was more or less a saving grace for large port cities. For lodges outside of those port cities, it's a very, very small niche market of people that have since disappeared from early 2006 and then reappeared as a new demographic, mostly whether it be from Hawaii or from overseas. It's not that they're not trying to survive. They're trying to stay afloat. But I had a conversation with Mr. Braden the other day, and to be honest, I asked him the same exact question because I said, I look at these numbers. Can you tell me why this is not good for, you know, how does this not good for business right now? He said, those numbers don't reflect what I'm seeing, and those numbers don't reflect what I'm dealing with when I have to look at if I had to look at a 38-inch fish and release it. He said, honestly, however this ends up through the catch share plan review, I may be packing my bags and selling off my permit and finding something else to do, and I am not joking about that. And this is someone that's been vested in the IPHC process and CSP process since I've started. I try to side, and I do want to give you a clear explanation of that. But coming from 3A, I can speak much clearer to that. Coming from 2C, this is these are friend-to-friend relations on why we need to help every year at IPHC. I mean, I don't think there's been several years since 2C hasn't been found in a corner.
Thank you. I appreciate your attempt to provide clarity and the fact that it's not your home base of operations. Speaking for myself, I've lived and worked in Southeast Alaska nearly my entire life, so I do have some background in this. And I guess I just, I'll try to stick to questions here, but, we have to look at the data that's in front of us. We're required to use information in making decisions. And that's why I am really struggling with this point. But to move on to my second question, I'd like to ask about the RQE. What incentive does the charter sector have to get the RQE passed, get the funding mechanism taken care of, and actually fund the thing if you can just come back to this council and get uncompensated reallocation anytime you want? Great question. The incentive for the RQE is it has to pass, because as
these growing trends are going to continue. And thank you so much for asking this. The trends that we're seeing in the charter sector is an average change of hands of 6% in charter halibut permits every year. But we're not seeing a 6% drop in businesses. What we're seeing is an absorption of a single business running over an umbrella, stretching what used to be a viable long-term season into a very short-term exploit during the rush of the season. And for the foreseeable future, if you look at all charts shown through IPHC, we are trickling into this want that there's a want for people to come charter fishing, but they can't figure out how to get through the day closures and how to get through certain predictability of knowing our regulations only months before season kicks in. So where I see it going is as many boats being exhausted as the charter halibut permits are available, and that goes into latent capacity and into more crutches. But beyond this reallocation, if this works, we still have to have the RQE functioning. We have to, otherwise we're going to be sitting looking at the same conversation. And if this is an issue in the name of abundance, and that means I have to lose half of my business, I have to cry a little bit on the inside and say that's okay. But if we're able to implement the RQE and do everything we did to make sure that down the road, because down the road we're gonna see this, we have to assume the worst. So it has to work. There's the incentive is, if you want to stay alive in this industry, we need this review to be looked at in a very serious manner, as well as making sure that the RQE goes through. I do not see us thriving without trying to exploit and, forgive me, claw and scratch at every possible resource we have. I do not. Please understand that this is not. If this works, we can slow down on everything else we're doing. We need everything to work for us, and I hope that's understood. That I don't know the metrics that the IPHC will be looking at in 10 years, but I hope that there's more stability given the age classes coming up. I hope the interim agreement helps alleviate some of the stress. I hope Area 4, C, D, and E sees a little bit more stability, because we do affect each other. We do. There are overflow impacts from one sector to another, and I don't know how much longer the IPHC can unburden Area 2C. At that level, I think that's putting a Band-Aid on the catch share plan review situation. So thank you very much for that question.
Well, thank you for your responses, and thanks for testifying today on behalf of all the people that you represent.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is a very long process, and I have a lot of sympathy for both sides. So I do hope it's understood that we're all in this together. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lambert. Don't see any additional questions. Thanks again for all your time this morning. And with that, let's go ahead and take a lunch break. Let's come back at 12:50 Alaska time, and we will continue with public comment. Okay, good afternoon. Council, please come back to order. We are ready to continue with public comment on agenda item D1. First up is Mark Guillory, then Jim Martin, then Brian Ritchie. Just a reminder to testifiers that if the system has muted you, you may need to press *6 to unmute. And with that, Mr. Guillory, are you with us?
How do you hear me?
Loud and clear. Good afternoon.
All right, good. Hello, my name is Mark Guillory. Thanks for your time. I fish halibut out of Sitka with my wife and 2 daughters. We used our savings and borrowed the rest to buy all of our quota. And we spent even a lot more money than that to build a boat that met the specific D-class requirements. This was a family business decision. We thought IFQ was a safe investment. We wanted to invest in something that was kind of local, and we trusted you, the council. We believed that if we fished hard, we could break even in about 10 or 12 years. Nobody ever mentioned anything like uncompensated allocation. And it's hard for me to believe that the council is even considering something like that. I guess my 2 big reasons that I'd give for why you shouldn't give away our halibut are, 1, my family already paid full price for our quota. It's ours. And 2, commercial halibut are a big part of the economic lifeblood that threads through our community. My neighbors, they work in processing plants, restaurants, and fish markets. I've been listening to some of the meeting, and if I understand correctly, the argument from the charter segment is that reallocation is some type of stopgap until the RQE is implemented. And if it doesn't happen, then all their clients will go to Canada. Well, I can tell you that that's not what's predicted for Sitka this summer. We're planning for a tourism boom. I guess apparently nobody's going to Canada. Even thinking about shutting down Lincoln Street here in Sitka to vehicles. Please don't give away our quota. We have invested and worked hard to make family halibut fishing a way of life. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Guillory. See if there's any questions. Okay, I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Next up is Jim Martin.
Thank you. Through the chair, this is Jim Martin. I'm speaking on behalf of the Recreational Fishing Alliance today, and RFA is a national association of recreational saltwater anglers. And the RFA supports a full review of sector allocations within the halibut CSP. And we feel that the motion offered by the AP is not sufficient to meet those requirements of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. Congress mandated sector allocation reviews every 10 years, and the clock has run out. I'm speaking on behalf of RFA today because I might be the only person testifying that has actually paid for a charter fishing trip. So I wanted to give perspective from the client. The weekday closures, all reduce public access, as do annual limits, removing an option for half-day trips, along with limited entry. This all increases the prices of charter boats and reduces public access to a public trust resource. The RFA has supported the concept of the RQE since the beginning And we look at it as a way to regain some aspect of our traditional access to this fishery, which has been reduced for many reasons, including conservation and to maintain a commercial fishery. And I really appreciate the comments of the commercial fishermen and the struggles that they're going through, just like the charter fleet. Just want to give some perspective from the Joe Luck, just the average angler. So a couple of topics that came up. There seems to be three ways to deal with this issue: sector allocation review, Gaff, and RQE. And so let me take Gaff first. So if I go on a charter trip and I catch a fish of a lifetime, but the captain says you got to pay $300 extra for that fish or toss it back, that's not a satisfying recreational experience, and it's just going to turn people away from fishing. I can see how that could be a part of the toolbox charter operators. Maybe you have a group that is willing to pay that extra up front for the opportunity to catch a big fish. I'm just out there fishing for food and fun with my family, so that's not part of what I'm looking for. RQE, again, complements the sector allocation. We really need to take a better look through and more analysis about how this very small allocation to the charter sector from the get-go has affected the industry at this point in low stock abundance. Dr. Ian Stewart talked about how they expect the situation to continue for several more years despite good year class coming in. We all hope for that, but at these times, you're really starting to impact the viability of the charter industry, which is a big part of the whole recreational fishery. I own my own boat, but when I go to other places, I want to be able to go on a charter boat. So I'm a little concerned about the comments, and I, again, appreciate the level of investment that the commercial fishermen have put into this, but these IFQ programs are revocable. They're modifiable. If you look at the original Federal Register, it says that clearly. And oops, sorry about that. And there have been swings and reductions in the charter, in the commercial and charter allocations due to conservation. So I think looking at a small incremental increase in the charter allocation, which would be offset at high levels of abundance, because there's a certain level where the charter sector isn't going to use that fish. And so we can look at sunset dates. We can look at lower allocations at high level of abundance. But I think those are the things that the council really is required to do at this point to get a full review and look at some different scenarios under this situation. So I realize that it's hard for everybody to share the burdens of conservation, and I just think when you have 80% of the allocation, it's the conservation onus is on you. So thank you for your attention. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Martin, for your testimony. Any questions? Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Martin, thank you for your testimony. I'm interested in whether the RFA has taken any position on the RQE as a concept.
Yes, we have. Like I said in my testimony, we've been supportive of this since the beginning when it first came up, and have worked on it. I know supported it in DC. So it's something that it's really kind of separate from the allocation review. It's something that we see as a way to get back to a more traditional and historical level of public access to a recreational fishery.
Thanks. Do you have a sense then of the likelihood that the current version of the RQE will make it through Congress, and about how long it might take at this point to, if it is likely to make it through Congress and get a presidential signature, how long that end of the process might take?
I'm told it's likely, but I've been told that before. I kind of thought that President Trump would sign it, and it seemed like it was a done deal. But then when I saw the rationale for vetoing it, I can't say I didn't agree, because it was tied to another bill that would have had Congress intervening in actual gear types and fishery regulations in what I see as a council decision. So I'm not supportive of those kinds of, politics getting involved in that kind of thing myself. So if I have, if I want to be true to myself, I'd say, well, I can kind of see the point. I was disappointed, and we're going to keep trying to work on it. And if it doesn't work through the congressional, avenue, there's other avenues that we can try that are even more obstacles maybe, but we're not going to give up on it.
Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Twite. Mr. Meekum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Martin, you said it a couple of times, so it could help me to ask the question about a return to historical access. Now, I suffer from being in fishery management in Alaska for 40 years. When I first started with the Department of Fish and Game, I did the first charter logbook program in 1986, 7, voluntary. There were 2 charter boat operators in Sitka, 2 part-timers. And now flash forward, right? This is the way things go. But when you say return to basic historical access, what time frame should we be looking at? It's an interesting statement that you made.
Well, personally, my interest is that, I would like to see us go back to, especially in Area 3, Area 2, to get a 2-fish bag limit. I could see maybe a minimum size on the second one, but we have, 70% of the halibut coastwide in Area 3. The numbers are looking up. I just think that, you're selling some sizzle along with the steak when you're talking about selling charter trips, and it's a long way to get to Homer or Seward from the lower 48 if you're going that far. And, you need that little extra boost to get you going. And when we look at what 2C is looking at, when they're you basically get one minnow that's hard to find because it's the only thing people are catching, that doesn't look good. As you're as a sport fisherman, you're looking at different options. You're looking at, somebody mentioned Canada, and they were looking for 3-fish bag limit in Canada. There's options in the lower 48, and price comes into it. So all these things, and I think the RQE is where we understand the concerns of the commercial sector when they feel like we're just asking something for nothing. And that is the attempt to answer those concerns. But when we get to the point where the CSP allocation split at these low-level abundance has really caused a problem, then you're looking at the viability of the industry, and do I even have access as a person trying to fish in Alaska on a charter boat? They're safe vessels. They're fairly inspected. That's what we're looking for. And, it's kind of like a water balloon where you're squeezing the balloon, you start to see these...
Mr. Martin?
Yes.
Mr. Martin, I apologize. I think you're starting to stray from what Mr. Meekum was asking. So
I think he answered my question. It was not so much a time frame as much as an opportunity clarification. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Meekum. Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Martin, for your testimony. I'm just thinking about some alternative market-based approaches, and one of the concepts that kind of caught my ear during the staff presentation was self-transfers, and I don't know if you've been involved in any of those conversations or have thought about that, but do you have any comments on the self-purchase and self-transfer concept where a charter operator could purchase IFQ and utilize it within their own business model, or a couple charter operators could go in, or do you have any thoughts on that as a concept?
Yeah, I really do think that that's a viable option. I know people that have done it, and it's a way to offer a sweetener, or you could do a couple of trips and throw in those gaff fish and raise your price on that. I don't think it's an option for everybody. I think, I'm not sure how much quota share is available if somebody new wanted to buy it, but there's existing people who do. So I'm not asking to throw away gaff. It just, me personally, it doesn't work for me. But I could see it being part of the toolbox.
Thanks for your feedback.
Thanks, Mr. Marks. Any further questions? Okay, Mr. Martin, that concludes all of our questions. Thank you for your time today. Next up is Brian Ritchie.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Canine and members of the council. Thank you for taking the time, resources, and energy to thoroughly look into this agenda item. My name is Brian Ritchie. I'm 31. I was born and raised in Homer, and I own a charter fishing business there. I'm also lucky enough to serve the council on the advisory panel as I was appointed last year. I understand that any exploration or action on this issue is sensitive to the needs and perceived risks of both of the affected sectors. Public comment has shown that both sectors have legitimate concerns, and both sectors deserve to have those concerns heard and considered. As a Homer native and active community member, I would be arrogant to dismiss those concerns, especially those of stakeholders in the commercial sector. Many of them are my friends and neighbors, and I'm lucky to be a part of a working waterfront that is capable of incorporating both our fleets. As a charter stakeholder and representative, though, I would like to highlight some of the comments and concerns that I've heard. Charter sector comments voiced that the original CSP was established under a different management paradigm at the IPHC. Previously, management was predicated on the blue line. Today, management occurs with shifting allocations as fish are negotiated from one management area to another, often arbitrary to annually observed abundances and spatial distributions of the stock, and more reflective of the socioeconomic needs of the different management areas. In Region 3, these reallocations can stress our fishery and put pressure on the CSP and its partners. The interim agreement between the U.S. and Canadian commissioners to reward Canada with U.S. allocation is an example of how management procedures have changed since inception of the CSP and created a new environment for both partner sectors. Further, many comments noted that the original CSP was established in a period of higher abundance and instituted charter allocations which could support strong businesses, peripheral community economies, and the growth of a healthy working waterfront. The interaction between the current CSP and current abundances of Pacific halibut has resulted in a management paradigm which has limited the adaptive capacity of the charter sector, resulting in restrictive regulations despite any observations or triggers of conservation concern or overfishing. In some years, this has countered the benefits of a thriving charter sector for coastal communities, as charter owners and businesses have lost stability, marketability, and profitability. Several comments and testimonies spoke to the needs of the charter sector in years of low combined catch limits and how the measures imposed on the halibut charter fleet have reduced the sector's adaptive capacity and the socioeconomic well-being of some charter operators in coastal communities. Basically, lower combined catch limits have made it more difficult for charter businesses to both market and sell their products. With less fish, there is less incentive for angler participation. Additionally, both sectors spoke to how there is the potential in higher levels of combined catch limit for diminished economic returns in the charter sector and in CSP-dependent communities. The review may identify an allocated scheme that can better bolster the resilience of CSP-dependent communities at lower combined catch limits and also maximize their profit at medium and higher combined catch.
Mr. Ritchie, I apologize. Yes. Your time is up. Let's see if there's any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any hands popping up. So thank you for your testimony this afternoon. All right, next up is Bernie Burkholder, then Courtney Howard, and then Jeff Thomas.
Mr. Chair, you might be on a delay.
Oh, I apologize. Okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I should have spoken up. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Is Mr. Ritchie, are you still there?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your testimony. I noted and appreciated you speaking of the community impacts in addition to those to your charter business and other individual businesses under the current CSP. And I was just wondering, given your support of moving forward to evaluate the current allocations under the CSP, I noted that the SSC in their report to us did note that the dashboard of metrics lacks a metric of sustained participation by fishing communities in both sectors, for that matter, just not the charter sector. And my question for you is, do you think that would be an important component of an analysis going forward if the council does that, given your testimony today about the impacts on communities?
Thank you for the question, Mrs. Baker. Absolutely, I do think that that could be impactful in informing moving forward. I think that more information is usually better, and if we can better guide this process, if there's going to be a final action, we need to take every opportunity to make sure that any impacts are we need to mitigate the chances for negative impacts, especially when we had opportunities to glean more information, and it would be a shame if we didn't take those opportunities.
Thank you. And one follow-up, Mr. Chair. Thanks for that response. And so I did want to ask you specifically about your testimony about the impacts of restrictive charter measures on your home port community and on Homer. And you had a lot of information to fit into your testimony. Can you just, or were you talking about restrictive measures being day of the week closures and annual limits and things like that, and the resulting impacts that you saw within the town of Homer? Is that what you were referring to?
That is correct, yes. Restrictive limits like annual limits, day of the week closures, and smaller second fish. Many of the anglers that we get are resident anglers, and they are looking for the opportunity to harvest fish to actually bring home and to consume. It's harder for us to market our product as we lose the tools to get further participation from our anglers.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Ritchie. I appreciate your responses.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and then thank you, Mr. Ritchie, for your thoughtful testimony. Being that you're involved with the advisory panel, the Charter Management Committee, the Homer Charter Association, the Alaska Charter Association, and I know for a fact that you've reached out and tried to work through some of the issues regarding this particular agenda item with longliners in your community as well, which you should be commended for trying to have a dialogue about this. My question for you is, if we decide to take a closer look at this and initiate an analysis that would take a closer look at allocations, and that analysis comes back and it shows that, in fact, what we're hearing from some people about Area 2C is just further exemplified by a closer analysis, or even in 3A, if we take a look at it and the analysis comes back and it is just not really giving us a landing point that's going to be responsive to both sectors, would you be willing to just try harder and wait to get the RQE? Would you be willing to reject the analysis if it's not sufficient to take any action without severely harming the other sector?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mesro. I would like to align myself with other members of the Alaska Charter Association and the Homer Charter Association. We have no interest in any action that would really harm our partners in the Catch Share program. We don't want any part of that. Our community is dependent on the participation by both sectors, and it will limit us to limit them. That said, if there was an analysis and it were to come back and show that an adjustment to the CSP is not warranted, I would believe that analysis. I think that we have a really great staff at the council. We have good discussions around these topics, and I would be inclined to believe the results. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Mesro. Let's see, Mr. Down.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. So in answer to Mr. Mesro's question, you said that you would not be interested in doing something that would bring harm to your partners in the Catch Share program. But when I'm looking at this, I have trouble seeing how there would be an outcome in this moving forward that would not bring harm to one sector. Looking at 3A, for instance, just the value of the quota alone, every 1% is nearly $6 million in value moving from one sector to another. If we move 1% from 3A commercial to 3A charter, for instance, it would be moved. So how do you move that amount of value from one sector to another without causing harm? If that's something you're not interested in, then what would you be interested in?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Down. I think that I don't mean any offense, but I think that mischaracterizes the point of a review. I think that the point of a review may be to look at the Catch Share program and to see if there are options that could potentially benefit both sectors. For example, a longer stair step in 3A in the Catch Share program, a longer stair step for the charter allocation may be able to better balance the needs of both sectors and ultimately better benefit the program. At the AP in my motion, I pointed to an example towards supporting exploration of a stair step between 2.25 and 2.35 million pounds when the combined catch limit for 3A is between 10 and 15.4 million pounds. And if we look at something like that and we change the way we think about allocations, and instead of it being percentage-based, more based on stability for one sector, where we can find a place where there's an interaction that can give back to the commercial sector relative to status quo to reference levels. I think that looking at that, I don't think that would be harmful to either sector, especially given the biological indicators that we've seen from the IPHC for Region 3. I think that something like that is looking into something like that is definitely warranted, and I think that the determination before seeing any review that it would be harmful to one sector or another is premature. But that is just my opinion. But that is what a review is for, I hope. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ritchie. And I just want you to know I did look at the longer stair step provision, and I want to let you know that I appreciate all your work on that, trying to find something that might be fair and balanced. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ritchie, for your testimony. You almost got to what I was looking for in your response to Mr. Downs, but maybe more specifically, what I feel like you're testifying to is there is some level of poundage that would alleviate the management measures in 3A such that you could still market and sell trips. And I'm wondering if you could be specific or more specific about what is that level of poundage that you think makes a difference in the ability to sell trips in 3A? Or what are the management measures that have been implemented as a result of low combined catch limits that have made that difficult for 3A? I've heard a lot about that in 2C, but less so in 3A, if you can provide any insight.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. I can answer the first part of that, I believe. Looking at numbers from the Fish and Game, Alaska Department of Fish and Game analysis and what our certain allocations would give the charter sector as far as management measures, many of us believe that 2.29 million pounds would be right about that break point where we can thrive under those conditions. We believe, given status quo in the stock, as long as size of age is relatively stable, we believe that we could thrive and provide the most benefit to our local communities at 2.29 million pounds. And we believe that that's a number that gives the commercial sector an opportunity to thrive as well, if it's explored as a stair step. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I have almost the same question as Ms. Kimball, but really related to Area 2C. So I appreciate the work that went into crafting the AP motion. And I definitely understand, as you said in your response to Mr. Downs, that, with some of the biological indicators we have in 3A, it looks like there might be a real opportunity to provide stability for the charter sector at these lower levels of abundance, with the trade-off being that at higher levels of abundance, there might be some opportunity for your partners in the catch share plan to benefit as well. But I think my question is in 2C, where we're not looking at being most likely at a level that's anything other than that lowest level in the catch share plan in the foreseeable future, to the extent that we can predict it. And the measures there are just different in terms of the restrictions. Do you see that same opportunity in 2C for these types of tweaks to be really effective at providing stability for the charter sector and an upside for the commercial sector? I assume you did, because you included it in your motion. So can you just go through that with me?
Thank you, Mrs. Campbell. I would hope that a review would illuminate that there is some option for 2C. But I think that 2C is complicated by the fact that this year is a good example. I think that the reference level for 2C was 4.75 million pounds in allocation for a FCEY, and the adopted was 5.91 million pounds. And that is the IPHC has set a precedent that is a management procedure now, that there is going to be uncompensated reallocation from Region 3 fishermen to Region 2. But if that were to stop, I would say that without adjustment to the catch share program, to the catch share plan, 2C would be in serious danger of no longer being a halibut destination. And it could lose its industry, which would, of course, have a huge negative effect on the area overall. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. And just while I have the mic, thank you for serving on our advisory panel.
Thank you. I'm lucky to do so.
Any further questions for Mr. Ritchie? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. Bernie Burkholder. Mr. Burkholder, we're not hearing you. Perhaps a *6. Okay, we can circle back to Mr. Burkholder. Oh, hi. Yep, we just heard you.
Okay, thank you. My name's Bernie Burkholder, and I've been a long-time halibut fisherman and continued to grow our family business with boats like the Northern Endurance, Aleutian Endurance, and Buccaneer. And, we've dealt with this issue for a long, long time in many ways. And, I thought the last time that this, RFQ was going to be the answer. We really cannot speed Congress up anymore, the legislature. I support all businesses, including the charter business, to be viable, be stable, and go forward. But the problem I've got is whenever you talk about reallocation without any kind of compensation, it just sends shockwaves through everybody in the business community and the financial community. And for instance, I've got my son and a couple other crew members that are looking at a pretty sizable halibut purchase in 3A. Already bought some, they're ready to buy others. Well, to go back and tell your bank that you might lose 3% of that quota that's collateralized is not something that a banker wants to hear. I can tell you that. And it's not something a community wants to hear. So I'm supportive of some, if the charter industry needs more fish, to be able to buy it, to be able to lease it. But I am not supportive of a taking where you take from your business and you give to my business with no fair compensation. That is just, in my mind, it is far, far from the American way of doing business and what's fair and equitable. So I know you've heard a lot of things today. I'm trying to listen to what people had to say, and without repeating it again, I think I'll close at this point. But I appreciate your consideration. But I'd like to deal with this and get it put to bed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burkholder. Any questions? Thanks for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Courtney Howard.
Yeah, you got me?
We do.
Okay. I'm Courtney Howard. I'm from Sitka, commercial trawler and longliner. I own a little bit of 2C halibut. Been thinking about buying 3A, but discussions like this make me think twice. Only been a few years since I bought my 2C halibut quota. Probably bought it about 2017 and borrowed a bunch of money to do it. Just throw some numbers out there, I guess, and put things in perspective. I bought 2,350 pounds, and I paid about $160,000 for the right to catch that every year. And at this point, it's dropped 15%. So I've paid $160,000 for 2,000 pounds a year. And what is 2,000 pounds of halibut? Well, for me, just throwing a 20-pound average, it's like 100 fish. So $160,000 that I paid to go catch 100 halibut a year. And, ideally, these charter operators, one of the things that I'm hearing here is that the guys don't like having to catch the good ones and shake them. They don't like these size limitations in the area 2C. And the reason that they put the size limitations is to spread it out because there's not much there. And that was, they played a role in the management decisions that led to that regime, So that's not my fault, if you will. At any rate, I don't understand why they should get something for nothing when I got to pay for it. And I'd be, if they want to pay market price at some point when I'm ready to sell my halibut, I'd be happy to sell it to a charter operator. I don't understand why, the Gaff lease isn't a more utilized thing. I mean, if you want stability for your business, then why not pay for it? That's part of why I'm in halibut, is to diversify. I do other fisheries, and to be honest, the other fisheries carry the halibut. I'm paying to fish halibut just so I have it on my portfolio, and at any rate, it's, it could be a part of their business model if they just put it on their books. They could take out a loan and buy the stuff just like I did. And, meanwhile, we got banks lending for this stuff. And every time you guys aren't sure what's going on and things are questionable, then the banks don't want to lend for it. And then we got problems where new entrants can't get in there because the banks have no faith in this asset that we're passing around. So, I don't know. It's a lot to think about. That's all I got to say.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Howard. If there's any questions. Don't see any. Thanks again. Jeff Thomas, then Charles Wood, then Teresa Weiser.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Jeff Thomas. I've commercial fished out of Sitka my whole life. The boat I have was my family's boat, and I have spent every summer of my life on it, starting about 7 months old. My wife came aboard when we were 17 years old, and she spent every summer since with me fishing. We now raise our 2 kids aboard during the summer months. We bought the boat in the spring of 2006, along with some 2C and 3A IFQs. We're still paying on the IFQs and the boat, and will be for some time. To take away quota that I've worked my whole life to purchase just seems crazy. It's getting harder and harder every year to make a living as a commercial fisherman. With 2C abundance so low for us, how dare the charter fishermen ask for you to take more from us, commercial fishermen, when their allocation is still 25% more than in the qualifying years. As a commercial fisherman, we put seafood in grocery stores and restaurants across the world for everyone to enjoy. Charters, have the rich and the privileged come and take this resource just for the fun of it and to fill their private freezers. Simply, if they want more fish for their clients to catch, then they should buy extra quota, just like we do. To relocate and take away what I have worked extremely hard to purchase without any compensation is just asinine to me. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Any questions? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you. Next up is Charles Wood.
You hear me all right?
We can.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Charles Wood. I've been an Alaska resident since 1954 and a commercial halibut longliner since 1982. Had the prior 5 years before implementation of the IFQ system counted, I would have been unblocked in both halibut and blackcod. Instead, IFQs rolled around in 1995, and my initial poundage was 7,800 pounds of 2C halibut and 0 blackcod, down from a combined poundage of 80,000 in each of the 2 previous years, and with increasing production in prior years. With the obvious conclusion that the IFQ program represented a long-term and stable management forum, I decided to take a chance, and with the leap of faith, I started building my business back up. I took out a federal loan through NOAA's loan program, and bought my way back into, at one point, having over 30,000 pounds of 2C halibut. More than half of that went away over time due to quota cuts for conservation measures, and since I will be 70 this year, I've begun to slowly downsize and have sold some of my remaining IFQs. I don't know what my initial 7,800 pounds amounts to today, though I still have it. I suspect it's around 3,500 pounds or less. Not for the first time, the charter fleet seemingly expects to grift its way to prosperity at the expense of me and my fellow longliners. We took a chance on the government-imposed IFQ program, and at the very least, we deserve stability in our commercial halibut allotment. If we can't have that, then we deserve compensation for the capriciousness of our laws. So then I ask you, what would a just compensation look like? Would bank forgives quota share debt? Would there be a one-time payout at current quota share prices? I doubt many longliners are interested in any of that, since halibut fishing is a long-term commitment to most. It's a moot question anyway, since compensation isn't mentioned in the proposal. This uncompensated reallocation proposal is punitive on its face, and I urge the council to vote it down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Any questions? Let's see. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Teresa Weiser, then Matt Kopek, and then Daniel Donich.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon, Chairman Kineen and council members. My name is Teresa Weiser. Thank you for being able to comment on halibut CSP review. As a lodge owner and a family-operated local business in Sitka, Alaska for over 3 decades now, employing 40 people each season, I've seen many changes in regulations for the Area 2C guided halibut sport fishery, with each year becoming more and more challenging to stay in business because of increased restrictions. Area 2C has been providing roughly half of all halibut fishing opportunity to the nation's guided anglers and has been relevant as a halibut travel destination up until now. CSP allocations, even with the bump up at the IPHCs, are slowly pushing Area 2C off the map as a halibut destination. The economic benefit of the charter halibut industry locally has been huge. Dedicated halibut anglers willing to spend thousands of dollars to access and catch their own halibut are increasingly taking their business elsewhere to destinations with less restrictive halibut regulations, which in turn costs 2C communities great losses in revenue taxes and license sales. Under initial implementation of the CSP, management for times of very low abundance was never planned for, or that the IPHC would transfer quota between management areas was never anticipated. One goal of the CSP was to provide advance notice, stability, and predictability with respect to the management tools and length of season that will be used to achieve the allocation allotted to the charter sector. This has been lost over the last few years, and much has changed since the inception of the CSP. It is only fair to respectfully request a full review analysis given the different standards, metrics, and redistributions which have changed many years after the initial CSP was first implemented. When combined with low abundance, this has now created an unstable and unknown future for the guided halibut charter industry, particularly in Area 2C. The issue is not about staying within the charter allocation. It is about staying alive as a viable halibut sport fishing industry and destination. If we become regulated to have a day-of-the-week closures and only allowed to keep halibut less than 37 inches, 28 pounds or less, and a 3 annual limit for guided anglers, this would severely impact the Area 2C guided halibut fishery by eliminating it as a significant halibut sport fishing destination. These restrictions will also cause more companies to change their business model over to boat rentals for unguided anglers. Without a sustainable halibut charter fleet, the economic loss will be felt by Area 2C communities for a long time. Low abundance is responsible for poor harvest measures, not problems with the allocation percentages between charter and commercial. Under the CSP, within these times of low abundance, a crisis has been created unintentionally. We're not asking for a reallocation. We're asking for analysis on the relative effects of the CSP allocation across a range of abundances on both fisheries and whether initial allocations are appropriate. We're asking that the council please initiate a full review of the CSP allocations for both areas 2C and 3A and to look at the sensitivity to the charter industry when at low abundance. Thank you for all your time and hard work to resolve this urgent problem currently facing us.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Weiser. Any questions? don't see anything. Or sorry, Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A little late there. Thank you, Ms. Weiser, for your testimony. I have a question, perhaps similar to previous council members, but I think, again, referencing back to our allocation review analysis that we have in front of us. And so I heard your testimony that in Area 2C, given operations under the catch sharing plan and the changes you mentioned, that Southeast Alaska is no longer becoming no longer a relevant angler destination for halibut. And so I think we've heard that in your testimony and others, but I think the challenge that some council members have in the document that we're looking at, we see an increase in the number of anglers in the Area 2C charter halibut fishery and an increase in the number of angler days since the CSP has been implemented. And so if the council takes your recommendation and moves forward to do an analysis of the allocation, the CSP allocation in both areas across a range of abundance alternatives, what else can we look at that you think would help us come to the conclusion that you're providing in your testimony about the impacts on charter businesses in 2C?
That's a good question. Right now, we have not had the closures or day of the week closures, or annual limits. I do see that if it does happen, we dodged that bullet this year because of the reapportioning. But if we do see that happening, I believe that it really truly will reduce the number of anglers coming to our area. In the charter committee, they talked about having 40-inch minimum halibut as kind of like, the bottom line sustainable to keep us operational. We're not talking about 2 halibut. We're not talking about one of any size. We're just talking about one that would be maintaining, a 40-inch minimum. So it's tough. And, if there's times of low abundance, we can maintain that. Then in times of higher abundance, probably something has to give. I don't know the answers, but I do know that if we get below where we're at right now, it is going to be really, hard.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Weiser. Appreciate it. Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. All right, Ms. Weiser, I don't see additional questions. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Next up is Matt Kopesh.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Good afternoon.
I own Whittier Marine Charters, and I'm also a member of the Charter Halibut Committee. The catch share plan was a bitter pill for the industry initially, but I think that over time we've come to accept that the framework is sound. There's a few issues which kind of keep it from meeting objectives that have made management difficult. I'll try to quickly list 3 of those. I don't think anyone foresaw the lengthy and unfortunate period of low abundance, which really revealed an allocation issue in the plan. We took steep cuts with every step towards the CSP. Personally, I've lost some really good customers with every new regulation. Most were Alaskans, and they haven't stopped fishing. They've just stopped fishing on charter boats, as they can now fill freezers more effectively in a private boat, and they're well trained and they're doing it, and sometimes they're doing it even on the same spot. So I feel like we're struggling to keep angler interest on charter boats, especially with Alaskans. Lately in 3A, we've gotten lucky with some regulation help from technicalities, but that's not something we can plan on. Regulation since the CSP forced the industry to adapt, stay competitive in the market. Now every trip has to be a combo trip. Because of that, we've seen large increases in pressure on rockfish and lingcod stocks and some other issues. The second issue, and you've heard this before, is with the late season regulation changes. I can give you plenty of examples, even this week, that I've been dealing with. The bottom line is that it's really difficult to juggle bookings for months or even up to a year when regulations come out so late. And the final concern I'll mention for now is latent capacity in the plan. This one just keeps getting me. The feeling I get is that if the fleet were ever to fish at the full capacity of the permits issued during a time of low abundance, we'd probably severely overfish and we'd be regulated out of business the following year. We can all hope for higher abundance, but I think it's pretty clear that there's a flaw in the plan. To be a good plan, the CSP really needs enough allocation to provide a viable season at the capacity of the permits that were initially issued. And finally, I just want to make a comment. I want to say that I feel for the small longliner buying into the fishery. I know exactly what it's like to put up everything and to take a chance. I've got small children, and I've had lots of sleepless nights over my 25-year career in this. I think most charter operators do. I also know what it's like to lose income. We lost our Wednesdays and how difficult it is to get a loan in the fishery with an unknown future. I'm still not sure how people do it. We have more in common than not, and I hope that we can come together and work together in the future. We share a resource, and I think we ought to do what we can together when we can. So, on that same note, it seems to me that the biggest expense for new longliners stems more from the. Yeah,
I apologize, Mr. Kopech. Your time is up, but I'd like to see if there's any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any hands popping up. Thank you for your testimony.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, Daniel Donich.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman Keenan and the council. My name is Daniel Donich. I am a member of the 3A Charter Halibut Management Committee, and I've been involved in the council process since the early 90s, and I started my charter business in Homer, Alaska in 1992, and just wanted to give you some insights on things with the catch share plan that could be improved. Once the catch share plan was passed and implemented in 2014, Charter Management Committee was formed. We were tasked with coming up with regulations from year to year to keep our industry at or below our yearly allocation. Right from day one, we've been under the gun as the Pacific halibut stocks began to decline. So did our allocations, and even though we have been doing everything from closing all Wednesdays year-round, that's 48 of them, by the way, and some years closing Tuesdays, shrinking the size of our second fish down to either 29 or 28 inches, and annual limits of 4 halibut, limiting the entire fleet to 1 trip per day all year, and trying to keep ourselves at or below our allocation's been tough. When the catch sharing plan was first thought up of, I don't know if anybody thought the halibut abundance would go down as far as it has. When halibut abundance is high, like it was back in the early 2000s, the catch share plan works well at current percentages. At these times of low abundance, we realize that this is a real challenge to keep ourselves at or below our allocation without putting ourselves out of business. Other programs like the Gaff have not proven to work for many operators unless they own their own IFQs, as they can self-gaff, especially in 3A. Average amount was around 10,534 pounds transferred per year since the program started, as shown on page 101 of the document. It is just too darn expensive. It works out to be about $295.83 per fish. The customer might as well go to Costco and buy it. The RQE is a great program if it ever gets up and going. It has been a long process to get this program up and running, and I'm sure it will take at least a few more years before the charter sector gathers enough money and is able to buy enough quota to see any difference in regulations. Another issue on the Halibut Management Committee is we meet at the end of October each year, and we get primarily catch projections from ADF&G, and then we have to come up with management measures to have analyzed. And then ADF&G starts analyzing our measures based on predicted angler effort, predicted average size, and predicted release mortality, and current krill surveys. Once they have all these figures, they usually get them to us on the last Thursday or Friday in November, and then we have 3 to 4 days to pick which ones we would like to use, with still no idea what our catch limit will be. And then we present them at the North Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting that following Monday or Tuesday in December. It really doesn't give us enough time to go back and discuss it with our charter fleet and know what might be our regulations for the following year. In recent years, we've had as much as a 20% increase in Area 3A, but then the IPHC Halibut Committee ends up giving away any increase that we have. And so it seems all of the restrictions on our halibut regs really don't do much good towards conserving the halibut resource. I'm sure if we continue to look into this review, we can make some small changes that will most importantly help the resource and the directed users of the resource. Thanks for all the hard work and choice that the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council makes, and we are proud to be a part of the process of managing the halibut resource. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Mr. Donich. Let's see if there's questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Donich. I just had a question similar to what I asked staff during the presentation about your testimony on the difficulty in the process, which I think is actually a real problem, but the condensed nature of trying to determine what your management measures are and then the timing by which you put those forward prior to knowing what the combined catch limit is. I'm wondering if you, in your personal opinion or your work through the Charter Committee, have any potential fixes or resolutions for that process? Has anything come up in that committee or through your work in Homer that you might want to share with the council?
Yeah, there's been some talk around the table in the committee briefly, and then also in my other organizations that I belong to, like the Alaska Charter Association, the Homer Charter Association, about possibly looking into, instead of having to come up with these management measures in such a short amount of time, the prior year or two or regulations, to possibly look at doing something like a 1 year look ahead, or possibly like a 2 year rolling average or something like that. And I think that's why this review is really important to put it forward, because we could flush out some of those ideas. And I think it would be helpful to have something like that, just because I think that would give it more stability. No matter what the regulations are, at least we'd know what we're going to have, and we can try to fine tune it better as time goes on. As far as oh, that didn't work, so then we need to tighten the belt a little bit or loosen the belt a little bit. But I think there's some things that we could possibly do in the review, or discuss in the review in the future, for what we could do with these management measures. So,
thank you very much, Mr. Donich.
You're welcome.
Okay, Ms. Kimball. Any further questions? All right, thanks, Mr. Donich.
You betcha. Thank you.
Next up is Philip Wyman, then Alana Knight, and then Greg Sutter.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Oh, this is Phil. My name's Phil Wyman, and I am here as a longliner from Sitka, Alaska. I've got the boat the Archangel. I'm also a board member on the Alpha board, and I've been on the conference board of the Halibut Commission for the last 18 years. And so I just wanted to share with you a few thoughts for you and the rest of the committee members. But so anyway, I'm a pretty good sized longliner in Southeast, but I'm only 56 feet long. And I just first wanted to tell you that I've been around all the years when IFQs were formed and watched the whole process take place. And the one thing I want you to know, that the fleet in Southeast Alaska for the qualifying years were pretty much small boats, because all the bigger boats from Petersburg and Sitka and other areas had all moved out west for the halibut openings out there. So our fleet is basically a group of small boat fishermen, longliners, trollers, gill netters, skiff fishermen. So there's probably only, I would guess, 10% of our fleet is over 58 feet long and still remains that way. So anytime you actually have a situation where with a charter fleet and their history of their build up here in the last 30 years, but this whole new plan is just ridiculous because it's basically an attack on the smallest boat fishermen, the most resident boats in Alaska. And these people are relying on this for income. A lot of them don't have crew anymore. They just take their crew as crewmen or their wives as crewmen. So this is probably a real attack, any more increases to the charter industry on the most resident small boat fishermen in Alaska because of the nature of our C and D vessel pounds that we have in this area. And we've been allowed to buy B vessel too, which has also diminished the bigger boats. So looking at my totals here for the coming year, you have to kind of realize that the charter boats are with us now, but my overall catch out of this new quota is going to be 57.6% of the total quota of 5.93. So we are down. So off the top, you've got now, and this has been growing here, you've got bycatch off the top, subsistence off the top, sport fish catch off the top. You've got the guided, unguided sport fish off the top. And now Canada, with their inter agreements, taking $200,000 a year off of us, and they sound like they plan on continuing this agreement. So technically, when you look at this whole thing, we're the group that is under attack the most for anything, any changes, any modifications, any increase in pressure from subsistence and the sport fish. We take the hit, mainly the commercial fishermen and now the charter boaters with 18% of the catch sharing plan. But my quota is at 57.6% of the total quota. So, and that only has a one-way street, and that's downward because everybody else is increasing the pressure in other areas. So, yes.
I apologize. Your time is up. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if there's any questions for you. Yeah, I don't see any. Thanks so much for your testimony.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. Next up is Alana Knight.
Hi, this is Alana. Can you hear me all right?
We can. Good afternoon.
Hello, Chairman and Council members. My name is Alana Knight. I oppose any reallocation of the CCL from the commercial to the charter fleet. For the past 10 years, I have fished commercially. I own halibut quota shares in Area 2C. My most recent block of IFQ was financed, and I intend to be making payments on this quota for the next 25 years. The decision to purchase said block was made after careful consideration, which included consultation with the halibut commission biologist to get a better understanding of the current and future issues facing Pacific halibut, creating a spreadsheet to determine if the business plan was feasible, as well as acknowledgement of the North Pacific Fishery Management Council's commitment to the catch share plan. My decision to invest in additional halibut quota was fully informed. My partner and I concluded that continuing to invest in 2C quota at rates that have ranged from $43 to $57 a pound pencils out on a narrow margin due to high entry costs and low levels of abundance in Area 2C. Reduced abundance is likely to result in cuts to the quota in coming years. A 5% reallocation from the CCL from the commercial to charter fleet without compensation would deem the model in which I and other commercial halibut fishermen based our business plans on infeasible. We purchased 2C quota with the understanding that the money earned by fishing that quota would be sufficient to pay for the quota itself over time. It would be indefensible to make any uncompensated reallocation of the CCL that would possibly require commercial halibut fishermen to diversify into other fisheries, possibly out of state, as a means to make payments on their halibut IFQ, especially considering the proposed RQE, which will allow the charter sector to tax clients as a means to fund the charter sector's quota purchases. If the charter fleet feels the need to create more stability and predictability, Those issues should be restricted to modifications to the charter management process. Moreover, focus should be drawn first to accountability. It is imperative that the charter fleet is held accountable for exceeding the guideline harvest levels and must make a firm commitment to conservation efforts. The charter fleet was given a higher allocation than was justified for their historical catch levels, and when the CSP was approved in 2012. Also, at low levels of abundance, the current charter allocation is 25% higher than it was during the CSP qualifying years, based on historic catch levels. It is not the duty nor fiscal responsibility of the commercial fleet to compensate for management issues within the charter fleet. Compensated reallocation programs such as Gaff and RQE are promising solutions to the charter fleet's problems. I ask that you oppose any reallocation of the CCL from the commercial to the charter fleet. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Knight. Any questions from council members? Don't see any. We appreciate your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Next up is Greg Sutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, council members. I'm Greg Sutter of Captain Greg's Charters, based out of Homer. I've been fishing out of here since 1995, and I completely support and I encourage members of this council to do a complete review. At this time of low abundance, and ever since the CSP has been in existence, we've seen low abundance. And this has reduced angler opportunity, and that's extremely important, the angler opportunity to us charter boat operators. And also, it's reduced predictability and stability within our industry. When I speak of angler opportunity, when I look back at since the inception of the CSP, my season usually runs from May through September. And looking at the number of days that have been cut out because of the low abundance in the allocation within the CSP, I've lost 148 days that my anglers could have been going out. And that's pretty substantial. And what that means, it really affects the community, because that's 148 days where they're not here spending money, and that's 148 days where I was not collecting revenue to support the Kenai Borough and the city of Homer in taxes that I collect. Our taxes that are 7.85%. So that's pretty huge reduction. And so far as predictability, there needs to be an adjustment in that program, because we have so many anglers that want to plan way ahead. And every year I'm calling anglers, telling them that they have to change their plans because certain days have been cut out or other restrictions. And some of my anglers just outright cancel. And that hurts, because when we don't take up people fishing, that's less product going to our processors and less money being spent in our community. And I'll wrap it up briefly by saying that the RQE is extremely important. But the RQE and this review are not mutually exclusive. I think they should go hand in hand. The RQE is a long-term solution, and I think that could work, but who's to say what Congress will do and how long that funding will go on. But I do appreciate your time. I do think a review is warranted, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sutter. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Carolyn, you know who Carolyn Nichols is?
Next up is Carolyn Nichols, then Tad Fujioka, then Ben Martin.
Commercial trawler / longliner with her husband, is Greg. They had twins.
Okay. Sounds like we're getting some other conversations. Some members of the public, please mute your phones if you're not testifying. Ms. Nichols, are you with us? We can circle back. Tad Fujioka.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. My name is Tad Fujioka. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I've been a commercial fisherman in Sitka for about a dozen years now, and during that time I've invested in my business, slowly moving up to now I have a 31-foot boat. It's similar to many local charter boats. I've evaluated the halibut IFQ for many years, and finally I bought in just last December 2021. As I'm sure you're aware, 2C halibut quota is a very expensive investment, but I felt that the price was justified for a number of reasons. In particular, I noticed that since 2014, the 2C commercial quota has been relatively stable. This makes it a much more attractive investment opportunity than the free fall of the early 2000s. My personal observation of consistent or somewhat increasing biomass of halibut in the Sitka area indicated to me that the quotas have been appropriate, and that further gave me confidence. And I understood that the catch share plan of 2014 marked the end of the involuntary reallocation to the charter industry. All these signs pointed towards continued stable commercial quotas, and that's very important to fishermen like myself contemplating a major investment in IFQs. I was greatly disappointed to hear less than a month after I committed to buying my first block that additional uncompensated reallocation was again being contemplated. This was great disappointment to me. I reviewed the catch sharing plan allocation review dated February 2022, and there's a lot of good information in there. What I did not see was any reason to increase the charter allocation in 2C. Table 21 shows the 2C charter allocation consistently in the 1.8, 1.9 million pound range from 2014 to the pre-COVID 2019, discounting the last 2 years as being global pandemic, hopefully nothing we're going to repeat. Table 30 shows that during this time period, the number of anglers has increased steadily despite the flat quota. In the pre-COVID era, this flat quota was not keeping the charter industry from finding clients. The number of anglers went up every single year from 2014 to 2019, and Figure 22 shows that the charter effort in most ports in 2C increased 10 to 40% in this time. This growth, while it's not sustainable on flat quotas, certainly is not a picture of a charter industry that's struggling to stay viable. Table 31 shows the most recent pre-COVID charter revenue in 2C up 20% compared to the pre-catch share plan years. Any claims of widespread charter hardship in this 2C area simply are not credible in the face of this data. Please don't take commercial halibut quota, of which I've just purchased a small piece, simply to give it to another business. We all chose to invest or to not invest while looking at the same biological data. To tilt the playing field now in favor of one sector is unfair, threatens the council's credibility going forward, and erodes the current stakeholders' incentives to look out for the long-term future of the resource.
Thanks, Mr. Fujioka. All right. Great. Thank you, Mr. Fujioka. Questions? I don't see any.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Carolyn Nichols?
Yeah, do you get me on here?
Yes, we do. Good afternoon.
All right. Little operator error last time. My name is Carolyn Nichols, and I'm from Sitka, and I own both halibut and black cod IFQs. Both my adult children also own halibut IFQs. I believe that an analysis to consider additional uncompensated reallocation from the halibut sector to the charter sector is unnecessary. The charter sector has the ability to lease commercial quota to bolster their operations, and it appears likely that the RQE provision allowing a charter entity to purchase commercial quota will be signed into law soon. These tools serve as alternatives to uncompensated reallocation and should be included in any potential analysis. There's a number of young fishermen who have purchased IFQs who will be negatively impacted as they work to make loan payments in a market that's already difficult to pencil out. I don't believe that these individuals bring any less value to the state of Alaska than the charter sector. An uncompensated reallocation, while they're still responsible for the loans they took out, is destabilizing for individuals and communities and undermines the IFQ program. I think that if the charter fleet needs free quota at the expense of others to be a viable business, then there's something drastically wrong with their business plan. I'm quite sure all of the longline fleet would love to have more fish to fish in these times of low abundance, in 2C in particular, but you don't see them asking for handouts. All users must be a part of conservation. I keep hearing the phrase tipping point. Well, taking away more quota uncompensated from the longline fleet goes well beyond the tipping point. Is this the council's goals? Maybe you should analyze giving back some of the uncompensated allocation from previous times back to the longline fleet. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. Any questions? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Ben Martin. Following Mr. Martin will be Eric Grunberg and then Travis and Tessa Blount.
Can you guys hear me fine?
We can.
Can you hear me fine?
Yes,
right.
we can.
So I had written a long testimony a couple days ago, and after hearing more testimony from other people, I'm a little concerned because, you know, my testimony is what it is, but it's not necessarily pertinent to what's going on with this deal. I've been a charter operator for a long time, and I have 15 employees in my company. I've been doing this for 20 years, and we're talking about maybe potentially having a review. And there's a lot of numbers being thrown around, and I think it's slightly premature for us to throw out numbers and say that we're going to steal 3% from the charter, the commercial operation. And right now, I think what we really need is we just need a review, because it's not been working for us. And in the CSP, we have found that, you know, the CSP said that it would work for everyone, all operators in periods of all abundances. Right now, we're all struggling through this period of low abundance, but it's putting the charter fleet at the bottom of the barrel. And what we really want is, yeah, we've got some ideas and we got some plans, we got some numbers to throw to you guys at the North Council, but right now we just need to move forward. And it's not been working for us. We're supposed to be safe in periods of low abundance, but we're not safe. And right now, we don't need to give a perspective. We don't need to give you guys like the answers to all our problems, but we need you guys to give us the opportunity to have a discussion about it. And so that's where I'm at. Is everyone says, hey, I don't want to give you 3% or 5%, and you're stealing allocation from us. But the reality is like, it's not working for our sector. And we need to find a way to give ourselves the time to have a discussion about maybe different ways we can fix the CSP, because the CSP was intended to help us in the charter sector, but it hasn't. Like, ever since we've had the CSP, we failed. We've been failing every time, and the intention was to keep us safe and afloat. And I think that the North Council has the obligation to at least give us the opportunity to look at this thing and try and maybe come up with a solution. And, you know, no one's ever going to be happy. Like, maybe the charter sector fails in the end of this. Like, maybe we don't find ways to meet in the middle. And I understand the comm sector, the commercial sector, like, they're our brothers, they're our neighbors. We live with them in the same towns and communities, and we work side by side. And our businesses are failing. And the comm sector is so afraid of change that they're unwilling to talk with us. And I'm not even proposing a single number change. I just think that we need to have a discussion. And if we miss the opportunity right now to have that discussion because it's inappropriate or people don't want to talk about it, like I feel pretty betrayed by my friends in the comm sector that they're not willing to have a discussion and they're not willing to accept that we have issues. We have things that are wrong with our CSP, and it's not working for us. You know, we're trying every way we possibly can to do things to make it work for us. And I don't want to steal fish from anybody. Nobody wants to steal fish from somebody. But we all have to realize that our children go to school at the same school together, and we are friends. And we live in the same towns, and we work together. And I'm just asking that we review this process and maybe come up with a different plan, or we adjust the CSP, because right now it's the wrong tool to fix the charter industry, and it has not worked for the charter industry since we started. And I hope that all the commercial fishermen out there understand that I don't want to steal fish from you at all. Like, I have no intention of stealing 3% or 1% or any percent from you. Like, I totally understand that the commercial sector has their own lives and they have their families, but we do too. And we are a user group that needs consideration. And the catch share plan has not worked for us. So I think that we need to find another solution or work within this plan. And we have the opportunity to do it. And this is the time to do that change. So,
Mr. Martin,
thank you.
Apologize. Your time is up, but let's see if there are any questions. I don't see any. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right. Next up is Eric Grundberg.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Eric Grumberg. I live in central southeast of Petersburg. I'm a 2C halibut fisherman, and I've fished in 3A quite a bit. I just want to put on record that I'm a supporter of the existing catch share plan. It was a long time coming, and I was really thankful when it went through in 2012 and then was implemented in 2014. I walked the docks in the late 90s and got a job in a longline boat, and eventually in 2004 started to buy halibut quota. And as anyone knows that's been involved in the 2C fishery, it's been a bumpy road since the early 2000s. It's been many years of low abundance, and all the sectors have had needed to share in that burden. But in 2014, when the catch share plan was implemented, I purchased more quota shares in the idea that there was going to be some stability in halibut commercial stocks, and there wouldn't be any more reallocation. But as we know, things have changed and things have gone different ways, and low abundance is low abundance. And I just want to stress that all the sectors need to share. It's the commercial sector that ends up sharing that portion. But the halibut sector, I've heard a lot from charter guys today, and it's been eye-opening for me to listen to it. But I think they do have some tools that already exist to them, i.e. the Gaff provision. And I don't see why charter guys can't invest in their business like we invest in ours and purchase halibut quota and gaff it back to themselves. And I'm also quite excited about the RQE. So I'm urging the council to let these provisions work their course and leave the catch share plan as it is now. And reviewing documents and looking up and thinking about this, I looked at Table 30 and looking at the charter industry, and as far as I could tell, the amount of anglers in 2C has been increasing and increasing and increasing and increasing. That just really isn't a picture to me of a charter industry that's struggling. So that's my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grunberg. Any questions? Mr. Mesereau. Star 6, Mr. Mesereau.
There we go. Now I'm in the game. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I'm technically challenged after this much testimony. Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it, and I think it's good to get the perspective of active fishermen. My question for you is this. Allocation aside, we have a document that was presented to us that shows that it would be possible to review some other aspects of this document that may improve some efficiencies in the program that would help predictability and in your interannual variability without adjusting allocation at all. It would just be some problems that the staff and stakeholders identified with, the time they get the information to be able to book charters is a long period and timely. And so when the regulations change, they have to go back and call hundreds of people and change their plans, things like that would just improve efficiencies in the CSP program. As a stakeholder for the longline sector, would you have any problem having the council review the non-allocative components of this that would improve efficiency in the program and just make life easier for charter operators, but not at the expense of longliners?
Thank you for the question. I don't know if I'm the right person to ask about this because I'm not super familiar with the catch share plan, but my understanding is that this is an early review of the catch share plan, whereas it would actually be reviewed in 2 years. Is that correct?
This is a review that happens in a certain time period, and it got reviewed a little bit early on the schedule because there's another review coming. So it's not going to get reviewed again unless there's some trigger met. This is our chance for this 10-year period to take a look at the catch sharing plan and then to propose changes.
Okay, I don't feel like my question got answered there, but if you guys are talking about opening up the catch share plan for discussion and just talking about rules and regulations and being non-allocative, I would be in favor of that. But if you're talking about opening it up for allocation changes, which kind of seems like that's the path that I see. I don't know. I don't see much change in the catch sharing plan without taking allocation from one user group and giving it to the other. So if you want to open it up and talk about rules and regulations on how they can, I guess I don't feel like I'm qualified enough to talk about this.
I understand it. I don't think it was a fair question. I'm sorry about that. I'll try it with someone that's more familiar with the details of this. Thank you very much, though. I appreciate the testimony.
Thank you.
And I don't see any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Grunberg.
Thank you.
Okay, Travis and Tessa Blount, then Jeff Farber, and then Frank Bailovich.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Great. I'll try to keep this short. I appreciate everyone's time. My wife and I, we purchased a 6-line 3A charter halibut permit in April of 2021. I've heard a lot of testimony today as to the high cost of entry for longliners, and we can certainly sympathize. Both my wife and I worked 8 years as a hired captain. My wife worked for about the same amount of time running a snowcat and a combine in order to save enough money to buy a permit and a boat. So we are stakeholders in the future of the charter industry in 3A. And I would really just like to echo what Ben Martin said. We would like to put forward the possibility of reviewing this catch share plan. We are not proposing any numbers, but we really need stability. We're seeing this across all my friends that operate charter boats, that we don't know what the regulations are until the late winter of the year in question, and many phone calls have to be made in order to adjust plans. And these customers of ours are trying to save on their trips by booking flights and hotels way in advance. So it's a challenge for them to adjust their plans. And since we're in a period of lower abundance, let's work together for the benefit of the resource. And we need to be fluid with things like this. So let's at least have the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blount. Any questions? Okay. All right. Thanks for your testimony today. Jeff Barber.
Hey, can you pick me up, Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
we do. Yes, we do. Good afternoon.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the council. My name's Jeff Barber. I'm a commercial fisherman in Sitka. I want to thank staff for the great work on the 3-year catch share plan review, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify. While it's very interesting to see the data and the dashboards on pages 59 and 60 of the review, illustrating stable to increasing angler days in 2C as clear indicators, the charter businesses are doing quite well, if not expanding. The reallocative aspect of this issue should be tabled due to CSP objectives largely being met and until the RQE is implemented. Because I'm out in the water nearly year-round in Southeast, what I see is the expansion of angler days in 2C is from the charter season moving well beyond the historic charter season lengths. And looking at page 30, figure 11 of the analysis, it's important to remember that the halibut recreation fishery has two distinct components: the guided, which the catch share plan is all about, and the unguided, which has no allocation or abundant space management, that harvests approximately 1 million pounds of halibut in Southeast annually. This is important to understand, as though halibut abundance in 2C is relatively the same since 2010, well before the catch share plan was implemented. 2C seems likely to remain that way in the foreseeable future. Additionally, there are other regional differences in 2C, such as we have a smaller regulatory area, a high density of quota holders with a relatively small amount of quota. Another thing that may be of interest is that the Southeast charter sector has proposals under the Board of Fish to reallocate king salmon and increase its harvest of black cod, further driving the necessary contention and diminishing returns to affected commercial fisheries and their communities. This speaks to the diversity of the charter sector species harvest, which would also include lingcod, coho, rockfish amongst that quiver of fish that they harvest. The accumulation of these negative effects are profound in Southeast, where 80 to 85% of commercial salmon permits are owned by Southeast residents, and roughly 70% of the 2C quota is held by Southeast residents. My own personal story is that I've been commercial fishing halibut since 1995. This was not allocated any halibut. However, I eventually saved up enough to buy a small amount of D-class halibut quota to fish out of my skiff using earnings from a job as a deckhand on a longliner. As it turned out, the quota I bought was cut 75% in 3 years. Regardless, I still had to make payments on the pounds I purchased, even though I would likely never be able to harvest many of those pounds ever again. As a result, it took 18 years to pay off that quota, which was largely subsidized using money from my job as that crew member. I did, however, buy one more very small piece of quota after the catch share plan was passed, with the understanding that the instability factor of uncompensated reallocation was deceased. So while I appreciate that everyone wants something for free, the charter sector already receives a larger portion of the available harvest under lower abundance, and stability and predictability are not exclusive to any one sector, but is best achieved when everyone lives within their limits. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farber, for your testimony. Any questions?
Yes.
Mr. Mesro.
Oh my God. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Holy cow, you can. All right, great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Farber, for your testimony. I was just wondering, you're a former AP member, a knowledgeable guy about fisheries management, and my understanding of the way that angler days are calculated comes through the Fish and Game Charter logbook. And my understanding of this is that when a charter boat is out on a charter trip and they catch a single rockfish or a single sablefish or a single bottom fish effort of any kind, that if they put that in the charter logbook, that counts as angler days for the passengers that are on the boat. Is that your understanding of how that's calculated?
On a basic level, oh, thank you, Mr. Mesro, through the chair. Yeah, on a basic level, that's the way I understand it. And one of the sort of effects I saw from that after the CHPs were handed out, that there was more charter operations not using CHPs and targeting, salmon and lingcod and stuff like that. So I do consider that kind of thing, but I kind of go back to my comment about seeing an extended season beyond the historic season length. And so that effort's increased. So I just sort of drew that conclusion there, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Mr. Farber, thank you. I have one more question that I want to try for you, which is the question that I asked the previous testifier regarding the non-allocative aspects of this review. There are some aspects of this that were encapsulated in a motion at the AP regarding interannual variability and, the time of catch records transmitted so that the charter fleet may have better notice to book their trips. Do you, as a stakeholder and knowledgeable guy, do you think that looking into those things would cause, consternation from the longline operators that you interact with?
No, thank you for the question. I think those are reasonable things to look at. I understand the tweaks necessary to any program to meet its objectives, including what we saw in the 20-year review of the IFQ program. Lots of consolidation, tough to get into the fishery, tough to address those issues. So I respect that. There's also the issue of the non-transferable permits that are being leased. I think there's a number of things, probably maybe tweaks to the gas and whatnot. But yeah, there's definitely sort of those management, operational aspects that certainly warrant looking at.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it all.
Yep. Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Farber? Okay. All right. Thanks, Mr. Farber.
Thank you.
All right. Let's take one more testifier, and then we'll have an afternoon break. Frank Bailovich.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair and Council, for taking the time. My name is Frank Bailovich. I have lived and commercial fished in Sitka, Alaska here my whole life. Grew up fishing here with my father. In 2007, he passed away, and I purchased the 2A and 3C, or 2C and 3A halibut. Since then, things changed a lot. And it was for a good reason, things were being overfished. We all had to, live within our limits and move things down because the fish weren't there as much as they were, The analysis was quite wrong at the time. Now I have a family of 4. And, I have had to diversify. A lot of like these charter guys have diversified, I also bought black cod then, and, it's helped subsidize a lot of this other fishing. the charter guys, that's what they haven't mentioned in a lot of their testimony, I feel like, is that like they have really moved hard into the black cod industry. I mean, they got these electric reels now that work really good. And like these guys go out a lot. And like I really feel like it's a facetious thing to say that they are going to go under if there's not a bump in this halibut, because I mean the numbers just aren't showing it at the moment. One thing I heard about, you know, some of these guys, you know, they've had issues back, you know, they're high in 2006 and 2007. That's kind of like how we were. But, you know, in the halibut industry, we are nowhere near back to those levels. You know, we cannot boast of saying that we are back to that, and we are worried about what's going to happen in the future. We're worried about right now, you know. I live year to year, you know. I don't get to worry about what's going to happen next year. You know, my year doesn't go good. That means I got to work all winter until I go back to fishing this next year. It's not a very lucrative thing, you know. I've kind of thought about that now, you know. There's a lot of people that can make a lot of money by doing other things, but this is a lifestyle. And I'm just here to talk about what we know now, you know. What we know now is things are working, you know. I don't want to talk in hypotheticals. I appreciate you guys' time, and like I say, I don't know, everything. I appreciate your time. I'll forfeit the rest.
Thank you, Mr. Bolovich, for your testimony. Let's see if there's any questions. I don't see any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and take an afternoon break. Back in 10 minutes, and we will resume public comment.
I got the break.
Mr. Meekum, do you have a question when we get going? Not getting any audio.
Are you waiting for me?
Oh, no, I saw your hand up. Right. Okay, Council, please come back to order. We are ready to continue with our public testimony on agenda item D1, just for planning purposes for the day. Plan to go until 4:30 Alaska time today on public comment, and then I imagine we will resume with public testimony in the morning, and we'll start up at 8 a.m. So with that, next up is Steve Fish, then Raymond Nix, then Jacqueline Fedor.
Hello, this is Steve here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Chairman Canine, council members, my name is Steve Fish for the record. I've lived in Southeast Alaska since 1974. I started halibut fishing out of Petersburg in 75 and blackcod in 1979. As a fisherman, I've feasted and I've also starved. My wife, Carrie, and I have raised 3 kids who are still tied to commercial fishing out of Sitka, including halibut. We purchased and paid for about half of the halibut quota we now own. With halibut abundance and quotas dropping so much since we bought that quota, it's hurt, but we accept it as part of the bargain, so to speak. We've been in the business for a long time, which makes it a little easier and increases our own financial stability. Our own experience with that hardship might give a little bit of context, but for those who will really feel the pain are the younger people who trusted the council when the catch share plan was approved in 2012. At that time, after 20 years of uncompensated reallocation of halibut from commercial to charter, we finally had some perceived stability. The Gaff provision and later the RQE provision, once finally approved, would allow the charter operators to have some flexibility, and open reallocation was supposed to be over. Young people purchased halibut quota, taking out sometimes huge mortgages, leveraging limited assets. We have family members in that boat. Out on a limb, you might say. To lose quota share to low abundance is necessary and acceptable when the resource is at risk of overharvest. That's Fish Biz 101. Losing quota share and thereby increasing financial instability and risk so that charter lodges can continue to grow and meet increased demand for their product is not acceptable. We all get to live with limits. Low abundance is just that. We all would like to see more fish to catch, and we commercial users could sell more fish too if we had it. The commercial harvesters losing quota share for any reason has a direct effect on our livelihoods. We can't always or continue to find another fishery or make up lost revenues somewhere else. When that loss allows more fish to swim away and come back another year, that's one thing. When that fish income swims out of our pockets and into the pockets of another commercial resource user, that's another. The CSP has met its program objectives, creating sector accountability, ending the reallocation, providing a measure of stability to halibut sectors and communities, and providing the charter sector with an uninterrupted season of historic length. Please don't override the success of the CSP by extracting more halibut from the commercial sector. Charter operators haven't even finished developing all the tools created in the CSP for them to meet their needs. They should look to Congress for the authority to collect fees in order to support RQE quota purchase. Thank you for this opportunity to testify and for your consideration of the many complex and consequential issues which come before you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Fish. Appreciate your testimony. Let's see if there's any questions. Mr. Meekum.
Yeah, I apologize, Mr. Chair, but got other matters I need to attend to. So Glenn Merrill is my alternate. He'll be sitting in for this from now on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meekum. I'm not seeing any questions for Mr. Fish. So thank you for your testimony. Next up is Raymond Nix.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
My name is Raymond Nix, and I am a born and raised Alaskan, and my wife and I are owner-operators of Crazy Race Adventures. We're a saltwater fishing charter based out of here, Alaska, in Area 3A. Our charter is heavily based upon resident clientele, and if I had to throw a number at it, I would say it's very likely that 80% of our business is driven by residents. We often provide services for customers from the Anchorage, Matsu Valley, and Kenai Peninsula areas. Our clients more or less utilize us as a method for filling their freezers for the winter, which is very common for many Alaskans. Several of these folks are small business owners like myself, as well as workers from the North Slope and other normal working class people. The reason I'm voicing my opinion today is to address the council's decision to review the catch share plan allocation. Many of my clients have shared with me their ability to cope with one fish of any size and a second fish of 30 inches or greater. These fish, combined with some of the other species that are available, make for a great opportunity for them to subsist, and they are willing to spend their hard-earned money for it. However, the CSP has also shown me that unless there is a legitimate conservation concern, 2 or more days a week closed, the second fish less than 28 inches, and tight annual limits has greatly discouraged my Alaskan clientele from coming. This affects not only my business, but several small businesses in my rural community. I keep hearing that the RQE will pad the charter allocation in the future and prevent harsh restrictions, but right now it appears that those measures are quite a ways off. I feel it will be many years before we see any benefit from it. I've heard several testimonies from the longliners about not wanting to give up uncompensated allocation, with several references to liken it to stealing. However, this morning, Ms. Marinan stated in her presentation that in 2013, our allocation in 3A for sport charter was approximately 3.6 million pounds pre-catch share plan. And then in the first year of the CSP, we're reduced by nearly half of that allocation. Why? Which other user group has taken a 50% reduction in a single year? To me, that doesn't really sound much like sharing. If we were to get even a slight increase in allocation, this would likely help me ensure that I have a decent trip to sell my fellow Alaskans. This will also help me ensure that come payment time, we have the needed money to support my business's needs. Our company, Crazy Race Adventures, is a well-known family-owned Alaska charter fishing business, and it was built to take Alaskans fishing. My family and I would greatly appreciate the council moving forward with a full analysis of a review of charter and longline allocation, so we can actually see if there's a way to mitigate the real risk of a year or two of huge closures or restrictions that make selling my trips to residents impossible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Nix. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Oh, sorry, Mr. Twite has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Nix, I didn't catch exactly where you were fishing out of, but I was just wondering what pressures you're seeing from your clients of moving over to self-guided rentals instead of making use of charter services.
Yeah, that's a good question. You can hear me still?
We can.
Yeah, definitely. There is quite a bit of folks that are moving into self-guided. That, and also several of my clients are now just utilizing buddies to go fishing as opposed to hiring a charter.
Thank you.
Ms. Kimball. Ms. Kimball, I'm not picking up your audio.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I heard you say, you took a significant reduction from moving from the GHL to the CSP in the allocation. And I'm wondering if you're attributing that to the CSP or you're attributing that to the timing of lower halibut combined catch limits that we started to see at that same time frame?
Yeah, I somewhat attribute it to both of them.
Thank you.
Right. I don't see any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Nix. Go to Jacqueline Sador.
Hello?
Sador. Hello?
Hello? Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we do. Is this Jacqueline Sador? Okay. I'm not sure who we had speaking there. All right, let's move to Kent Barkow.
Yeah, hello. Am I on there?
Yes, you are. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks to the chair and the assembled members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Kent Barkow. I'm current and longtime Alaska resident here in Sitka and commercial halibut fisherman. Our family derives the largest share of our livelihood from commercial halibut fishing in areas 2C and 3A. I received a very small initial quota share allocation, but since then our family has been steady purchasers using both savings and debt. The decline in the halibut total catch limits to low levels of abundance have been painful and required additional investment in quota share to maintain our business viability and support for our family. This investment in quota share is a large part of our retirement planning also. Uncompensated reallocation has direct impacts on our investments, essentially taking what we have invested and handing it to other businesses, thus diminishing our livelihood and retirement. The catch share plan was created and has been refined in a reasoned manner with both sides to the table. The historic and sustainable commercial sector has given up a lot to provide for the growth in the charter sector. Catch share planning has provided for reasoned and negotiated further charter access to halibut through the Gaff and RQE, ways for the charter sector to gain a greater share of the catch. It doesn't make any sense to me that the council would give consideration to a flat-out uncompensated reallocation given the catch share provisions that are outcomes of the council process. I strongly oppose an uncompensated reallocation and the analysis of it. The audacity of the requests maybe shouldn't surprise me, but these requests land way outside of reason or fairness. To call these proposals for reallocation tweaks or surgical is disingenuous. I might also add our community of Sitka was deeply divided by the reallocation in the past. This division has softened in the last few years, but if the council opens this up, the uncompensated reallocation, these divisions will once again flare. Our neighbor in the harbor might just be handed a portion of our investment, negating all the cooperation, compromise, and assurances of the council catch share planning process. This charter neighbor in the harbor has never had to make an investment in access. We are all squeezed in times of low abundance. We all need to adjust and participate in conservation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barkow.
Hello.
Are there any questions for Mr. Barkow? Great. Okay. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Great. Let's try Jacqueline Sidor.
Hello, do you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello?
Hi.
Oh, hi there. Yes, you got me. You hear me this time.
Yes, we hear you.
Oh, okay. My name is Jacqueline Cedar, and I have fished halibut in Area 2C since 1979. I also hold IFQ for sablefish in Area 2C. My daughter has halibut quota in 2C as well as sablefish. My other daughter crews on boats, and my 2 grandchildren are crew on fishing boats. My quota was earned through participation in the fishery for years. I know many commercial fishers have taken on considerable debt to buy IFQ. I am an elder, and I depend on income from the fisheries to live and support myself. It is my sole source of income. I cannot afford to lose more quota to the charter industry without compensation. Area 2C is at low levels and projected to remain at these levels for the near future. The commercial charter allocation is 25% higher than their historic share was during the CSP qualifying years. Analysis states the CSP is meeting program goals in Area 2C, ending reallocation without compensation to the commercial charter industry, and creating sector accountability. I believe that what needs to be done is more accountability on the part of the commercial charter industry to adhere to their allocation. The commercial charter industry has exceeded their allocation by roughly 10% for many years. As a commercial fisher, if I exceed my quota, that amount is subtracted from my quota the following season. And if I'm above 10% of that overage, I am fined. The CSP expected both sectors to conserve and stay within their allocation. The GAF program is available for charter operators to lease quota if they want more. And the RQE is moving through process at this time. Low abundance is hard on everyone. Uncompensated reallocation of our commercial quota is destabilizing and undermines the IFQ program. The commercial charter industry wants more stability. If they want more stability, the council should consider changes to the charter management process, not more uncompensated reallocation taken from those of us who hold IFQs. I ask that you do not reallocate any more commercial IFQ to the commercial charter fishery without compensation. I thank you for the opportunity to testify. Thank you. And that's all I have.
Great. Thank you very much for your testimony. Let's see if there's any questions. I don't see any questions. Thanks again.
Thank you. Bye now.
Bye. Okay, let's move to Daniel Miller. Mr. Daniel Miller, are you with us? We're not picking up your audio. Reminder to try *6 if we're not catching your audio. With that, let's try Kent Huff. Okay, we can circle back to both of them. David Creighton.
Yeah. Yeah, Council, David Creighton here. Am I loud and clear?
Yes, you are. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for taking the time to hear our testimony. David Creighton, born and raised here in Alaska. I have lived in Craig and operated a charter operation, Shelter Cove, out of here with my family for the last 25 years. We employ 5 year-round and an additional 25 throughout the summer season. I'm proud to be a charter operator. I'm thrilled to be a provider. And the fact is lodges, they do provide for these small communities. For a couple of quick numbers, local jobs, not just the jobs that we provide in our business, but the trickle-down jobs. So, for example, our local boat shop, and it's our one and only for Prince of Wales Island, he attributes right close to 50% of his annual revenue comes from the charter fleet. And then from our business alone, we contribute about 1/5 of the summer sales tax revenue to the city of Craig. That's just one charter business. So at any rate, Craig's experienced some industry loss. Logging is in drastic decline. I don't know that they can handle further loss, and these are kind of scary times. Getting to that tipping point, and tipping points, last straw on the camel. It's not entirely just halibut that is an issue for us as a charter fleet here in Southeast, but it's this accumulation of increasing restriction, so that and it's across all species. We have our yellow wire shut down, our king salmon harvest potential. Proposals are in place that could drastically reduce that to where we could get to a point where we have 4 game fish allowed for a client to take home for a 3-day trip. That's restrictive. I also wanted to make a quick note on there's kind of, I get the sense that everybody feels like the charter fleet is succeeding and growing. And, I'm looking at tables 30 and 31. And when I look at that table and I see the numbers, what I see is actually a very slow recovery. If you go back prior to the catch share plan, what you're seeing is a slow recovery back to our standard, back to where we were prior to the recession. And so, and it's been hard work. I went through that recession and it wasn't easy. So this idea and this notion that the charter fleet is thriving and growing to huge amounts is just really, it's untrue. Actually, Table 30 shows that we've actually reduced in the number of businesses and also reduced in the number of vessels on the water since 2014.
Mr. Creighton? Mr. Creighton?
Yes,
I apologize. You're great. All right, thank you. Let's see if there's any questions for you. I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Right. Do we have either Daniel Miller or Kent Huff on the line? If not, we will move to Craig Evans.
Good afternoon. How about now? Can you hear me?
Good afternoon.
Hi, my name's Craig Evans. Members of the council. I'm a third-generation halibut fisherman. Been fishing halibut for 44 years, as a deckhand until 1991, and as a captain since then. I've owned quota in areas 2C and 3A. I currently own quota in area 2C. Since I was not issued any quota originally, I had to take out loans, and I bought all of my quota. My oldest son has also taken out loans and invested in halibut quota. My 2 younger sons fish with me. I own a limit seiner. With a vessel this size in Southeast, you have to be diversified. You have to participate in several fisheries to make payments, provide for your family and families of your crewmen. In addition to halibut fishing, we participate in salmon, crab, black cod. The loss of halibut quota share would not be easily recovered in another fishery. Salmon, for example, is very cyclical in Southeast. As fishermen, we can't control fish stocks, can't control prices, can't control the weather, but we do look to you guys for sound management and to provide us regulatory stability. Throughout my years of fishing and investing in quota share, I've seen it continue to be diluted through reallocation of the charter sector. After IFQs were implemented, Council adopted GHLs for the halibut charter fishery based on the charter sector receiving 125% of their previous harvest. Then 213 catch share plan, they're given another 25% above their historical use. RQE was passed, and Gaff, RQE, I won't go into that. You guys have heard lots about that. That was compensated reallocation. Now, even before the RQE has been activated, their efforts to reallocate fish through this review process that would have a cumulative impacts on the IFQ fisheries, in addition to those available through the RQE. I believe that any additional reallocation of quota will be destabilizing to the faith that banks have in loaning money for IFQ purchases. Not long ago, the IFQ committee and council were exploring ways to make the purchase of quota share more affordable for new entrants. I was at some of those meetings, and I testified at that time, and I'll testify again, that the most important thing that this council can do to make the IFQ fishery available to new entrants is to provide regulatory stability. Please vote no on this proposal. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Any questions? Don't see any. Thank you again. Next up is Scott Jorgensen, then Cale LeDuc, then Ocean Mayo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council. You can hear me okay?
We can. Good afternoon.
My name's Scott Jorgensen. I'm operator of Pybus Point Lodge, a remote charter saltwater operation in Area 2C. Appreciate all the comments that's been made today. It's interesting to listen to perspectives on both sides. One of the things that's interesting to me is there seems to be a perception that if you're in the charter business, you don't have a substantial investment made that provides you with a somewhat questionable livelihood on some days, as opposed to commercial fishing. And I'd just like to reiterate that I'm empathetic to the commercial side, and I would hope they would be empathetic to me too. We both have substantial investments made, and we're both trying to make a living off a somewhat unpredictable resource. Having said that, it would seem to me like a review of the CSP is warranted, if nothing else, because it's a mandated part of the program. For anybody to assume that you could predict the best method of allocation at any given time with when there's changing economies and changing biomasses and everything else would seem a little bit disingenuous. And so I don't understand the concern for the review process itself. It would seem to me that it would be prudent to always have that in mind for both parties. Along those lines, let me just address real quick a couple of things. The perception that as was vocalized a little while ago, that the charter industry is automatically thriving would be a misnomer at this point in time. With the changes every year in the size limitations to what is provided under a charter halibut permit, the challenges of marketing that permit have been very interesting. I've been in the business since 2009, and I've seen it both ways. And at the very least, the cost of that continued marketing with the up and down in size restrictions that have followed the allocation restrictions has been challenging at most. And so at the very least, recognize the fact that even though we may still market hopefully successfully, it comes at a substantial cost when we drop down. There is a tipping point that the public will not go below, and I apologize that you have to receive some of that information somewhat anecdotally, but trust that when we discuss these changes with our clientele, we're very aware of a point of tolerance that isn't going to be met at some point in time, which would be devastating to the industry. And since the review process is once every 10 years, we would ask that you would at least take a look at it during this time period. Thanks for your time today.
Great. Thank you for your testimony, Jordy. Any questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you. Next up is Cale Leduc.
Hello, you got me here?
Yes, we do. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Cale Leduc. I'm 40 years old. I live in Sitka, Alaska. I've been fishing for about 25 years. My story is very similar to many other commercial fishermen that you've heard from today. I bought into the IFQ fishery when I was in my 20s. I deckhanded for years and saved my money, got a loan in order to buy my IFQs. I was pretty excited about it. And then I kind of watched my quota diminish year after year, along with my income as a deckhand and my earnings from my quota share. From what I feel is due to years of unrestricted growth of the charter fleet and overages in the GHL until the CSP was implemented. Although I didn't think it was a perfect thing, it was a compromise that we could all live with, and it was a way to avoid having my quota taken from me. I make a small portion of my income from halibut these days. I still have a little bit of quota that I bought, but I've diversified, and now I fish salmon and blackcod as well. The charter fleet also fishes for salmon and blackcod, in addition to halibut and several other species of fish. But diversifying is what we do, so that on a year where maybe one species isn't doing so well, cumulatively, hopefully the other ones will keep us in business. If the charter fleet feels restricted or burdened by reductions, it is because they were largely unrestricted for decades, and now they're being managed within their allocation and the abundance of the resource. They are seeing for the first time what accountability and abundance-based management is. It's how fisheries are managed and how the commercial fleet has been operating and basing our business decisions on for years. The CSP has been implemented for 8 years now. I think they've had adequate time to adapt their business models, and if it isn't working for them, they need to find a way to manage without uncompensated reallocation. I'm not asking for more fish. I'm only asking that my business isn't impacted by other user groups with this fully allocated resource, resulting in uncompensated reallocation. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Leduc. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Ocean Mayo.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, hi, Mr. Chair and council members. My name is Ocean Mayo. I'm a commercial fisherman. I run the fishing vessel Coralie. It's been family operated since it was built. I've been working in the industry for 26 years since IFQs came about, and I've purchased 2C and 3A quota with down payments of cash and then substantial loans, some of them through the NPFMC program and recently through private banks. But when the issue was first coming up about reallocating quota in the CPS program, the CSP program, that was tough to take because I had already started investing into the industry back then. And a lot of my investments since then in halibut have been out west because of you're more secure with your quota buying, knowing there's not another user group that's going to come in and maybe try to get some reallocation down the road. I think this destabilizes the industry a bit. Banks right now, like the one I deal with, it'll only loan 50% on IFQs, and I think if they know it's easy for another user group to come in and take 5%, up to 5% at any 10-year interval, then I think that'll definitely destabilize the financial loaning process for getting Qs in the private sector anyways. I think I heard a couple of times the idea brought up of looking at the CSP and without looking at reallocation. And I think if there's a way to do that, that would seem the most fair, because I do hear a lot of the charter people saying it's kind of a hard thing to market around. And I could understand that, sympathize there. Fishing's not an easy industry either. But I have had quota since it already got reallocated a little bit to the charter sector, and now another reallocation seems a little bit unfair. I'm still paying off loans and things like that. So I hope to. I'm a second generation fisherman, and I want to get my kids in someday. I have one kid coming up on 14, and he's about ready for the back deck. But it's hard to convince somebody to buy into an industry when there's so many maybe unrestricted mechanisms to take the quota back from people that have already invested, paid for it. And most of the quota by now has changed hands. So almost all the quota that will be reallocated has been bought and paid for, or might still being paid for, and with lots of interest on top of that. So anyways, I thank you guys for your time, and I appreciate you guys going through the process. And I am against any reallocation of IFQs.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from council members? Thank you, Mr. Mayo.
Thank you.
Next up is Richard Yamada, then Ryan Reeves, and then Cheston Clark. Mr. Yamada. Not hearing you. Perhaps *6 is in order. Maybe we can circle back. Ryan Reeves.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Ryan Reeves. I'm from Wrangell, Alaska. Recently, this last fall, I purchased UC halibut quota. It took me 9 years to save up and purchase the quota. Not purchase, but get enough to put a down payment. Understandably, I'm concerned about reallocating to the charter fleet for uncompensated. But anyway, I support charter fleet and commercial fleet and feel like we're all pretty similar, and we bring a lot of value and revenue to the cities we live in. Anyway, I just do not support the reallocation, and understand why the charter fleet would want clients to have the opportunity to catch more fish. Anyway, I do not support reallocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Cheston Clark.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. My name is Cheston Clark. I've been a commercial fisherman since 1989, working in the Bering Sea, crab fisheries, and longlining. I am also a trawler and longliner here in 2C, and also own halibut IFQs. I have also been a charter operator for 19 years, so I understand that business as well. that I've since sold out of that business. In my career, I have watched the charter sector grow and prosper, while the whole time I have struggled with my halibut IFQ purchase. I bought in the early 2000s, around 2004, and right before the big crash. I've struggled to make my IFQ payments, and it's been a roller coaster at least. I cannot lose any more halibut to another user group. I do not think this is fair. I understood the no further reallocation when the CSP was passed. I do not support another reallocation, and I urge the council to vote it down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Kathy Hansen.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Council members, thank you very much for this opportunity to testify. My name is Kathy Hansen. I'm the Executive Director of Southeast Alaska Fishermen's Alliance, also known as SEFA. We have members involved in the longline fisheries in Southeast and the Gulf of Alaska, and have members that fish throughout most of Alaska, particularly 2C and 3A halibut. I submitted written testimony as well as providing a graph when I signed up. I served on the Charter Halibut Stakeholder Committee in 2007 and 2012, where the catch share plan was developed. The solution to end uncompensated reallocation ended up being done piecemeal in order to reach a solution. First, limited entry so you could identify the participants. Next, the catch share plan, which was allocation along with a management system that had less of a time lag, with Gaff followed by the RQE. These steps were to end the uncompensated reallocation. As this analysis shows, the goals and objectives of the catch share plan were met. Let me tell you about the graph I submitted when I signed up to testify. In a lot of the testimony, written testimony, particularly 3A, there were comments that a lot of poundage had been transferred out of 3A. So I show the reference TCEY put out at the interim meeting, along with the adopted TCEY, the CCL, and then translated the charter percentage into pounds, and then the amount actually harvested. Written testimony from the RQE Association suggested a 5 to 10% increase at low levels of abundance in 2C and 3 to 5% in 3A. So I used those percentages to show that with the combined catch limit, when you transfer over allocation points, it actually translates into a greater increase in poundage to the charter sector than the allocation point transfer. So a 5 to 10% increase in 2C translates into a 27 to a 54.9% increase, and 3A is 15.9% to 26% at a 3.5% range. In my written testimony, I point out that 64% of the 2C quota and 58% of the 3A quota are held by new entrants, as well as many of the initial issuees have purchased additional quota. This quota has been purchased, and for many still have outstanding loans. Since the catch share plan proposed rule was published, 18% or 131 of the 2C participants have purchased 24% of the quota because they thought the program had been stabilized. In 3A, the numbers are 19% of the participants for 30% of the quota. Uncompensated reallocation will hurt these new entrants and those that are underwater from previous uncompensated allocation, on top of the declining abundance. These fishermen are already working other fisheries and jobs to survive and can't afford to lose additional poundage in times with low abundance. The analysis in some testimony makes it seem like it's easier for commercial fishermen to adapt and diversify. If your money is tied up in halibut, you don't have the funds to get involved in another fishery by buying additional permits or gear and boat modifications. By taking the action and requesting additional uncompensated reallocation, you delay the implementation of the program meant to really end uncompensated reallocation and provides a disincentive to provide support for that program. It was the charter operators and RQE choice to pursue the federal funding option so the client is charged directly with a halibut charter stamp than a state legislative option that could already probably be in place. There is much testimony in 3A about the disparity between the GHL and the catch share plan. This was because you were under a time of high abundance under the GHL, and as planned under the catch share plan, both sectors were affected by the abundance of the resource, and the catch share plan was introduced just as 3A got hit by the lower abundance levels, which 2C had already had that sharp decline before the catch share plan was implemented. It was known at the time the catch share plan was adopted that we were entering a time of lower abundance and that some really strong year classes were moving out of the fishery. 2C and 3A are very different. Different types of clients, types of trips, packages being sold, and the current analysis shows that and part of what made putting a catch share plan package together difficult. Rather than spending time on uncompensated reallocation and creating tension in the communities, the charter industry needs to spend time on getting the RQE up and running with funding, possibly work on management tweaks and how to make the Gaff program more functional for them. Both options, the reallocation package or an RQE funding package, will most likely take the same amount of time to implementation. Just to make CFA's position really clear, we are opposed to reopening allocation for discussion. We are willing to talk about management tweaks. It will become a big food fight and create tension with the communities and between sectors, particularly in Southeast where higher allocations are being asked for other species with the same rationale in these times of low abundance and where several of these stocks are already being considered as stocks of concerns. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Ms. Hanson. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Hello?
Hi, is this Kevin Birchfield?
It is, yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm Kevin Birchfield with I'm the president of the Juneau Charter Boat Operators Association. I represent 12 local operators. I had written a long dissertation. I've decided to forego that. Enough has probably been said at this point. The bottom line is the Juneau Charter Boat Operators Association strongly supports a review of the CSP. We're not asking for allocation. Everyone is concerned about allocation, and they should be. That makes sense. We're not asking for that at this time. We're asking for a review, a simple review of the CSP. After that review is done, if it says everything is fine, we move on. If it says something needs to be tweaked or adjusted in some manner, that's when we have that conversation. So at this point, we're only asking the council to support and vote for a review of the CSP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Birchfield. Are there any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay? Thank you for your testimony. It's just taken me a bit to ask this question of several people that had the same type of testimony as yourself, and it's really about, we do have a review in front of us of the CSP, and I'm wondering what additional information would come forward that would give us this clear answer of whether there is something, quote unquote, wrong or needs to be adjusted in a new analysis. I'm just looking for what kind of information the staff might bring forward that would help us get to that point.
Mr. Birchfield, are you still with us?
That's okay, Mr. Chair. It looks like maybe we lost him.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Okay. With that, we can go to Megan O'Neill.
Hello, members of the council. My name is Megan O'Neill, and I'm Executive Director of Petersburg Vessel Owners Association. Our membership participates in a variety of state and federal fisheries, including longline fisheries in Southeast and the Gulf of Alaska for halibut and sablefish. CVOA is opposed to moving this review to analyze reallocation of halibut under the catch sharing plan. The review finds objectives of the CSP are largely being met. Objective 1 and 2 of the CSP are being met in both areas. There is separate accountability for each sector in the combined catch limits, including separate accounting of discard mortality for each sector. And there are no in-season management or season length changes for either sector aside for the COVID buffer in 2021 that liberalized bag limits. Objective 3 is partially met in both areas, again, consistent season length for charter, and some aspects are better met in 2C. Looking at Objective 3, under the CSP, the charter sector has more predictability in management measures, especially in 2C, as noted in the review on page 77. Area 2C charter sector experienced a variable management process under the GHL, including multiple regulatory agencies imposing regulations and at different times in the season. Page 80 shows Objective 4 is being met in 2C, which has remained near or under its allocation in most years of the CSP, with the exception of an estimated overage in 2021 of 42.5% due to the COVID buffer previously cited. There are a few aspects of the CSP objectives noted as not being met in the review. First, in Objective 3, providing predictability and advance notice in the setting of annual charter management measures prior to the end of the year. These are actually finalized at the IPHC meeting in January. The review notes that in meeting Objective 3, in development of the CSP, the Council indicated that one objective of this amendment is to create a CSP that requires both the charter and commercial IFQ fisheries to share the burden of conservation at low levels of abundance. As the halibut biomass has declined, this objective prevents challenges for creating interannual stability and harvest opportunities for the charter sector. Second, the Area 3A charter sector has exceeded its allocation in all years except 2020 under Objective 4. Page 83 of the review outlines the next step, including the ability for the Council to initiate discussion papers or analyses to consider modifying aspects of the CSP program other than allocations. Program amendments I've heard over the last 2 weeks that could help address minor shortcomings of the CSP objectives, these being more stability in setting charter management measures and overages in 3A, include setting charter management measures biannually or a year lag in implementation after measures are set, allowing CHP holders who also hold IFQs to fish all their quota share as Gaff fish, and allowing charter captains and crew to use their days at sea to qualify for a TEC to purchase quota share. This concludes my testimony. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. Are there any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. O'Neill, for your testimony. I just wanted to make sure that I captured your recommendations at the end in terms of potential modifications to the catch sharing plan that you could support. I think the second one you talked about, well, I wrote it down as increasing the caps applicable to Gaff holdings. Is that what you were getting at from what they currently are?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, that's what I was getting at. Currently under Gaff, you can only transfer 10% or 1,500 pounds, whichever is lowest through Gaff. So in the example of somebody that has a charter business that also invests in their own IFQs, I don't see a reason why they shouldn't be allowed to choose to fish that, to fish their quota share in either side of their business that they've invested in.
Thank you for that clarification, Ms. O'Neill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Baker. I don't see any additional questions. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. O'Neill. Next
Chairman,
up
can you hear me?
Sorry, who's this?
Can you hear me? This is Richard Yamada.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Yamada. All right, we will take Mr. Yamada's testimony.
I'm sorry about the technical problems, but things weren't working on my end. Sorry. But for the record, my name is Richard Yamada. I'm speaking on behalf of the Catch Association, which is the designation as the RQE. And I'm basically just going to recap a lot of things that have already been said by the charter sector that really the catch sharing plan needs to be revisited and reviewed. And I see you're doing that. And specifically responding to the AP's motion to disconnect 2C and not having a review go forward in Area 2C. So I'm speaking more specifically regarding that. I think the rationale for 2C, for reviewing the catch sharing plan, is really the fact that there are unknown consequences of the times. At the time that the CSP was done, the conditions of the halibut stock, the management measures, I don't think the crafters of the CSP at that time could have envisioned a guided fishery that's on the verge of collapse in Area 2C. And I only say that in that the IPC has really thrown a life ring to 2C for many, many years. And I think the will of, the other regions, as well as, people at the commissioners, we like to move back to more of a regional-based type of allocation that is more closely resembles a biological distribution. So if that is a path forward in the future, 2C will not have that ability to be boistered anymore. And if that had happened this year and they didn't get that reallocation, there would be under a 37-inch fish, days of the week closures and annual limits. And that really, at that level, indicates a collapsed fishery. And so we're not talking about the collapse of our businesses in 2C. We're talking about the collapse of a guided fishing activity that U.S. citizens traditionally come to Southeast Alaska to harvest their public trust fishery, the halibut resource. So we wish that the analysis goes further, provide some better insights into how we can tweak the CSP. I think there's harm to both sectors the longer we stay in that type of management regime. I think the initial allocations were an experiment in this program, and the longer we are in it, the harder it is and the more damage it does to participants. And that's what we're seeing. We've been in for close to 8 years, and having any shift of allocation is going to be harmful to a sector. And I appreciate that. It's just that these were unforeseen, and we need to revisit this review, and hopefully the analysis will bring out what's an appropriate initial allocate, what the initial allocation should have been to take care of these times of low abundance. Other than that, I'll take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yamada. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Yamada, for your testimony. I just wanted to highlight or talk about a few of those points. Is it that your testimony that the low abundance scenario in 2C was not foreseen in the original CSP, or similar to previous questions by other council members, is it that the concern is that in the future 2C won't be bolstered by other areas' quota, so the management measures there will be much more challenging? I'm really trying to understand kind of the heart of your testimony there.
So I think, through the chair, I think it's both of those. I think while the anticipated times of low abundance and 18% would satisfy that, they did not have any idea what that would equate in the future with the bag limits that we are associated with times of low abundance. That 18% would equate to a restricted bag limit that would really be, not marketable, not sustainable, and so I think as I said, the fact that we're in this situation was not predictable, and this would only lead to businesses looking for other alternatives. And I sincerely see that in order to adapt, that our fishery in 2C would be moving into a more unguided boat rental model to satisfy that need for our guests to harvest halibut.
Thank you. That I understand that explanation. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Yamada. I'm glad you succeeded in connecting. I'm thinking a fair amount as I'm listening to testimony about the timeline for implementation of RQE, and you're about as knowledgeable a person on that as anybody at this point, I think. So if the RQE language is signed off on is ultimately passed by Congress and signed off on by this administration in the next few months, what do you see then as the timetable for getting the RQE up and running? Can you just sort of walk through how you see the next steps and the kind of timetable you think it'll take to get through all those?
Currently, we've been working on, moving this to the council in April, and there's several alternatives. One has been to, have the charter operators bear the cost of the program. So there's still a lot of, debate as to how that would pan out in the process at the council. Provided that goes smoothly, we would need to set up the mechanism, and we've met with, our preferred alternative, which we'll probably present in April, is to have this RQE be completely electronic, similar to the King Salmon Stamp program, but completely electronic in format. So you have an electronic permit, and everything we've done through an app. So we've met with app developers and the Department of Fish and Game to look at how we could provide this kind of, electronic-based program. So that still has to be worked out, the mechanics of that, and getting that app developed. And if that went well, how is this program going to be really administered? Is it going to be administered through NIMS, or is it going to be administered through the RQE? So it's another, decision point that has to be made in the future and what the cost of that program would be. And if that was passed, we would still need to determine, how much quota is out there to purchase. Right now, there's hardly any. So as the resource rebounds, as you heard by testimony, there's a lot more quota being purchased by commercial fishermen. We may take a few years to raise enough money to buy quota, and then when we want to buy it, is quota going to be available? So I see this as a long-term program that the original goal was to bring us back to, some kind of a one fish or two fish kind of bag limit in the long term. It wasn't designed to be as nimble and flexible to adjust immediately needs in times of low abundance. It was structured like that in long term. We're only can buy 1% for the next 10 years. So, it's a very long-term investment program and has a long timeline. It's been a long time already, as you can see, and I don't see it being expedited any faster than that. I hope that answers your question.
It does really well. Thank you. I guess I just have one sort of short follow-up. Are there any things that you can do as an entity before all those steps are completed, arranging for startup money from NGOs or maybe even getting a loan or anything in order to really make sure that you're ready to go as soon as you have permission to start operating?
We floated some ideas. What we landed on and we are pursuing is a charter loan program. We're still having some attorneys look at it, and we almost have to do pro bono because we don't have any money to even to ask somebody to do this for us. But to have a way that charter operators could loan money to the RQE with a payback provision, so it'd be like a charter loan, and we'll pay interest on it. And then once we start collecting money, that we would repay the charter operators that obligation. But that was just a thought. We're trying to draft some kind of a program. We're trying to, get some seed money, but we haven't been successful with a really good idea yet.
Thank you, and good luck with all that. Thank you for all your work on that.
You're welcome.
Any further questions for Mr. Yamada? Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is Woody Sear, then Byron Funt, Real Sergeant.
Hi there, this is Woody. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Thanks. Hi, members of council, chair. Appreciate you hearing my testimony today. I'm Woody Sear. I fish out of Sitka. I bought the Patience back in 2019, started gill netting 2020. I put troll gear on it to diversify, and then last year I took out almost $350,000 of loans to buy 2C halibut quota to further diversify my business, because after talking with everybody and looking into all the numbers I could find, it seemed like the best coin flip that was out there for something that was stable and a good direction to take with my business. Now we're talking about a review process, and it seems like there's been maybe some backpedaling on a reallocation, which sounds great to me. A backpedaling from this potential reallocation of fish that I purchased the privilege to catch. I worked for my money, as a lot of other people have said. We've got big loans on this all. We're invested in the fishery. The amounts that they were talking about for taking amount to tens of millions of dollars of fish in equity. That's not a small ask. Everybody needs to share the burden at low levels of abundance. I completely understand and wholeheartedly encourage cuts due to conservation, and I've undergone these in my other fisheries already. They've been slashed, and my business has been turned on its head, and I've done what I needed to survive. Everybody needs to share in the burden. There shouldn't be any reallocation or stealing of quota that people have purchased. If charter operators need more quota, they should be more aggressively pursuing the legislation that's currently working its way through our government and use the Gaff program instead of focusing on trying to take fish from other fishermen. And if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sear. Any questions? Don't see any hands. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, Byron Funt.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Brian Funt. I'm the owner of a 58-foot fishing boat that's home ported in Petersburg. We run a 5-man crew for most of the season, and we fish 3A halibut in the Eastern Gulf. I have personally invested heavily in halibut IFQ over the last 15 years. For me, this investment in halibut dwarfs any other investment I've made in my 35-year fishing career. Additionally, some of my crew members have purchased halibut quota as well. It's interesting. I ran some numbers just really quickly, and you guys have heard this testimony today as well. But if you're honest about what your payoff is, it's 20 to 25 years. And the reason I bring that up is it's obvious that these margins are super tight, and acquiring new quota is extremely competitive. And that begs the question, and I'm sure I feel like a broken record to you guys, but if we as commercial fishermen need to purchase resource in an intensely competitive arena to build our business, why should another commercial user be given for free the resource if they want to build their business? And is it just that this increase in resource be funded by another commercial user? The guided charter seems to want something for free, except it's not for free. It comes on the backs of people who took huge risk and have worked for years to pay for their halibut rights. And a final point is with the Gaff and RQE, there are avenues for the guided charter industry to access more halibut. And I would ask that they would pursue those rather than an uncompensated reallocation from their fellow halibut users. It seems like the council has already done their job. The allocation was already made. The council has worked with the charter industry to create these programs, Gaff and RQE. And I would ask that you let this idea of uncompensated reallocation die. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mr. Funt. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Kirill Basarjan, then Andy Kittams, and then John Murray. Okay. Mr. Basarjan, we are not hearing you if you're on. Maybe try *6. We can go to Andy Kittams. Andy Kittams. Right. How about John Murray? If John Murray is not on, Tom Gemmel. My audio is working, right? Okay. Nick Versteeg. Okay. Anybody that I've called so far, if you've managed to connect, please let me know. Halen Bartow. Lauren
Mr.
Mitchell.
Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Chair, this is Bill. Should we check with staff and see if we've lost a capability? this point? This seems obvious that
it's a pretty good streak. I figured staff would be looking at that and let us know if that's the case.
Yeah.
Mr. Kneen, this is Lauren Mitchell. I'm available if you're ready.
Hi, Ms. Mitchell. Yes, let's take you now. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Through the chair and the council, I first want to thank the staff for such a comprehensive review of the Catch Share plan, and also thank you to the council for the opportunity to serve on the advisory panel. I'm speaking to you today as a fleet manager for a small Sitka-based fish processor with a fleet of 37 vessels ranging in size from 30 to 58 feet. The fleet is primarily hook and line fishermen, with 17 of them participating in the halibut longline fisheries. 13 of these fishermen are halibut quota holders, and some of them are multi-generational halibut fishermen. Many of them have testified to you today. The fleet collectively owns about 165,000 pounds in areas 2C and 3A, which accounts for almost 100% of our company's current halibut needs for the year. Sitka Salmon Shares has a direct-to-consumer market, with the majority of our fish supply coming from our dedicated fleet of fishermen owners who have invested to be part of the company's vertically integrated model. One goal of our business model is to create a stable market for our fishermen owners, a market that is not dependent on the whims of international markets or traditional processor markets. The charter sector is asking for more predictability and stability, but so are we, the fishermen, the processors, and our consumers. I would urge you to listen to the voices of the commercial fishermen, many of whom have recently invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in this fishery. These fishermen are understanding of the cuts to quota for conservation. In fact, many of these fishermen are the same ones who came out to testify in December in favor of abundance-based management. They have learned to ride the waves of conservation, and many have taken cuts up to 75% in their purchased quota due to conservation measures. Everyone should bear the burdens collectively when it comes to conservation, and this should even include the clients of the charter sector. They should also have access to this resource, but I imagine that if properly marketed, the client would understand that the reason they cannot keep the larger fish or keep fish on certain days of the week is due to a number of measures in place to preserve the viability of the stock. I keep hearing from the charter comments and testimony that they will lose clients to Canada. If more pressure is put on the stock in Area 2B, then I imagine over time they too will experience the same burdens of conservation and see charter halibut measures similar to our own. We are hopeful that at the end of the interim agreement with Canada, increased weighted age of halibut, a few promising year classes, and downstream effects of ABM measures on halibut PSC may help to improve the stock. But until that time, the charter industry should fully utilize the programs that they have in place before the council considers uncompensated reallocation. If Gaff were fully utilized and the RQE funding mechanism in place, and they still do not feel that their allocation was adequate, then that would be the time to have a discussion on uncompensated allocation. But until that time, I would ask the council to consider the data in this review as sufficient to show a catch-share plan that is meeting its objectives. Thank you for your time, and thank you to all the public who has taken time from both sectors to express their views today.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. And thank you for your service on the AP. Let's see if there's any questions. I don't see any. Thanks for your testimony today.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's circle back through the list of those that we had just missed there. Kirill Basarjan, Andy Kiddums, John Murray.
Yes.
We can hear you. We could hear you. Was that John Murray?
Yes. Dang, am I unmuted or not?
No, you're
okay.
You're
You
not.
got me?
We
oh,
do.
I'm not unmuted. 06?
No, you're good. We hear you. Okay. Mr. Murray, we had you there for a minute. Okay, let's go to Tom Gemmel, and then we'll try Mr. Murray again. Mr. Gamble? And don't forget to try *6 if you're online and we're not hearing you. Mr. Murray, do you want to give it another try? Okay, Nick Versteeg. Or Halen Barkel. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Who is this saving?
Halen Barkow.
Hello, Mr. Barkow. Whenever you're ready.
Hello. I'm testifying for myself and my brother who gets stage fright and did not want to call in. I'm 20, my brother is 18. We live in Sitka and have both been fishing for halibut since we were each about 6 months old. 5 years ago, we each invested in IFQs using our permanent fund savings to buy quota, and I've been using what I make from fishing the quota to pay for college. 2 years ago, my brother purchased a skiff, and last summer he purchased skiff-class halibut quota. We hope to fish this quota together starting this year and to buy more as we can afford it. As new entrants who have invested our own savings in quota, I cannot understand why the council would even consider taking some of the quota we have purchased and giving it to the charter sector. Frankly, it does not make any sense. The climate footprint of every halibut taken from a charter boat is ridiculous. The high-powered boats are burning 1 gallon of fuel per minute. This is not supportable. The charter fleet in Southeast Alaska takes non-resident visitors fishing. We live in Southeast and make our income fishing. Please do not reallocate halibut quota to the charter sector. The catch sharing plan is working. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Barkow. Let's see if there's any questions for you. Okay, don't see any. Appreciate your testimony and let your brother know you did a great job and he should join you next time.
Thank you.
Let's see, I think we are ready to move to Steve Zernia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Alrighty, Mr. Chairman, Council, thank you for the time. My name is Steve Zernia. I've operated a fishing charter company in Seward for the last 29 years, and I'm a member of the Charter Halibut Committee for Area 3A. I would urge the Council to initiate a full review of the allocation within the current catch sharing plan. Contrary to one of the goals of the CSP, which was to provide predictability within the halibut fishery, the CSP has significantly decreased predictability within the charter sector. This has happened due to ever-changing size limits, annual limits, day closures, trip limits, and other management measures used to constrain the charter harvest. These regulations have frustrated and confused anglers, especially local Alaskans, to the point where many don't bother to come fish with us anymore, instead finding a friend or someone that they know that has a private boat that can take them fishing. To attract locals, we need our trips to provide a value to them so that otherwise they'll go and find other access to the fishery or just go buy their fish at Costco. The charter industry in Area 3A was disadvantaged by the initial allocation within the CSP, which resulted in the loss of a large chunk of halibut allocated to the charter sector. The change in record keeping from the statewide harvest survey to using logbook data resulted in the loss of nearly 20% to the charter industry, and the switch from the GHL to the CSP allocation further reduced the charter share. This all happened at a time of rapidly declining abundance, which put the charter industry in a very, very difficult place from the start. From my seat on the Charter Halibut Committee, each year we've been faced with the terrible task of trying to determine what cuts that were going to do the least amount of harm to our industry and hurt the smallest number of charter businesses and alienate the fewest number of clients. The committee and the council provide regulation guidance in good faith, yet several times have been left on the losing end as the IPHC has chosen to reallocate fish from Area 3A to support fisheries in other areas. The bottom line is, in Area 3A, the CSP has not provided stability. It's resulted in much smaller allocation of fish to the charter industry. It's introduced a difficult process to determine annual management measures, resulting in much more complex regulations. It's changed resident angler behavior. It's increased leakage of effort to the private sector, and it's not resulted in a healthier biomass of halibut for the future. That concludes my comments. Therefore, I would believe a full review of the CSP is warranted. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Zernia. Any questions? I don't see any. We appreciate your testimony. Thanks again.
Thank you.
It's on a couple of names pop up of people who we skipped over. John Murray, are you available? Or Tom Gemmell? Okay. Move to...
Council John Murray speaking.
Hi. Good afternoon.
Yeah, hey. Okay. John Murray, I'm home ported in Sitka. I get the fishing vessel Sea Bear. I want to comment on this cut sharing plan. I think it's unneeded and unwarranted to have a review. Most of the other stuff you've heard many, many times, so I'm just going to skip to my last page. And this has come up a number of times from the guided folks. And I just call it a red herring argument of this lost angler opportunity and clients going elsewhere. I'd respectfully suggest the council look at the Southeast Sportfish regs on page 10 and 11. There is ample opportunity with generous bag limits and annual limits for many species. And if you come down here to Sitka Airport in mid-season, you'll see what I mean is 3-4 boxes per client. Common. I don't see the shortage. I don't know. I just don't see it. Most of the charter guys I know are getting 100 to 120 days a year, a season, which is pretty good gross stock. So my last comment would be just one final thought question. Why should the guided sports sector be prioritized over the commercial sector? So thank you very much for the opportunity, and thanks for weighing my testimony. Appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us, Mr. Murray. See if there's any questions for you. Don't see any. Appreciate your testimony today.
Welcome. Thanks.
Okay. Let's see. Josh Wisniewski. We don't have.
Can you hear me all right?
Josh. Oh, there you are. Hello.
Okay, great. My name is Josh Wisniewski, and I'm with the Alaska Skiff Fishermen Coalition. I live at Barabra Point on traditional Dena'ina and Supac lands near Seldovia, Alaska. I'm a community-based commercial halibut skiff fisherman. I'm a set net fisherman and a subsistence fisherman. I started commercial fishing in this area where I live and fish today when I was 18, and I fished hand pulling. I fish today hand pulling with a 22-foot skiff that I built in order to fish in this area. As a subsistence fisherman, I fish for myself and for other families and elders in my community who aren't able to fish for themselves. And commercial halibut fishing supports my subsistence fishing, central aspect of my way of life and my way of being in this place. And I know it is for many small-scale subsistence commercial fishermen across the Gulf of Alaska. I oppose any uncompensated reallocation efforts that seek to shift commercial quota to the charter sector. The catch share plan, I think as it is currently, has met its primary program objectives, which include ending reallocation, providing a measure of stability to all sectors. The existing structure of the catch share plan includes a mechanism for quota transfers that allow charter operators to lease commercial quota. The council also approved the second compensated reallocation mechanism, the RQE program, which would allow the charter sector to tax their clients and use those funds to acquire more quota. And that just requires congressional approval, likely to happen later this year, as many folks know. Now, a fundamental goal of the IFQ program was to assure that those directly involved in the fishery benefit from the IFQ program by assuring that those two fisheries were dominated by owner-operator operations. And today, when I look at the compositions of the charter and commercial fleets in my area, I see a charter fleet with lots of brand new boats, and the same certainly can't be said for the commercial fleet, where we see continued consolidation of quota ownership by absentee quota overlords, and the expansion of walk-on leasing has dramatically shrunk the fleet to a handful of boats that rely on IFQ charters. Basically, opportunities to enter the fishery as a small-scale fisherman are pretty much non-existent today. Small-scale fishermen like myself who purchased halibut quota have done so with this understanding that the reallocations were over. Myself personally, I was only able to purchase halibut quota through the assistance of the local fish fund quota loan program, and like many others, I'm still paying off my quota. Now, looking at Alaska boats and permits, it costs about $100,000 for a 6-angler permit for 3A. Now, if that operator has conservatively gets 60 days of fishing with 6 clients, and they catch an average of, say, 35 pounds of halibut over a season, over that 60 days, they're catching 12,600 pounds of halibut. So if you break that down, looking at what their cost to enter the fishery is at $100,000, they're getting to fish halibut, 12,000 pounds of halibut for $8 a pound, and that's fish they don't even need to catch or sell to make money. Yesterday, I saw the 3A quota was $50 a pound, so that same amount of fish would cost a commercial fisherman over $600,000, the return of which is subject to downward market conditions like we saw in 2020. Given this economic discrepancy, I can't comprehend the rationale for reallocation. In addition, looking at my area, expanding the charter fishing allocation in a period of low abundance, which creates a conservation issue. It puts increased pressure on our localized and concentrated stocks that are important and necessary for subsistence fishing communities, such as Seldovia, where I live, and our neighboring communities of Port Graham and Nanuelec. Now, we already experience pressure on these stocks within our designated subsistence fishing area, and increased allocation to the charter sector during a period of low abundance compounds those pressures within these locally designated subsistence fishing areas. And this, I imagine, would likely also be the case in Area 2C. So I'd request the council not to make any changes to the CSP that result in reallocation from the commercial to the charter sector. I think the fair course of action is for the charter sector to continue to pursue the opportunity to purchase quota through the RQE. And just, thanks for the time to consider my comments and those of other rural Alaska residents. I hope that you give due weight and meaningful consideration to our comments. For me and for others, fishing isn't just about businesses. It's about community, it's about sharing, and it's about fishing as a traditional coastal Alaska place-based way of being. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Wisniewski. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We're getting close to our 4:30 ish cutoff for the day. I saw Mr. Gemmel's audio pop up again.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good
Great.
afternoon.
Apologize for all the technical issues there. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair Kneen and members of the council. I'm Tom Gemmel, representing the Halibut Coalition, which includes 13 member groups operating in both 2C and 3A. We have about 500 individual members. The analysis indicates that the CSP allocations are meeting program objectives. Both commercial and charter sectors are sharing in the conservation burden at low levels of abundance. There should be no further uncompensated reallocation from the charter to the charter from the
commercial sector. Changes on how the charter management measure developed is a separate issue from allocation and should be explored by the council, particularly by the AP's recommendation. I think you've heard quite a bit about that. I'll say a few things about the RQE. We're glad to see that the charter guys are pushing it through, and they've got both the Recreational Fishing Alliance and the American Sport Fishing Association lobbying on that. One thing of deep concern is if you do any allocation changes or even talk about it, you might be disincentivizing the charter sector from pursuing the RQE. That's a very sensitive area, and I encourage you to be careful what you do there. If you do decide to do a temporary reallocation like has been discussed by some people, it should have a firm sunset date, say 3 years from passage of legislation, so there is no incentive for the RQE to delay funding. As a reminder, developing the RQE costs quite a bit of staff time, NIMPS, Fish and Game, and public and your own staff. One thing I think you should do is April, you've got a RQE regulatory package to look at. We suggest you keep moving that so that when the legislative language comes through, the regulatory package is almost ready to go. I think Mr. Twite asked a few questions about RQE funding, but we think too that the RQE should be looking at loans, like they mentioned, and possible grants from other organizations. One thing I would note, I'm a little bit disappointed in this. There was a news article yesterday that some of the charter sector are opposing paying the fees necessary to maintain the saltwater guide data collection program, the logbook. We think it's very important to keep the logbook going. That's a key source of information. You heard from Dr. Stewart on the status of the stocks, but very briefly, the coastwise TEC went up 5.6%. The 2C TCEY is up 1.9%, and 3A is up 3.9%. And I realize some of this is done by means of social economic reallocation by the IPHC, and eventually we want to get back to the more strict allocation based on the survey. The charter sector talks quite a bit about stability and management measures, particularly the ability to plan ahead. So we would recommend you follow the AP's guidance and take a look at some measures like trying to maybe make the regulations last for 2 years. Something like that, plus other action by the IPHC to smooth out the numbers would be very helpful. I think one of the charter people testified in 2020, the 3A TCEY went down 21%, and then the next year it bounced up 22%, and I can understand the frustration of dealing with that. So maybe some smoothing options would work like that. I concur with Megan O'Neill's comments about the Gaff. I think a lot can be done to liberalize that and make it more useful. It's been brought up a couple times about latent capacity. I think it's still a big issue. The council basically issued too many permits. A lot of those permits were issued based on low levels of activity and are now being used by someone at a lot higher level of activity. In 2C, there are 155 non-transferable permits, which is about 29% of the total of 529 permits. In 2C and 3A combined, there are 1,259 charter seats attached to non-transferable permits. And I think that's caused some difficulty in trying to predict the future ahead here. There is one example from Ketchikan. One of the lodge operators retired, didn't use his non-transferable permits between 2017 and 2020. But now he's activated 5 out of his 11 permits. There was also briefly mentioned about the switch from GHL to catch sharing plan in 2014. That year in 3A, there was a 31% decrease for the long line fleet and a charter decrease of 35%. I think the charter decrease is kind of an artifact of the GHL stair steps, which did not respond very precision to the change in abundance. So there's a little bit of an extra drop down for the charter side on that one. And trying to define what's the, to get the stability for the charter sector, I think we need to look at things a little bit differently. Right now, it seems like the rules are written to take every last possible fish. But if you want to smooth things out, maybe make rules for a couple of years, I think you may need to back off. Right? Yes?
I apologize. Yep, I apologize. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
So let's see if there's any questions. Mr. Mesereau.
Mr. Chairman, I'm still here.
Sorry, Mr. Gemmell, we're having audio issues.
I got it.
There you are. Great.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Gemmell, for your patience with my lack of controlling the mute function on my computer. And your testimony was good. I really appreciate you providing what I would consider very factual testimony and sticking to the details. And, I guess my question for you is this. These structural changes that you were talking about before you ran out of time, I understand from the analysis some of the shortcomings regarding the structural aspects of a couple of elements of the CSP, and I believe there are probably some solutions that wouldn't be harmful to the longline sector, but I also think it's pretty nuanced, and I was wondering if we were to take those structural changes and perhaps send them to the Charter Halibut Committee, if we could consider you willing to participate in those discussions if we do that, so that we get the perspective of the longline sector too, but have a little more time and do it after this meeting is over, so we could really go through it more carefully and figure out if there's a mutually acceptable way to move forward with some of those structural changes.
I'd be happy to participate. As you know, I probably have made every one of your meetings. I think it'd be good to invite Ms. Hanson also, since she's got quite a bit of experience with the Charter Management Committee.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Mesereau, any further questions for Mr. Gemmell? Thank you, Mr. Gemmell, for your testimony and your persistence.
I'm sorry for the confusion on the mute button.
Oh, not a problem. Okay, it's just after 4:30 here. Let's go ahead and break for the day. Come back at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Just a heads up for the public that we'll take the balance of the SSC report after we take action on agenda item D1. Okay, see you tomorrow at 8 a.m. Alaska time.